dude. Then it'll go to Heidi, then it'll go to you. Yep.
Ready? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for coming to this joint meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. We will start off our meeting with a pledge of allegiance, and it will be led by Supervisor Lutweiler. Please stand and remove head covering.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Swear to God, I thought you should loot my. You did. That's a good way to start.
Once again, thank you for the time that you're putting into engaging with this. We will introduce the item, and then we will go through some meeting procedures, and then we will begin to hear the workshop presentation. So we will start this meeting with item A1, a community development planning, participate in Title 17 zoning code update workshop study session facilitated by our contractors, Mintier Harnish. We would now ask our department head to introduce the item.
Good afternoon, board. So today we'll have a presentation that's going to be primarily facilitated by Mintier Harnish staff. This is the first of 2 days of review of the updated draft zoning code. In this first day, we'll cover Part 5, permit processing, Part 6, zoning code administration, and Part 2, zones, land uses, and standards. Tomorrow, we will cover Part 3, which is general development standards, Part 4, standards for specific land uses, and Part 7, which is the definitions. Some of the key updates include new housing and mixed-use zone options, expanded standards for agritourism and campgrounds, revised parking and landscaping requirements, updated cannabis code, and streamlined permit procedures intended to ensure compliance with state law and make improvements that facilitate, development and those associated standards within the county. Over the last year, we've engaged in multiple touch points and had extensive stakeholder engagement, including multiple planning commission study sessions and ongoing coordination with county staff and Mintier Harnish and the elected and appointeds throughout that process. During the study session today and tomorrow, the board, planning commission staff, and the public will review each section of the draft ordinance, provide comments, and discuss potential revisions. Direction to staff from the meetings will be incorporated into a revised draft expected to be presented to the Planning Commission on August 13th of this year, and a more detailed order of events and future public engagement touchpoints, including the formal hearing timelines, et cetera, will be described in the PowerPoint presentation. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will provide you the layout of today's meeting and some of the expectations that are in place. Seeing as though we do have a very large crowd today, which is wonderful, I thank every one of you for coming. I would like to make sure that we hold any side comments to quiet. There will be breaks throughout the evening. Our first break will happen at 2:55. It has to do with the technology restart in order to make sure that our Zoom availability remains through the evening. So take note, there will be roughly a 10-minute break at 2:55. There will be an additional break for approximately 30 minutes at 6 p.m. to allow people to go get a cup of coffee or nourishment or what you may need in order to make it all the way through to our 9 o'clock hour. So put those kind of in your mind when you're looking at the clock. I would like to just thank everyone for being here today and for your continued engagement in this important process. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to provide some context for where we are and what we expect from this meeting. Trinity County has been working on the general plan and zoning code update for several years now. Mentor Harnish and our county staff have participated in community meetings and public input forums across the county for the past 4+ years. At this point, this is not an outside team unfamiliar with Trinity County. They do have a grasp on our county and the communities and our values and our unique needs, and that understanding has informed this work. The public review draft that has been published since April 20th is rooted in the existing Title 17 zoning code. In many instances, the proposed standards are not a departure from current regulations. Where changes have been made, they reflect efforts to bring the code into alignment with federal, state, and local requirements related to health, safety, and environment, and the relationships between neighboring properties and land uses. Residents have had several opportunities to provide input leading up to this point, and we are grateful, tremendously grateful for that participation. I do want to be transparent about an important distinction. Public input informs the process, but it does not always translate directly into changes in the final document. The comments received to date and that will be received today and tomorrow will be carefully consolidated, evaluated, and considered for incorporation into the next revision. If that is the board's desire, which is scheduled to be publicly available again in August. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that what we are reviewing today and tomorrow is a draft. It will change. It will change. Your voice matters in shaping that outcome, and every comment will be given serious consideration. At the same time, the final document must reflect what is in the best interest of Trinity County as a whole, and should specific needs arise down the road, the zoning ordinance can be amended in the future. The process is administratively more straightforward and less time-consuming than amending the general plan. We appreciate all of your time and your patience with this effort. And I do want to just say, one of the things, a mindset that I've had through this process is when we have worked through the entirety of what has been presented to us in this draft, our planning commission, for those of you who went to those meetings or who has listened to them, recognize that hours of laborious work and conversation were dedicated through that process. Our staff has been working tirelessly on this process, as well as us reading the information that has comes before us, reviewing it. I saw Jill's binder. There were tags everywhere. All of us have spent hours making sure that we're hearing and listening to our communities through community meetings and different one-on-one meetings that I've had and different opportunities. So I want to just say this. If we can look at this from a mindset of, we have done the best that we can to this point, and now we're asking you for help. And that help is, did you see something we missed? Did you see something that as a team of individuals might have looked over? Is there a business that we didn't think about when we were working through zoning or when we were working through ideas about how to permit that or how to use land use around that? There's impossible for all of us to know everything you all know. And so this is our time to ask you for help. And we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And we want you to know that our efforts in this are truly open with a desire to receive and then to have that distilled and communicated as direction to staff. So the way that will work is Mentor Harnish will begin their presentation. There will be two portions of an introduction and then zoning mapping. At the end of that, there will be a point of discussion. During that point of discussion, we will first open the floor to the public that is here in this room, and then to the public that is attending the meeting via Zoom. Once we close public comment on that section, it'll then move to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will have an opportunity to talk amongst themselves and to engage even with the board and with the contractors. And they will, as a commission, determine a few things that they want to make sure are included in our direction to staff. Then it will come to the Board of Supervisors. We will listen to what the Planning Commission has said. We will listen to what you have said as the public, and then we will make a statement that is the formal direction for staff from that discussion that we just all participated in. I've asked Supervisor Lutweiler to be my distiller of language to make sure that we have a few sentences that really incorporate that direction that we'll be giving to staff after each item. And then we will move to the next section and the same process will occur. And we will do that until approximately 9 o'clock tonight. And we hope to get through the first 3 sections that we have on the agenda. And then we will come back together again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we will work until conclusion, which we hope is for sure by 5 p.m. is our goal. So let's get to work. It's our turn to do this together, and we hope that everyone is willing to help us with this process, and we look forward to hearing from all of you and from our contractors. So, Minter Harnish.
Well, good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, Planning Commission, and good afternoon, residents. It's good to see all of you here. I would say this is probably one of the most attendance we've had in one of our study sessions, and I'm glad to see the public participation in this effort. It's at this critical stage, as the chair had mentioned. This is the opportunity to provide the feedback as part of this first draft that is going public. And again, I want to echo, this is a draft moving forward. It is not set in stone until adoption occurs. And I'll walk through the schedule that outlines that for everybody in the room. So there's a transparent view of what to expect moving forward as part of this update. Just a brief overview. You've probably seen our faces over the past several years, almost 6 to be exact. My name's Brent Gibbons. I'm the project manager. I'm a principal planner with Minter Harnish. I have been working on this project since the beginning of this process. And I've been here working with the communities through all the different workshops and different iterations from the general plan housing element and the zoning code update, which is before you. Along here with me today is Michael Gibbons. He's the assistant project manager. Michael has been the primary lead on the zoning code throughout this update and has been closely working with the Planning Commission throughout all of the study sessions related to this portion of the process. And then with Michael is Martha Miller from Miller Planning Associates. Martha has extensive background in zoning regulations and development code organization throughout the state. She's been working with our team mainly on the administrative revisions. So Martha will be facilitating part of the discussion with the board, Planning Commission, and community today. So I'd like to just go over the topics of this 2-day meeting set that we have here. So we'll go over the zoning code update, the schedule, where we've been, what to anticipate next as part of the process as we work through the next few months. We'll also touch on the zoning map process and go over any clarifications that the board, commission, or community may have regarding that follow-on process after adoption. Then we'll walk through the different stages and parts of your zoning code, what those sections include modification-wise, maybe sections that did not have any change, what the implications are, whether some of those changes arose from community feedback, planning commission feedback, or out of other community workshops throughout this process, or whether they're tied directly back to the 2050 general plan that we're still actively updating. As the chair had mentioned, after each of these parts, there'll be a section for commission, the community, and the board to comment and weigh on and provide us direction. At the end of tomorrow, we'll hopefully go over final next steps and lay out the next set of meetings so that everybody here is prepared and able to attend at their convenience. As noted, this is the 2-day meeting set. Today goes 2 p.m. to 9. Tomorrow is the same 8-hour stint, 9 to 5. And then these are the different topics that we'll cover. So today primarily we'll go over the administrative provisions, zoning code administration, and then if we do get into it, we'll talk about zoning districts, your allowable uses, and the different permit requirements and development standards that pertain to parcels within the county. So what I'd like to do is go over the project schedule just to give a glimpse of what to anticipate next. As I had noted, this project has been going on for quite some time, just about 6 years. We started with the project initiation back in 2021, worked our way through an existing conditions and trends. Before you can start a project of this magnitude, you need to understand where the county is. What is the population? What's the economics? What's the land use pattern? What's the safety concerns, environmental concerns? And how does that play into future policy? You can't help plan or facilitate for a community and engage with the community if you don't understand where it's been, to understand where it can head. We then pivoted and transitioned to community plans. I will mention community plans weren't part of the project originally. There was a lot of community feedback at the beginning of the process that the community plans that were existing needed updating. They were 20+ years old and did not accurately reflect where the communities were heading, and the priorities have changed over the past 20+ years. So as part of that, the board, in response to community feedback, worked with our team and county staff to pivot and to include community plans as part of that effort. Now, the community plan process was rigorous, lots of engagement, almost 3 sets of meetings in each of the community plans, 8 of them in total. There were a series of new community plans that came about through an open public process where we defined boundaries. If anybody was part of that process, the community was able to actually define on a mapping exercise, what is the boundary of your community, which hadn't been defined in the planning division itself. So that was a large process looking back to October of, I believe, of 2023. We then initiated the general plan component. Now, the general plan, that is the meat of this effort. It's the policy that guides the future of the county over the next 25 to 30 years. And the policy focuses on everything from land use, transportation, health and safety, and conservation and environment. Also looking at the general land use pattern, where it is now and where it could potentially head. And I say potential because in some cases, changes did not occur through this process. We also focus on updating the housing element. The housing element is a state mandated document updated typically every 8 years. That process was folded in because when you're evaluating land uses, you're also evaluating housing. So how do we look at housing for Trinity County moving forward that meets the state stipulations for RHNA, or a regional housing need that each jurisdiction needs to provide? And I want to just clarify, when I say provide, the county isn't building the housing, but it provides the framework for housing to occur. So there is a difference. They're not actually building the housing, it's just having the land uses available for future housing. Phase 6, this is the draft general plan. This went out for a full public review. We received lots of feedback. Last year, we had a 2-day study session with the commission and the board and walked through all the general plan elements, pulled together all of that feedback collected, and then put out a revised public review draft. That's been out for about a year now, waiting for the zoning code and the EIR to catch up. We're currently in phase 7, the zoning code update. The way I like to think about a zoning code, it's the teeth, it's the implementation. So you have this great vision, you have policy, but how do you then make that policy reality? How do you implement it? That's where zoning comes into play. What are the permits that regulate land use? How high can a building be? How far can a building be set back? How do you handle non-conforming uses when you have residential uses in commercial areas? That's all covered within your zoning code, all the way down to the administrative component. Who reviews what? What does Planning Commission review? What does the staff review? What does the board review? So who's the review authority? That's all covered as part of the zoning code update, as part of your Title 17, which we're going to go through today. Phase 8, California requires that any project gets evaluated, and it's evaluated based on potential impacts that may occur. So as part of this process, when you have a project of this magnitude, we look at what's known as an environmental impact report, otherwise known as an EIR. And an EIR looks at potential change that results from a plan or a project, and how do you mitigate that change? What can you do to resolve any impacts that arise? Right now, we're currently preparing the EIR. Your county staff is working diligently to review an administrative draft, and we expect a public review draft to come out in the coming months, and I'll have specific dates lined up for that. Similar to the general plan and your zoning code, an EIR has a public review period. So the community will have the ability to weigh in, provide public feedback, and so will other regional, local, and federal agencies as well. It's a state requirement. Lastly, phase 9, adoption. These are the hearing process. The hearings are public meetings. There are a series of them planned for, and I will go through the schedule of what to anticipate and specific dates for those coming up. But let's touch on the EIR real quick, as I had mentioned. So the release of the public review draft EIR right now is scheduled for June 22nd. That is when county staff has provided all of their feedback, all of their comments to the consultant team, and then we incorporate those and release the public review draft. There will be a comment period running from June 22nd to July 31st. This meets the statutory requirements. During that period, we will provide notification to local agencies, regional and federal agencies, and we provide them the ability to provide comment letters. The public during this comment period also has the ability to provide comments to your planning staff. If the board receives comments, those are also translated back down to our team. Once the comment period closes after July 31st, our team, along with county staff, reviews all of those comments and then responds to them. That's a requirement of the state as part of an environmental impact report. I've listed here the timeline of when we would respond to those comments, typically between August 3rd and September 9th. Now, that's a big chunk of time, but we set that aside not knowing how many comments we will receive on the EIR. If there aren't as many comments, that time can be reduced, but I would anticipate, just based on public feedback so far throughout the last 5+ years, this time seems adequate in order to respond to the comments that we would expect to receive on the EIR itself. Once we receive those comments, we incorporate any final changes into the final EIR, and that is prepared from August 3rd all the way to September 28th. So you see there's an overlap between the response to comments. That's because in the meantime, we're making changes to the document to move it along. And then finally, we would release that final EIR in time for the hearings. That would be released September 28th, and it would be in time for the second Planning Commission meeting, not the first one. So the first one that I'll provide the date on in a moment, the Planning Commission at that point will review the general plan one final time. They will review the zoning code again, and then at their second meeting, they will review the EIR as well. And at their second meeting is when they make a formal recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So for the zoning code itself, so the public review draft has gone out. We've received lots of community feedback, comments, modifications, questions, clarifications, and that's why we're here today. And so as part of this meeting set, we're taking all of that information in. Michael and Martha will touch on that a bit later in the presentation, all of the comments that we've been tracking and receiving. And based on board direction and Planning Commission direction, we will update the zoning code into what's known as a revised public review draft. That is scheduled for release the week of July 27th. Now you may think that's a ways out, but think of all the feedback we got so far. We want to make sure that we're covering all of the comments and accurately reflecting them based on board direction. So we need the time to work with county staff and incorporate all of those changes. This section of Title 17 is quite large, if you've had a chance to flip through it, so you can imagine the amount of change that could occur. Then we will bring that revised public review draft back to the Planning Commission. So this is a Planning Commission study session. Right now it is scheduled for August 13th. This meeting will be facilitated by county staff. They will walk through the revised draft, highlight the changes, and then ask the Planning Commission for further direction or if there is any needed clarification on that draft. If there needs to be another meeting beyond the 13th, there is also a slot that's being held potentially for August 20th if need be, based on the conversation. After that study session, go back one slide. After that study session, we would prepare what's known as the hearing draft. That's the draft that's going to make it to the Planning Commission hearings and the board hearings. And that would be released on September 24th. So about a month after we would meet with the Planning Commission. So here's the hearing schedule and what to anticipate as we work into the fall and the end of 2026. I do want to just echo here that the 2026 benchmark, I know this has been mentioned, why that year, that was earmarked as part of the project, and that was direction from the board to wrap up the general plan by the end of the calendar year. This would conclude just about 6 years of the project with extensive feedback as your director had mentioned and as the chair had mentioned throughout this process. So we are rounding it out with 2 Planning Commission public hearings. The first one would be October 8th. The second one would be October 22nd. For the October 22nd meeting, The Planning Commission will also have the EIR well in advance of that meeting to be able to review and provide feedback. At that October 22nd meeting, that's where the Planning Commission would make a formal recommendation to the board on how to proceed with the zoning code, the general plan, and the environmental impact report. The Board of Supervisors would then start their hearing process on November 3rd with the first meeting, and December 1st, which would be the second meeting. The December 1st meeting, that would be the formal adoption meeting of the general plan if the board decides to do so as part of that meeting. If needed, we have set aside a third meeting date for December 8th if we need to roll over by that. If the direction is we need to continue the item to the 8th, we can do so. That's being held. The other portion of this, which has been brought up, and Michael will touch on this in just a second, is the adoption of the zoning map and rezone. So you have your zoning code, which is moving forward, but then you have the rezoning of the property itself to match the new code. Now, the statutory requirement states that you have to do that. A jurisdiction, after adopting the code, has 2 years to complete that. Now, the county isn't looking to wait 2 years to do that, but that's just being transparent in what the state requires. The county is going to start that process shortly thereafter adoption. So if adoption is at the end of December 2026, early 2027 is when the rezoning process will begin. The rezoning process is separate from the adoption of a general plan. So state law does not require that the rezone goes at the same time. It can trail. A rezoning process requires hearings of its own and public notification, and Michael will get into those details a little deeper. But this gives you just a trajectory of where we anticipate to head. These are the meeting dates, the hearing dates for the completion of the project. I will let Michael discuss the zoning map and any rezoning discussions, and then hand it back to the chair to start facilitating comment and questions from there. Michael.
Thank you, Brent, and good evening, board and commissioners. Pleasure to be with you. So as Brent mentioned, there is a zoning map update that will be taking place to implement the zoning code. And so I understand that if we're not familiar with these topics, that can be a little bit confusing. This is a multifaceted project that we're going through. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to go through the differences of a zoning map, talk about the zoning code, and what you can expect and what the county's plan is after the adoption of this zoning code itself, and the follow-up tasks associated with the zoning map. So the zoning code, which is what we will be discussing over the next 2 days, think of that as the written set of rules for how the county envisions its development. It contains your zoning regulations. It establishes what types of land uses are allowed in the county and where those land uses are allowed. Your zoning code also establishes development standards like height and setback and density. And then it also establishes permit requirements or entitlements, the steps that applicants or landowners would have to go through in order to build and construct on their property. So think of that as the rule book. The zoning map, on the other hand, is the actual map that shows where those regulations apply, and is the forward-facing document, and that I would say applicants and landowners typically will reference if they want to know what zoning standards apply to them. Now, the zoning map process and the rezoning effort is happening after this zoning code update, after we actually set in stone and codify the zoning rules themselves. And the reason is because we want to allow plenty of time for the zoning rules to be out, for the public to consume those, to ask questions, for us to refine that, and to leave plenty of time after the adoption of the rules for us to actually hone in and craft a zoning map that corresponds with it. As I'll explain here in just a moment, this is this effort that the county will be undertaking as the rezoning will be large. There is a lot of changes that are being required for consistency with your general plan. So the county wants to really take its time with this process and allow plenty of feedback and opportunity for the public to weigh in, which is why the county has released a draft of this map at this point in time. Even though the map is not being adopted as part of this effort, even though the zoning and the rezoning will take place after the zoning code is adopted, the county wanted to have plenty of time for the public to react, for us to start working through any inconsistencies or issues or requests that the public may have. So the timeline for the zoning map as it stands is it's going to be post zoning code adoption. And right now the county is looking at adopting that in 2027. So that gives you an idea of how much time we have to refine the draft zoning map that is out right now, and the time that it will paints the picture of the timeline of when the formal rezoning process will take place. So there are a couple of reasons why the county is going through a zoning map update. One of the main reasons, and what constitutes the largest change on the map, actually has to do with just designating state and county-owned property. If you go to your zoning map as it stands today, it looks a bit disingenuous because you have the county applying zoning standards to property that isn't really within the jurisdiction of the county. So a lot of what we're doing and what we're showing on this map, and what you'll see the largest visual change, is redesignating or classifying state and federally owned parcels. The second class of changes, and why the county is going through the zoning map update, is to address some of the changes that have been made in the draft code itself. And those really stem from the elimination of some zones, and the addition of some zones. So, for example, the unclassified zone as part of the draft zoning code is proposed to be eliminated. That was per direction from Planning Commission and from the Board of Supervisors at the outset of this project. So now we need to update the zoning map in this case to have a corresponding zone applied to that if we're eliminating a zone. The other set of changes is to also implement the general plan. So as Brent mentioned, we've been in this multi-year process of updating your general plan. Through that, we've updated your general plan land use map. State law requires that your general plan and your zoning be consistent. So therefore, there are a group of changes or a group of rezoning changes, large percentage, that are really required for state law consistency with the general plan that we've been working with. But this is really kind of the summary of why the county is necessitating a zoning code update. So there's been a lot of public comment, a lot of questions about how the how property owners, residents will be notified about the zoning map update. Fortunately, state law is fairly clear about noticing requirements. So according to California state law, any change to a specific property that would be changing the land use, like a rezoning effort, those individual property owners will have to have a mailed notice sent to them. So any property that will be subject to a rezone, the property owners will receive a written notice, mailed notice from the county. In addition to that noticing requirement, the county will also be going through its standard noticing procedures when the formal zoning map update takes place. So that will include formal legal ads in your newspaper, updates on the county websites, agendas and posted minutes, and then also paired with that, those specific property owner notifications. So again, this zoning map update isn't happening now as part of this process. Tonight, we are looking at your zoning code, but in 2027 and post adoption of this zoning code, the county will move forward with formally going and initiating the zoning map update part of the process. Now, as I mentioned, the county has put out a draft of the zoning map along with this zoning code. The idea was, again, to provide as much public input and time to get community feedback, to get property owner feedback on the draft that is put out. So ways that you can check to see if your property, at least preliminarily, is in the draft is you can go on the county's website and on the project website, in which we have published a couple of resources for property owners. We have a PDF, comprehensive PDF of all of the properties that are potentially affected as part of the draft rezoning map. You can search your property by APN, and it will show you what the existing zoning is, what the proposed zoning is, and the corresponding general plan. Again, that list, that PDF is available on the county's website, and it is also available on the project website, which is trinity2050.com. So you can download that PDF and you can search to see if your parcel is in that list. Additionally, we have another resource where the county has built in this draft map into its standard parcel viewer. This is where the county currently houses its zoning and its general plan maps. So built into this draft map, which is also available on the county's website and on the project website, you can click the layers button. Is it possible to- Okay. So in the top right-hand corner of this map, you'll see an option, top option to select group of layers. And on there, you'll see an opportunity for you to select the draft zoning map. And from there, you can actually type in your property address and you can interact with the map, click on property specific information, and again, another resource that you can check to see if initially the county might be considering the property for its rezoning map update effort after the zoning code update. So a couple important notes about the zoning map. The proposed changes are, at this point, only draft. The county has not initiated formal rezoning hearings. The draft map that is out for public consumption is really merely there as a reference. It's for the applicability of the zoning code that we'll be discussing over the next couple of days, and also an opportunity for the public to provide early feedback on the draft. The zoning map update process, when it starts, will have a multitude of opportunities for public input that will be consisting of planning commission meetings, board meetings, and individual property notifications, and also your standard postings on newspapers, the county website, and agendas. And a big thing that I want to emphasize that not only is going to be important tonight, but important when you get to that zoning map, is that all of these are drafts. All of these are drafts until they're adopted. And everything can change. Things can be manipulated until the very end. So just keep that in mind, is there is the ability for these items to evolve as we go through these process. County is listening and actively taking public comment, and where appropriate, we'll fold that in to the changes to both the zoning code and the pending zoning map. So with that, I understand that there will be a series of questions. I will hand it back to the board to facilitate any questions and ask the consultant team or county staff about the timeline or the rezoning effort.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll allow the public to have questions of this portion of the presentation. I'd like to remind everyone that public comment period is for 3 minutes, and we would like for you to keep your public comments to this specific portion that we just reviewed. We'll welcome the public comment that's in the room, and another request that if you absolutely agree with someone and you think everything they said was fantastic and it's exactly what you were going to say, please come forward and say, I concur, because we have a lot of people who want to have a chance to talk. And so if you're just going to reiterate many of the same topics, just do that quickly so that we make sure everyone has a chance. So please, we open Supervisor.
Are the commissioner and supervisors going to ask questions after public comment?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the way this will, as a point of clarification, we will allow public comment both in the room and online. And then when we conclude public comment, we'll move to planning commissioners. We'll have an opportunity to ask questions. And then when planning commissioners have concluded their questions and interaction, the board will then move into our questions and answers and discussion. And then once the board has concluded, we will formalize our direction that we will be giving to staff based off of the community information that we have been gathering and then what we hear today. And then we'll make that formal declaration of direction to staff, and that will close that portion of the presentation. And then we'll move to the next one and do the same thing all the way through. So at this moment, I would like to open the floor to public comment. I don't know if you guys want to form a line or just kind of keep your eyes out for who's next, but just proceed with your 3 minutes, and we'll go to in the room, and then we'll move to online. So first person of public comment. We'd like for you to state your name and the town that you live in for the record, please.
Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I'm actually looking for a point of clarification. So I understood that this would be organized for comment by parts part 5, part 6, part 2. This is preceding that?
Th-
I'm a little
This,
confused,
thi-
so.
it's this.
This
por-
precedes the
yes,
parts?
Yes, so part 5 will be next.
Only what they presented in terms of what the process will be, as well as the zoning map?
Yes.
That's all we're at now? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So right now, we're at process and zoning map. So if you have any public comment on process or the zoning map update, you're welcome to speak on that at this
But not
time.
permit processing, that's part 5, right?
Yes, that's moving into the next section. So this is just on the pieces that we were just presented with.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is regarding the zoning map. I'm sorry, my name is Colette Lucky. I reside in Trinity Center, and I am a new resident of Trinity Center. I purchased my property in August of last year and just recently moved in the last month. I found out late last night that my friend and my next door neighbor, Jerry G., who resides at parcel number 700-710-006-000, if you want to take notes. He and I both were very surprised to find out that his rural residential property is proposed to be rezoned as commercial. And this is his home. He wasn't aware of it. Like, a lot of people in our neighborhood and in our town know him, and they've seen an obvious mental decline with this individual. And I believe that he may have been notified, but I don't believe that he understood what was going on. And I'm here to stand in defense of him and his property, and also in defense of my husband and myself. We did not move to that little tract of 5 houses with any understanding, knowledge, or transparency regarding any kind of commercial development going in right next door to our house, nor our neighbor being possibly bought out or forced out of his longtime home for a commercial development. And so what I would like to instead suggest is that property be rezoned as mixed use, so that if he decides he wants a business, he can put up a storefront on his property. I do know that his intention is to live in that property for as long as he lives and to pass it down to his children, not to turn it into a commercial development. So respectfully, I would like to revise that on the map and put forth a consideration to take that commercial development off the table. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the time. Keith Groves, East Fork / Trinity Center, Crawford Creek. I have a bunch of properties that have been rezoned, in my opinion, incorrectly, but I'll respect the process that this is going to be fixed at a later date, because I know the government would never lie to me. So bigger pictures in this, how do you do an EIR before you do a zoning map and have any idea what the impact will be? So if you're going to do an EIR and 8,000 parcels are going to be commercial, how do you do the EIR before you know the impact? Secondly, what is the meaning of if you pass this zoning code, we'll have these zones. My property will still be unclassified for 2 years. Does the zoning code just sit there idle until we adopt the zoning map? Or is somebody going to say, no, sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. You're just kind of in limbo for those 2 years. And then thirdly, on notification, my RR property that was RR, but you've changed the definition of RR, will I be notified that your property is not being rezoned, but the definition of your property is being rezoned during this time period? And for that, I'll thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, thank you, board. And all the commissioners and all the county staff. My name is Tommy Lohr. I'm from Post Mountain. I'm a resident up there since 2018. And I lived through there's a lot of things that I've been through up there. I'm a resident up there, so I know what's going on. And I've been back here. I believe there's a lot of my community members there. Can you stand up? How many are up there for Post Mountain? Okay. All these people came like 2 hours, hour and a half away because it is a big concern to our community. And so we just want to hear what the county, have in the horizon for us, especially the zoning change. A couple of things I want to run down. I'm a liaison up there, so I help people to get the license, commercial license, cultivation license. And I know the ins and out, there's a really tough road ahead of us, especially we have a small parcel that needs to meet all the setbacks, and so all the environmental issues. And so it gives us that, there's a hope that, yes, we can do this. Okay, we want to conform, we want to comply with the county. But with the zone change, is it going to affect, well, we invest $100,000 and you don't get anything out of that. And that's the issue that we're concerning. Is because if this has become an RR, we invest $100,000 into our property and we don't get to cultivate, then what we do? We're willing to comply with the county.
We will be able to work through some of those questions in later sections. So
Okay.
if you want to comment right now to the timeline and to the map itself.
Okay. Another thing I want to keep it simple, but LDRD has to be something that the board had to consider, that we can't be like Hayford or Viewville where, we can't have an engineer come build our house for us. We need to be an owner builder up there. We're overlay zone, we're different. Another thing is, if we can get our way, we'd like to have that overlay zone classified as AG. It's all farming up there. There's no residential up there. The road's not paved. We pay taxes just like everybody else. And I think that our voice should be heard, and we should have somebody that, look at this situation and say, yeah, maybe AG is something that we need to, let you guys have, so you can continue to do what you do, and we want to have the community up there where, because we're such a treacherous terrain, it's hard to build a community up there. So I think that okay, I think I'm done now.
You are.
But thank you so much for listening.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for your comments.
But the other thing is, if we need interpreter,
Okay.
you should give us 5 minutes, because 3 minutes is too short. Thank you.
We'll consider it. Thank you. So comments need to stick with the timeline and the zoning map at this point, and comments regarding other items will be heard when we work through those. So just as a reminder.
Good afternoon, Board Supervisor, Planning Commission. My name is Sai Vang. I live in Post Mountain for the past 10 years. Thanks for allowing the public to make comment. What I want to say is that the 2050 plan is a very complex document, and my community is totally confused, completely confused. And we want to be able to translate this to the community. We're asking for the commission and the board supervisor to give us more time to review this document and to translate it to make it understandable to a community that speak Hmong. The majority of us don't understand English. So therefore, I asked the commission to give more study time for our community, especially Post Mountain, so that we can understand the zone definition. For example, what is RR1? What is RR10? What is agriculture, different thing, different people interpret it differently. And it's confusing to my community. So I asked for more time to study and more town hall for my community, especially Post Mountain. Thank you.
Thank you.
好像想到从那种就估计在路没里家就不还知道，不要谈路么个到那菜呢。
I'm interpreting for this gentleman right here. He said, I'm honored to be here and in front of all the boards and commissioners and all the staff from the county. And I don't speak English, so allow me to say something in my native tongue, but I'll have a translator.
Please proceed.
不要容易吧，要想到那个多，好那种就要那他们进的这给我那我好不多那包。
My name is Zongyia Deng. I'm here. I'm honored to be here to talk about some of the concerns that we have up in Post Mountain.
要想到要他们去到还找到路被孤独坑要一头这种，鸟种的那种就路顺的，但是古鸟种路绕，好什么疼。 古这个我这种鸟种北路绕北，古末路线路就用到到那都就，古鸟莫见到都一种个地鸟我绕，古末年莫在了莫太谁鸟种好路这路绕，我北种那种就路得桥那但是大理古我都用晒了木那这用够里。 政府么来平天的，被这给就我那考到的呀，好几处都被路些比较了，好考和那个呀，
So I'm here. I'm a resident up in Post Mountain for a while, and I know that there's a lot of changes going on that impacting the lives of the community in Post Mountain. I'm here to express my concern and my desire for the community to take a look at my community and see what we can do together as a community to enrich our lives so we can have a sustainable economic system up there.
多古有一度这种，古上海州政府要叫别些的，这给我那我好，别人我绕了，就别进吧，就知道那知道好，别要从吧铁道。 那就他被路这路绕，他政府要叫但他的是把草被贴，莫被路绕，叫这给我那种的被要那 NG 好处，路还里那是不叫他们那是我就能到。
He said, thank you for the time, for allowing me to speak in my native tongue. I'm here because I want to continue to do what I love. That's farming, and allowed us, the community, to farm. And I thank you for the boards, other policymakers. Make sure that you understand how we live and work up there, and allowed us to work with you so we can be striving together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for interpreting. Oh. I do apologize. If you can pause for one moment, we need to recess in order to reset our technology so Zoom is available. Will we need 10 minutes roughly? 10 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 3:05. Sorry for that quick time frame. Ready, Susie?
Here we go.
We will now reconvene the joint meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. We are currently accepting public comment from the room on the two items that were presented, which is the timeline and the introduction of the zoning maps. Those are the two items. Each person has an opportunity to speak one time. If you need an interpreter, we will increase your time to 4 minutes. Please.
Hello. My name is Blong. I'm speaking as a resident. I am a resident of Post Mountain up there since 2016. And I have a little bit concern regarding the process of the General Plan 2050 study and the new land rezoning map. Because according to the new General Plan 2050 planning, the Post Mountain district is going to redraw into the RR zoning. And that is not what I expect, and that's not what pretty much the majority of the residents up there, they was opposition to the RR zoning because due to various concerns and various definition. I might be wrong, but then as I look into the general planning under RR throughout the Trinity County, only six hands can be raised under RR.
So we will move into what can be done and what cannot be done on each
Yeah, so,
zoning when we get to those sections.
okay.
So I just want to isolate the
finish.
comments about the map and the process if we can, please.
And yeah, so I believe the process in the zoning had to be reevaluate and redraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. I think this has to do with the zoning map. My name is Ryan Snelly and I own the Lakeview Terrace Resort. My current resort parcel already has a recreational and tourism overlay. I also own the two immediately adjacent parcels and ask that the county extend the same recreational overlay to those two adjacent parcels so the resort has a logical contiguous area for future expansion. Not asking for any approval of a specific project today, just asking that the zoning map preserve the ability to apply later for appropriate resort-related uses, cabins, RV spaces, campground uses, lodging events, and other visitor serving recreation. It is an existing visitor serving business and the adjacent parcels are under the same ownership and are a logical place for future expansion. This supports recreation, lodging, local jobs, visitor spending in Trinity County. And it would be inconsistent to have the existing resort parcel in the recreation overlay, but exclude the immediately adjacent parcels that would naturally support the same resort use. Please direct staff to review the overlay boundary around Lakeview Terrace Resort and include the two commonly owned adjacent parcels in the recreation and tourism overlay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, supervisors, commissioners, and every county staff in the room. I'm Ted Ying and reside in Post Mountain area. Thank you for allowing me to express my input regarding this matter. I'm concerned that a good portion of this general plan could lead to future restrictive policy. Respectfully ask the board to extend the review timeline, hold additional public workshop, and implement public opinions in the Post Mountain area before adoption. Please remember that the Post Mountain area is unique from other area in that it is underdeveloped and has little to no grid power. And has been historically used for agriculture, and it should be assigned as such agriculture instead of RR. Slowing this process down is not obstruction, but will allow a better evaluation of the public needs before implementing use restrictions. Thank you for considering my inputs into your decision.
Thank you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Commissioners, staff, Dan Trujillo, Weaverville. I want to speak briefly about process, public participation, and institutional legitimacy. So this general plan and zoning code update will shape, as we know, Trinity County for decades. The documents that are being presented will influence housing, economic development, agriculture, permitting, land use flexibility, environmental regulation, property rights into the future. And right now, many members of the public, including people who have participated consistently throughout the process, feel that they have not had adequate time or transparency to meaningfully review substantial revisions before this process moves forward. The concern is not simply about disagreement over policy. This concern is whether there is a clear and publicly understandable process showing how public input, Planning Commission direction, requested revisions and staff changes are actually being incorporated into successive drafts. For example, the Planning Commission spent more than 30 hours in workshops reviewing these materials, providing direction to the board and to staff. Yet many participants still cannot easily determine which commission recommendations were incorporated, which were not incorporated, what changed between each draft, or why certain changes were made, or why they were not made. That becomes especially problematic when major zoning and land use decisions are involved, including changes affecting rural residential zones, TPZ expansion, overlay authority under section 17.45040, and broader discretionary provisions throughout the code. California planning law and the Brown Act are built around the principle that public participation must be meaningful, not merely procedural. Public comment is most valuable when it occurs early and with open ears to actually inform decision-making before outcomes are effectively finalized. At this moment, many residents feel the process is moving faster than the public's ability to reasonably review and respond to major revisions. And that creates a lack of institutional trust, confusion, and ultimately it weakens public trust in the legitimacy of the process itself. So I would respectfully urge the board and the commission to slow the process down enough to ensure that the revised drafts are fully returned to the Planning Commission before advancement. I know that is the goal, the stated goal. Changes between drafts are clearly documented, and the public has adequate time to review revisions, and meaningful public comment opportunities remain available throughout all of the major stages of review, including prior to the draft EIR consideration. Thank you for your service and thank you for your attention.
I would like to interpret.
I need a
for this,
translator for
So
me,
we
please.
will extend your time to 4 minutes.
okay.
So
Go-
that you
go-
have
go on,
time
go.
to translate.
My name is Suvad Moore. I am a resident of the Post Mountain, but my English is not very good, and then I gonna need Tommy Law to help me to translate. Okay. I thought I thought of Jawa, board supervisor to Tuatu, and Jawa county planning commissioner. Cú giờ Suvad Moore cú nhớไป Post Mountain. Cú tao nói là thìนี่ยังว่าไปขอเอเรียไปdùngหนึ่งไว้ขอว่าเนี่ยเนาะเชื่อเลยมาอย่างนี้เนาะ我的背在背上是的，知道我看写中嘛，背上他都写了。
My name is Suwan Moore. I'm a resident of Post Mountain, and I heard that our district or our community is going to be changed due to zoning. And we need more time to study, to look at, to understand different implication, stipulations going to be involved on a different zoning, especially AG and RR.
cho và nên hậu cái tiền năng trả sẽ bị sang nhớ rồi sẽ bị bị quốc gia là thìก็เดี๋ยวมันจะตัวไปที่ถ้าก็เป็นข้าเสียเขาอีกคนเดียวเขาตัวมูก็ไปที่ตัวเสียที่เนี่ยวันนี้จ้าแล้วก็ต่อด้วยเขาตัวไปเนี่ยที่ยังวีเป็นยังตัวไปมาไปยังจะตัวใจเขาเก็บป้าเราเด็กเข้านี่ที่สิริไปตัวเก็บเราเพ่อาจิตาแล้วไปยังชิมัวเดนะอย่าลืมตัวไปอยู่จ้าวันต่อเลยจ้าป้าตัวไปที่จะลงเดินนะ
So I'm a resident up in Post Mountain. I know that there's a lot of debating about the two topic of zoning, AG and R, and we need more time. It's very confusing, so we need more details, more study. Again, I feel like there's no infrastructure in Post Mountain, and if you're gonna do the rezoning, it's gonna affect a lot. Do we actually get any kind of service up there, or is it just gonna left our alone like before? And we classify our zoning, but then we don't get any service. And I'm here to let you know that we need to get service up there.
วันเดนี่เราหมดตัวอ้อเก่าแล้วใช่อ้อตั้งแต่วันนี้ปู่เอ็มว่าช่วยกันจะเข้าตัวเกลือเป้เดี๋ยวตู้ตัวไฟฟ้าปูตัวเป้บางคนนอยเขาเป้สาวว่านุ่งนี่จะใช้วันนี้คนนี้เตยยัดหลอนหนูตัวเป้
Is the county able to provide us road condition update or improvement, electricity, water, and those just the necessity that we need to live as a community? Is it possible that you can do some of that for us while we're doing, we're conforming to the zone that you want? So I want to leave it at that.
อุลุบริษัทซื้อว่าชนตอนนี้ว่าคณะจะหลัก consideration ที่เขาสาใช้ในวัดตอนนี้จะตัวเป้เจ้าว่าใน postmodern community เนี่ยใช่ไหม
I thank you for your time. Allow me to speak and express my concern. I'm honored to be here today. Thank you.
Yeah, then kuya lingbi nyato we postmortem. Ochodo ne ja supervisor. So tu no ne tua molo meeting to pesha to engineer shede ne no ochodo ne shede.
Thank you for having us here today to talk to the board supervisor and the commissioner and all the county staff. Allow me to have this time. I'm honored to be in front of you, and I'm a resident up there, and I would like to talk, say something about myself up there, my own personal experience.
Yeah, better than no pay sato engineer shede yeah. So ya ne what pay sa te kan ne mo cha ke yang yang do pesha de ne no. It pay yo to tong kan son the GRC.
Again, I think that I'm here today to see that the policymaker make it fair to the residents of Post Mountain, and I like to see fairness. And I think that whatever decision you make, just so that we can thrive in a community that's viable, depend on our how we work, live, and play up there. And so you already know that. And I want AG. That's my personal preference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ochodo ne shede no no yo sheton to engineer shede no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, rong xuyên tàu nè, cú giờ tăng xiong tua bể post mortem tua.
I'm thankful to be here, and thank you for all for inviting me here. My name is Deng Xiong. I'm from Post Mountain.
Yeah, cú rong xuyên tiền nó tàu tua đó nên xí thả cho lu trong sala la, hay cho bể cho liệt cho tên nhớ bể trong bể.
I'm glad to be here, and you are talking about our way of life up there, cultivation, and how about the zoning up there. And I'm here to learn, but I want you to give us the time to understand.
Yeah, cú tua cái nó cú nên cho cái trái yo bảo lý cho là cái gì, thì si cú ni có nênว่าbù được bể cho bể sang nhớ bể trong sơ.
Okay, so I'm here today. Doesn't matter which direction you go, AG or AR, but my preference, AG. So I can cultivate and live in Post Mountain. Thank you.
giờ cú bảo thiết chia sẻ tiền nè cho nó cho chú yo bỏ bé cho bé sang cho cái cho nhẹ thia bé cho cái cứ nó cứ hậu thia bé tua ô li ô tế cháu cho lúc giờ họ một trường đó giờ California nó thia.
I just want to add another thing that I want you to see and feel our struggles, what we go through every day, Post Mountain. And we are a part of the community because we contribute. Without Post Mountain residents contribute to the local economy, it's dying. And we are here, we're to contribute, so help us, please.
Thank
Giờ
you.
cú cho luôn chi này sẽ là mua đi nó sư và thiết chia sẻ tiền này cho mình soạn chùa thia và trở lại bé cho bé sang cho cái xã thia. Và chào.
In addition to that, I want you to reconsider my personal experience and that you will consider and you take careful consider before you make a decision, whether AR or AG. But my preference is AG.
Thank you, sir, so much for being willing to translate.
I might call him back. He's doing a good job helping people. Catherine Sidman, Lewiston Road. I want to comment today on both the process and just the quality of the document that's been given to us. This is like a 1995 PDF that's not searchable. It doesn't have hyperlinks. It's not easy to navigate. The pagination is a disaster, and I don't understand that. And so I think just being able to dig into it is encumbered by not being able to click on something in the table of contents and go to that section or refer to a friend. Have you seen page 74? Well, it's not page 74, it's page 289 on the document, but it says 74 on the page. And it makes it so much more difficult. My concern and the concern that was expressed in front of me is that if you do what the county asks you to do, which is go to trinity2050.com, click on your parcel, see your current zoning, look at the proposed zoning. If you did that and you thought that your zoning wasn't going to change because it doesn't note that your zoning is changing, I was RR, I'm still RR, no change, I don't have to go to all these meetings. But you do though, because there is no comparison. No one has provided us with a table, a red line document, any sort of anything that says rural residential used to have this setback, this allowed use, this by right use, this discretionary use, this many animals. Now, rural residential has these things. So it's a de facto rezoning of our properties without notice, without being able to come before the Planning Commission. And if we follow the instructions that were given at all these community meetings, which is just go to 2050, and if nothing changed, you're good to go. No, you're not. An example of that is if you have a nursery license in ag preserve that was an allowed use, now it's not going to be allowed use. So somebody who has a nursery license would go, they would see their zoning was ag preserve, they would see their proposed zoning was ag preserve, and they would think, right on, I'm going to save 20 hours this week by not coming and sitting in these meetings. And they would be incorrect. Is it too much to ask for a simple table that says rural residential used to have these allowed uses, these setbacks, these restrictions? Now rural residential is like this. And then we could decide whether or not we want to come and say we don't want to be zoned that way. So this de facto change of our zoning without any notification. And when I ask, can you help us with a table? Is there a red line document? I hear that's way too hard for staff to do. Friends, if it's way too hard for staff to do, and if it's way too hard for our $2.5 million consultants to do, it's too hard for me to do, I guarantee it. And it's not fair. It's not fair that you're changing everything for everybody, but not telling us what you're changing and making us go and find it. I don't think it's just, I don't think it's fair. And I think the next time I see a PDF that I can't click on a subject heading or a table of contents or have the right page number and then get told at every meeting it costs $2.5 million and it's too big to fail, I think I'm gonna go nuts. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for both supervisor and commissioner. Let us speaking. My name is Chava Chang. I live in Portsmouth, address 71, Eulabola. I support Mr. Moore, just as said before, and Mr. Tsai. We need a time to consider for the board supervisor will decide changing the zoning. So I want you guys take the time, discuss first, no water, no city, no electricity. So we need a time. Thank you.
Afternoon, Madette Vanderweide Lewiston. I think this has to do with process and timeline. I submitted a longer written comment into the public record. So today I want to speak more broadly about a growing threat that may not yet be fully considered in this draft document. As a reminder, a general plan is not simply a zoning document. It's a declaration of what kind of future we are building here and who we are building it for. And as a reminder, that is the people of Trinity County and our future generations. We have to recognize that we are no longer planning only for Trinity County of today, which I think sometimes we get kind of lost in that loop. We have to start planning and looking and visioning for the emerging industries and technologies rapidly reshaping rural communities across this country right now. One of those concerns is the accelerating expansion of large-scale data centers and industrial telecommunications infrastructure. Across the nation, rural counties are increasingly being pressured into approving projects requiring enormous amounts of water, energy, land, and transmission capacity. Everything we are. Trinity County must proactively protect itself from extractive industrial uses that do not serve the long-term sustainability of this county. We are, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's 85% federally controlled land. That reality already limits our local flexibility and our stewardship capacity to our land. The land and resources we do have left, our water, forests, agriculture, potential, and rural character are not disposable assets to be handed casually to future industrial exploitation. I strongly encourage this body to consider zoning protections within Vision 2050 that prohibit or severely restrict future large-scale data centers and further industrial telecommunications expansion, unless it can be clearly demonstrated, which please, that such projects truly serve the people of Trinity County, because we've already found that they don't. We can opt out of cannabis around these parts. I think we need to start really turning our attention and our collaborative attention to keeping these big tech out of our land. Thank you.
Nhớ xong đến nó cũng giờ vay xong cũng nói hay tiền này giờ mua lúc trong bể bao cũng ít tuần này lâu rồi cũng nhớ tàu tàu xe cũng tôi nhớ là bể trong thọ còn này sẽ đời mua cho kiến gian chẳng đâu bể thế còn này cho đi cũ bể sẽ đời.
Hello, everyone. I'm an elderly woman. I've been a resident in Post Mountain for a long time, and I like being up there. I heard that there's going to be zoning change, and we can no longer do what we do, cultivation, and I want to keep doing what I enjoy, and I love the weather up there. So please keep us informed of any changes in the future. As resident up there, I need to know what's going on.
Cô trong xe hay tê giống này giờ cho tao kiến anh trang chẳng đâu bể sẽ đời thế thì cũng ôn này cho cũng mà lũ mua lên nó chứ
Here today, when I express some concern about my personal preference, I prefer AG over R, so I can cultivate, can live the way I want in a rural area, in the middle of nowhere, over Laison. And I'm here today to say that I'm concur with the rest of my group. Thank you.
Thank you.
nhớ xong thằng nó này sẽ đời ạ cô dây tôi tha sẽ ấy cái tới rồi cô giờ hở tụi chi thế hở này tao cũng mua lục mà hay.
I'm a former soldier back home, and I'm here to honor the flag and all you sitting right in front of me in your position, and I want to honor all you.
Thank you.
Okay, Columbe ya giờ lâu mò ya. Columbe nên thế nữa.
My name is Yer Lor Ma Yang.
Okay, cô giờ tới rồi này chỉ tao bỏ thì bé một chính trị đi cho đó America thì America một chính trị cho đó bé. Cô giờ ít tu tha sẽ nhớ đồ tới chấm lo.
Some of you don't even know about the Vietnam War conflict and men and women involved in that conflict. I'm one of the soldiers that's involved, impacted in my family, and I'm here to let you know that I'm such an honor to be here talking in front of you.
Thôi lúc sau mình chỉ đâu cô giờ hay cô khá tao đi mình mấy bữa đó này cái này thì bảo thế tao thì bé chồng mong nó giờ lần đi trả lần từ America.
Just give me a brief time to explain myself, who I am, and why I came about to Trinity County.
Thôi cũng mua có bao nhiêu sự cô giờ mua tha sẽ cứ mua thì mua tuổi nhá là.
At the age of 14, I was drafted to join the CIA, fighting against the communist regime.
Tại sao bây tôi nhớ đâu chỉ để phải nó chỉ là để bây giờ tôi có bây luôn nu, bây mua mắm mông kinh bây tôi tôi.
I'm not coming to Trinity County to be rich, but I'm coming to heal myself from my trauma when I was a soldier.
Cô khi đó này bảo thì cho rong đi cô tôi mới sao cho xong rồi, cho rong đi cô thì ít xe tôi muốn ta ta xin nó, họ cô bảo cái gì bây cho bây phá lăng, lời cho lúa tôi nói cho lời tốt qua về một nào nói một ba đời lần này lời chỉ là ta vào ta chế sự, cho tôi số nói cho bây tôi chỉ chơi sự.
There's not too many war veterans like myself left. I believe I can count like only a few thousands left. All the other are dead. Yeah. So I'm here to let you know that I'm here to help, to cultivate for myself, to help myself.
Cô giờ hay cô khá tao liền mình chỉ thọ nên một chuyện đấy mình chỉ cô giờ ít tu mình nhận sai ở cô mua thà sẽ cô tàu ba ít tu này nó American luôn về hoa thà đi giờ chỉ mua cô chỉ mua này cái ít tu tua nhà là tu là.
I was drafted as a teenage girl, 14 years old, and fight the war, and I helped one of the American fighters survive. And without me, he's dead. So I'm here to that's why I want to take some time to tell you about my personal story.
Bây giờ tới chờ lo mà bây giờ chọn những cái thọ bây giờ thà sẽ tới thọ mua đi nó nó bây giờ chỉ tao nói không mua đi vì thọ nên mà cũng chuẩn bị mà nó có cũng một khuyên dụ sao đó thà但是bây giờ đó是bây chỉ tao nhỉ cũng tôi ăn có thể chỉ sẽ để kia cũng mua thà.
All the girls and women supposed to cook for the soldiers, but don't get paid to do that. And then my uncle decided that why don't you want? Well, you're doing this already. Why don't you just join the force and be a soldier and get paid? So that's what I did.
Bây giờ thà sẽ bây ý lý nó bây giờ có tao chỉ là lá.
You know how much they get paid for? We get paid for being a soldier, $5 a month. $5, literally.
Ta xin nó quỷ cái nó những thông bông ta ya, có sạch tiền nó, ở sạch tiền nó, đồng khâu nó là ya. Bây giờ nó lúc một thằng xe gì, thằng nhà là tôi bây giờ bên cái cho chọn đồ gì, có thể một bông bao chuột thế cho của sạch tiền, nó nên thế là sau nó thế, ta sẽ có thể tiền khâu nó.
I am a survivor and a wounded warrior. And when you see my arm, it's not straight because I was born in the war.
Okay.
Let you know that.
Thank you so much for sharing, and I appreciate your valor. But we need to close your public time, and if in the future we can focus on the items that are being presented today. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. It's over.
She just say that she like to have postmon to be categorized or zoned as AG.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next person. Please make sure that we stick to our 3-minute time unless you need a translator.
People need interpreter.
Just one moment. It's 3 minutes, and if you need an interpreter, we increase it to 4. But we ask that you remain on topic for the items that have been presented, which are the timelines and the map for zoning. And also if we could conclude any external conversations that are happening in the audience.
Okay.
We have a lot of time to cover. Yes. Tommy?
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so that everyone knows to stick
Yes,
to the
I will.
topic of the timeline and the zoning map.
Ta shi na ya, lo lu zhong shi la ho na ya, hai zao zhong neng na. Jie ne zuo zao, jie ne zuo hai zao hao zhong neng, ne nie, a ji nie, ya wei li jie ne nie lin da, ne ya hao tu ne lun bei, zhen da shi ya, jie ne yong yi na zhe la. E zhe hao bei mo, bei na ti de shi la mu, ya ga ni tu neng cai lu ji mo pro la ti zi.
And also to keep the chatter down in the background, only speaking at the mic.
The background.
The conversations in the audience. No conversations in the audience. Thank you. So are you using as a translator?
Yes.
Okay, so you have 4 minutes on the topic of the timeline and the zoning map.
Yeah. I see my name is Moore. See, I like the, I can know. Yeah. Của nhà cái cho cái dân dân có sự đâu dân dân cái đâu hữu sư của chị nhà mua lo môn thôi của nhà lương tổ rồi rong sư của nhà ít nên mò nhớ xe của tôi nhớ về trong của tôi là cá xe của tôi chúng mò nên đó sư.
My name is Ma Moore. I'm a resident of Post Mountain. I just want to let you know that everything you do has to be justifiable and also fairness to the resident of Post Mountain. I have a lot of health issues and condition that when I come to the Post Mountain, I feel better about my overall well-being. So I'm here to help myself, like the other ladies, and I want us to classify the zoning as AG.
Cô Haley nói sẽ chị thầu của tôi vô đã nó là của tôi vô khó nó là của những giờ của những khi lợi thì cũng mò của cho của họ.
Okay. So, in addition, I'm in Post Mountain. I cultivate for myself.
If we could please stop conversations in the back. It's hard to hear the speakers. Thank you.
I'm here to let you know that I have a lot of health issues. I'm here to cultivate for personal use.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Rong xe hợp ra cho nó cho chứ cú xã thì có mua bé cho và nhau sau khi mua thành cho NG culture và rong lên nó sư. Thank you.
It's an honor and privilege to be here today. I'm a resident of Post Mountain, and my name is Mai Yang. I'm here because I feel like the other folks are come from me. I want Post Mountain to be classified as AG. Thank you.
Hello, Adrian.
Good evening, everybody. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Oftentimes I'm speaking for the Trinity County Agriculture Alliance and the licensed cannabis community. We develop a lot of comments through our consensus, through meetings, through years and years and years of study of all the ordinances and actually approaching 7 years of advocacy under the aegis of TCAA. But I also am here today, and specific to this topic, representing a number of people in the Hayfork community who are relying on me to be here to deliver these comments. So in this case, that's what I'm speaking from. Wanted to note that along with the RR2 and the RR5 and the unclassified, the village zone was also eliminated. And that was a lot of high and palm, and that with the elimination of the RR2 and the RR5 and then rezones to RR for a lot of these parcels, many of these parcels are 40 acres, 100 acres, 300 acres are now all on the map being classified as RR. And there's a tremendous sense of fear in the communities. That also, I would also include Hayfork in this comment section, that people who are seeing subdivision possibilities that make them very uncomfortable. Many people are questioning why the removal of the 2.5 and the 5 acre definitions or designations or whatever in the RR zone and the elimination of all the cannabis uses associated with, that are now only associated with RR10. A lot of those ancillary license types, and I know that's a use thing, so I'll try and stay away from that. But this was specific to how these zones are being proposed. And then there's like, reaching back to the community element, there's a significant question as to how that happened. It certainly didn't come from community meetings, didn't come from recommendations from the Planning Commission to massively increase the opportunity for subdivisions in the county. I realize there's other factors at play for a subdivision to be successful, and I've certainly seen ones in High and Palm drag on for approaching 7 years. So not to say the threat is immediate, but it is a concern. It's a long-term concern, and this is a long-term document. So I think that the designations of RR and RR10 should be contemplated and possibly reinstill the 2.5 and the 0.5, because that would significantly reduce the potential for subdivisions in these areas, especially on the smaller parcels. I mean, Post Mountain is, a lot of parcels are in the 2 acre neighborhood. So potentiate the opportunity for subdivisions on Post Mountain in a significant way. Also, it appears that C1 use will no longer include any sort of residential component, and being that a significant portion of Hayfork is C1 and already includes residences, there are people who would like to see mixed use in Hayfork. That was brought up at the Hayfork community meeting. It was asked for at that meeting, and it did not make its way into the document, and mixed use would be a great resolution versus creating even more non-conforming parcels. Oh, wow, that ran out quick.
Well, there will be more time to speak to those specific line items as we
Right.
enter into those sections.
Right, I know, it's
So
hard to say, it's very difficult to.
It is,
to
it's
use and,
difficult to stick to the topic at hand, which is the timeline and the introduction of the zoning map.
Lisa Wright Lewiston, Chair, Supervisors, Commissioners, staff. I wanted to speak a bit to the timeline and the process. So while I understand this is a study session and not a final adoption, this is not merely formatting or organizational cleanup that we're seeing. There are substantive, substantial land use policy choices that have been made, but we don't know by whom. There's no change log that says we decided that we're going to put this in. A lot of it I don't recall coming before the Planning Commission. Still this big question about why the recommendations from the Planning Commission aren't clearly denoted in this particular draft. It makes it very difficult. But I want to know who is given that discretion to make these broad, sweeping, substantial land use choices without it coming through the proper channels. There's also a concern about the draft EIR not being released yet. Any direction given this workshop must be clearly characterized as preliminary, non-binding, and subject to revision after the environmental review is available. What we don't want to see is that the environmental review is tailored to fit what was decided previously. It should be the other way around. The environmental review should inform those final choices. So it's a little bit concerning that we're having all of this now. I think it would have been more appropriate to wait till the draft EIR came out, and then we can specifically talk about what are the appropriate zones based on land use considerations and the potential for a significant environmental impact, because we don't have that in front of us now. Instead, people are like guessing who changed this and who had the authority to. Nobody knows. Maybe you could ask those questions. I think it would really benefit the public at large, because those are big questions that we all have right now. I would also like to echo Mr. Trujillo's comments as well, because I think it's super important that we slow this down and we allow for public participation at this point. Yeah, you had years of it moving forward, but we didn't know what you were going to do with the draft zoning code. And now we see it, and we're being very limited in the time that's being allowed for us to comment and to consider it. So I think it needs to be slowed down and more consideration given to the public's view. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Board Director 1, Board Director, CD, Manager 1 to 5 in membership here. My name is Joshua, last name is Vang. I really appreciate what today come to meeting you today. I heard the news, good news today. all people here, we concerned about you have to plan to change anything for the district and the area puzzle in there. But the have to be reintroduced a little bit about that. People in the post-mountain in there, I think the area, I want the first guy in there. I thought that property, I heard the news, you right to change like or ANG, anything. I think that people, we had a different language. So we had to do something like follow the rule, the law, but I thought the education we don't have. We don't know what does the AG mean or mean. So we don't know how to follow by your rule, your law like that. So we have to weigh about the what happened and how about it look like. That the question and the people we concerned about that. And the last thing I would like to show you, because the post-mountain area, there's a different area. Before I was living in that property, the area, daytime we discussing by mouth. But the nighttime we discussing the people in there. They discussing by rifle and AK. So we have to change until 2020. That property will be changed to be a quick. We discussing nighttime, daytime be by mouth. So the problem means we have to slowly, well, that way will be changed. I need the commissioner and district manager have to help us to check the area, review about any property in there. Can we do in it? Can we follow your rule, your law? We have to follow, but if we not the people to higher education, we cannot do direction like you're in the city here come to let anybody have to receive your training today, tomorrow I can do like you want me to do. We cannot do that because of low education. We have to learn how to training, how about your plan to do it. Thank you so much. Nice to meet all you today. First time to see you. I think we will be help each other and follow and build each other together. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are Na Cha.
My name is Na Cha.
Của thọ hỏi này cho nó chứ.
I'd like to honor all you sitting in front of me, all the boards and directors and commissioners here.
Của yo itu nhỏ ta hà xa chỗ cho xa đầu trí nhỏ chỉ tàu của thế tôi lúc đấy chứ nó.
I'm a soldier back in my country from 70 to 75.
Mua xa chỗ xong.
Now I'm 70 years old.
Xong ốp hà nó chứ mình cả thế mua xa xa đâu của.
I got my citizenship in the 2000, the year 2000.
Ốp hà có trâu của tôi nhỏ, sở trong của tôi yếu tế, sở của nhỏ.
2016, I bought property up in Post Mountain and became a resident.
Nếu mà bảo lên nó thì của cứ chỉ tao nó của cứ tua thôi.
You change the zoning and I cannot grow. I invest all my money into the land. I'll probably just might as well just die.
Họ còn nếu mà bảo NG của thế cứ tao nó yêu của tao xin thằng này nhỏ phải dùng gì.
Please allow us and hear us that I like for you to consider AG so I can cultivate and grow and stay up there and be sustainable so I can stay with you a few more years.
Họ cho.
Thank you so much.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Board and Commission.
Good evening,
Tom
sir.
Belenko, Douglas City.
Where's the fancy suit that we had this morning?
That came to put that on. I just wanted to echo some of the comments as regards the timeline. I do appreciate the magnitude and the scale of the work that we're undertaking. And I appreciate what we're seeing here. It reminds me of the book Shogun, which I don't know if anybody's read it, but I hope you did. It's an amazing book. Spends pages upon pages detailing a cup of tea. And then in the last 2 paragraphs wraps up like 12 years in a look back. It just seems like James Clavell got tired of writing and just figured he'd wrap it up real quick. So I don't want to see that happen here. We are getting into the real meat of this project. It is important to have deadlines, absolutely. But I don't want the deadlines to control. I think it's more important in this instance that we do the best we can versus we come in on time. I know time is money. I personally have $9,000 in on this effort. I know a lot of other licensees here can quantify how much dollars they put in, but I know it's expensive. I know it's time consuming. I really think we have put in this effort. Let's make sure it's something that really works for us so that we don't have to go back into it again and again and again. The same thing as Mr. Groves mentioned about the EIR, where that fits in the process too. I know there's a lot of moving parts here. I appreciate that. I don't want us to be locked into this timeline if we can avoid it. And also, lastly, Tommy's doing a great job translating. I know we always need translators over at the courthouse. That there are Zoom translators too for when we know we might have a substantial population that needs translation. Maybe we can have it so we don't have to work Tommy too hard. Thank you.
Hi, Rhoda Kane, East Fork, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. I'm going to start with my agreements. I agree that I'd like to see data centers get considered, like for not having them. I also agree with Mr. Groves and Lisa Wright about the concerns with the timing and the order of the EIR. Also, a major question I'm having is who gets the emails that are sent to the Trinity 2050 at Trinity County email address? Because it feels like the consultants aren't getting those. Are we sending it to the wrong email address? Okay. Anyway.
Just one moment. We'll speak to that briefly. Would you like to answer that question, Drew, real quickly? Or Mentor Harnish? The email address.
Sure. There is an email address that the county set up. I believe that is the Trinity 2050 email. That goes to county staff as well as the consultant team. Comments that are submitted on Trinity 2050 also goes to the consultant team and county staff. So comments on the website goes directly to our inbox as well. We catalog all of those comments and then we provide those comments to county staff. But it's a joint effort that all of those are collected.
Time I sent in comments, it was like 13 pages and the website allows for like 1,000 characters. So I just want to make sure there's a way to actually send an email to the consultants.
Maybe we can speak to that in greater length when we open up for discussion. But I just wanted to make sure you had the right email and that was,
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
You're good.
Okay. It does seem like I also, I think maybe some other people sort of touched on this, but yeah, if you're changing the rules for a zone, you're changing people's zoning without notifying them. Also, my question is, are we going to have a choice on what our property that we own and purchase based on our current property rights? Are we going to have a choice as to what we get to do with our property from there on out? You know, we purchased it, it was an investment, it came with property rights, and now we're at risk of them just changing. One of the reasons is like the whole of Coffee Creek is village designation. Well, Coffee Creek doesn't even have a community plan. They've been pretty much excluded from this whole process, and you're going to rezone an entire community that doesn't even have a community plan. state zoning code requires that reasons for decisions be factual and publicly available. They need to have findings and fact. They need to show their work. If there are comments like it doesn't fit with community character, we need to show in what way, and we need to prevent evidence of the study that was done. And so I'm just hoping we can make sure all that starts to get incorporated into the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timeline, I understand in a way the push and the need for deadlines. I know myself personally, I don't do anything and I don't have a deadline. I would say in that if you're going to work under a deadline that's self-imposed, then the board and the planning commission have to be prepared to take on the extra load, because a self-imposed deadline is not an excuse for a poorly crafted general plan and zoning code. That it would be unacceptable just to get it done by a certain date to have a poor final product. So if you're going to impose a deadline on yourself, then the planning commission has to be prepared to do 4 meetings a month if that's what's required. The board has to be prepared to do special meetings if that's what is required. If you're going to do this to yourself, you have to do the extra work. In regards to the map, a couple of more issues that are, these aren't properties I own, these are just properties that I see. There are 2 cemeteries in Hettenshaw, actually 3, but 2 that are actually in use, that are proposed to be zoned. 1 ag forest, which is a ridiculous zoning on a 2.6 acre parcel, and 1 ag, which is an existing use, but there is a cemetery there. Those need to be captured because these are historical uses that you can't put the burden on the people who are dead there to rezone their property. And the Journey's End Resort is proposed to be zoned RR. In all of Southern Trinity, the proposed map, there's nowhere for growth. And the places that are already existing have been zoned RR or ag forest. And so any area, I mean, we have Journey's End Resort is a bar, restaurant, store, hotel, zoned rural residential. And it's an existing use that's been there for forever. The Flying AA Ranch, bar, restaurant, resort, next to an airport, zoned RR. These are the things that need to be caught. They need to be fixed. And you can play by your timeline, but you have to do it correctly.
Hello again. I just want to state that I concur with everything that everybody has said here today. We do need more time to consider.
Thank you. We're only allowed 1 public comment per
Forgive me.
session. Thank you. Are we complete with public comment in the room? Seeing completion in the room, we'll now move to online.
Trinity Alps Canicraft.
Hello, board, commission, staff. This is Matthew Jefferson, Coffee Creek Training Center, owner of Trinity Alps Canicraft. Very much concur with what Mr. Frazier and Mr. Groves said, and Ms. Wright, and everything that Rhoda said. Seems very confusing, probably illegal if you're going to do your CEQA document before the draft document's even done. That seems a little strange. So I guess I would just want to comment that we should really be trying to follow proper procedures and make things legal. There's obviously a lot of noticing procedures that are being violated. There's CEQA procedures that are being violated. As to the zoning, things like that, I've made multiple requests. I know lots of people that have made requests to have their parcels zoned ag, all being ignored. And then you have strange, like 1 acre parcels being turned into ag that people don't want turned into ag. In short, it's like this draft shows pretty clearly that all of the planning commissioners and all of the residents, every single one of those planning commissioners up there right now, all of their comments have been ignored. Well, that's very confusing. All of the comments of all of the public have been ignored. That's very confusing. The staff comes up here, or Mentor Harnish comes up and says, oh, we're going to hear all your comments. We're going to listen to them. We're going to include them. It doesn't really matter how many times you guys all continue to say that. It doesn't make it true. And when you lie to people, you're taking people's freedom to choose. So let's do this legal. Let's do this honest. Let's put everything up front and let's follow what all of these other people are saying. This needs to be transparent. If you're making this decision, why are you making it? It doesn't align with anything anybody said at the community plan meetings, but you're doing it anyways. So hopefully you guys can show us something to give us some kind of good faith that like you're actually going to listen to the residents, the business owners, and our planning commissioners. I mean, like, I'm just going to take one thing. You're sitting here saying we've been doing this for 6 years. And then you said it started in the middle of 2021. So that's 5 years. So you guys aren't like even looking at anything you're doing. So let's try to do this legal so someone doesn't challenge you in court. Thank you.
Ben?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, PC, and staff. Ben Kellogg, Weaverville. Thank you to everyone who's been involved in this process. But I'm very concerned with not only the process of how we got to this point, but what's in the draft itself. The changes to things such as zoning is concerning. We're a rural county with rural values. We want and deserve to continue to have the right that we have now and into the future. We do not want to have to go to the county for approval to do things with our land that we have done for decades. Our general plan and outline documents should hold these values. Most things that citizens want to do with their land should be by right, not conditional use permits, director or use permits, or temporary use permits. Having so many uses where a DUP or a CUP is required will only create a bottleneck at the top. The planning department is notoriously overburdened due to understaffing compared to its workload. This will only skyrocket exponentially with it all pooling at the top of the department with the director. We need a streamlined government, and with this process, we are getting more bureaucracy and red tape in the zoning process. This is beyond aligning zoning with health, safety, environmental, local, state, and federal laws. This process is transformative for this county. What's also concerning is the fact that the Planning Commission recommendations in whole are not in this current draft based on almost 30 hours of meeting over multiple days. What's with that? Just saying these comments will go in for August is not acceptable and shows there is something off with the planning of this project. Why have a planning commission if you're not going to listen to their concerns throughout the process, particularly in zoning or just inserting things without it going to the PC? A consulting agency based in the Valley and a few county staff are driving this process. It appears some things aren't even getting to the Planning Commission for approval and going right into the draft. This will affect our kids, grandkids, and great-grandchildren. I urge you to take this more seriously in following the process and all the transparency it requires. I urge the consultants and the county stakeholders to do whatever it takes to put everything into the next draft update, leaving no stone unturned, and to show and assure residents they are being heard. If the county is hell-bent on jamming this through this year, even with all the issues that have been presented by your constituents, as the chairwoman has stated, it can be changed several times a year, and I urge the next board to take a hard look at making updates if this board will not. The board and staff always say we've spent too much money on this process. Just keep in mind you will spend much more on the back end if you had just done it correctly on the front end. Deadlines are important, but realistic ones are more critical. Thank you.
I would like to remind future commenters to please stick with timeline and the topic of the zoning map.
Steve?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Hello, Steve.
all right. My understanding is this. Hi, Heidi. My understanding this was also about process,
Yes,
not just the
process.
maps. Okay, great. So my comments on the process is I don't feel like this has been a very transparent process so far. You know, maybe it's not the fault of those sitting there now, but there is a big lack of trust. And I would hope that the consultants and the county staff and the elected folks would work hard to show us that you are worthy of trust. And part of that is, like Ms. Wright was saying, that we need to be able to track changes. How are these changes made, by whom, and when? It's really hard to track this process. For instance, there was a February draft that we did a whole bunch of work on. We did workshops, went through it line by line, lots of comments, lots of work. There were votes taken by the Planning Commission, hard votes that were discussed and negotiated and compromised. And now we have this April draft that doesn't reflect that. It really feels like you wasted my time. You wasted the time of the volunteer Planning Commission, who really put their heart and their mind. So I'm sure they did a lot of homework. I know a lot of us did a lot of homework. It just seems pointless. And I feel really disrespected by that process. On that transparency, you know, there've been a lot of public comments made through the website, through various other means. Where are those comments? I believe they are public information and we need to be able to see them. Obviously, you can redact who they were, but you said that they are already cataloged. So it seems like it's going to be pretty easy to release those to the public so we can see those comments. When can we expect to see these comments? I would like an answer from that after when the consultants get a chance to speak. The third part of the transparency is the money. I keep hearing rumors of money running out. That might be why we're trying to rush this. I have personally paid over $8,000 towards this general plan update. I've never heard of another business anywhere in my life that has to pay for a general plan update. Not the mill, not piano lessons, not the convenience store. Are there any other businesses that have paid into the general plan update, or is it just the cultivators? Where is the money? When can we expect to see some kind of accounting update? And I would like to see regular accounting updates, whether that's, it doesn't have to be super detailed, but at least some like top line numbers. Here's where we're at. Here's what's been spent. Here's what's in the budget left, so that we can all work together in understanding where this process needs to go. Build some trust, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikki?
Hi Supervisors, Commissioners. This is Nikki. I'm in Kenton Palm Xenia area. The general plan is often described as the county's constitution of land use. Once adopted, future zoning decisions, permitting standards, subdivision approvals, and development regulations must be consistent with it. Residents are being asked to support a framework without fully seeing how future regulations may affect private property or land use. I respectfully ask the board to extend the review timeline, provide additional public outreach, and complete the zoning analysis before final adoption. If this cannot slow down, I would like to see more planning commissioners study session on zoning codes, and I would like the P returned back to permitted by rights. This code deserves the process that is careful, transparent, and worthy of long-term impact this plan will have. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with many of the comments that we've heard. And Yeah, I think, it's worth the time to get it right. And that the original scoping of this thing the county did really invest in, and Mintier Harnage did really invest in, doesn't seem to be reflected in this current draft. And I think this workshop would benefit greatly and earn a lot of trust by reviewing the comments generated during that scoping period, perhaps ranking them by number of similar comments received at that time, and that be part of the guiding principle of this thing, and back up and make sure that we're reflecting each of these public processes along the way in each draft. The drafts that the Planning Commission worked through weren't accurate at that time. Staff was going to update the working draft after the first meeting when when it became clear that that it was not accurate. But the following meetings did not include an accurate working draft for the Planning Commission meetings, and now the results of the Planning Commission meetings are to be seen in the current draft. So I think we need to take a half step back here and look at the original priorities that the community did engage on, and make sure that those are the priorities moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who had public comment. We will now open our time for our planning commissioners to ask questions and have exchange with our planning team. And if you have anything just straight out of the chute that you think is a quick answer to some of the questions that was brought up by any of the public comments, you are welcome to, if they're just quick, short ones, and then we'll have the planning commission open up their discussion. Or would you prefer to hear
I can address one in particular that was
Okay.
brought up, and this had to do with the EIR.
Okay.
An EIR examines a public review draft. There was a public review draft of the general plan that went out last year. The EIR is reviewing that for the impacts that could arise from the land use decisions or policy decisions that are preliminary set forth within that. There is a public review draft zoning code that has gone out, and that is that's capturing all the public comment that's come in for this study session. And EIR evaluates that public review draft. So the EIR in its current form and where it stands within the process is a normal process to have the EIR there. If there is substantial change that comes out of these revisions or changes, it may require the EIR to make modifications. But at least in the way that the process works for CEQA and the California Environmental Quality Act, this is how that process works. Statewide, jurisdiction, county, city, town, doesn't matter. So I just want to just dispel that from the EIR perspective. So the order it's going in right now is the order that general plan, zoning codes, and other similar planning docs follow.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, one moment, I just want to make sure that as we enter into our time of communicating on this topic, that we remember it's the topic that has been presented already. I know we've been studying this stuff for days and we have stuff stacked up ready for the next item, but just focus on these primary, the presentation that has proceeded so far. Yes, Commissioner Fall.
So I just wanted to say, so the Planning Commission did spend a lot of time reviewing the draft. And, I made pages and pages of notes as we went through. And for the most part, those notes were incorporated into the draft that was presented. I just wanted to let people know that. The main exceptions were the 2.5 and 5 acre RR zones that we had recommended that didn't seem to get incorporated. There were definitions that we asked to have added, that those definitions were presented in the draft review, the review draft, and I think they need to be tweaked. And since then, we've had community meetings, so I think we are going to have additional comments. But I just wanted to let the public know that for the most part, all my notes, all my pages, were actually incorporated as much as I could see in that draft. They weren't ignored.
Okay, thank you for that. We will move into an opportunity from the Planning Commission to ask questions on the two items that were presented, procedure, timeline, and map. Commissioner McIntosh? No. Keep talking. Talk and let Susie have a minute here. Or pass the mic. That's a good idea too.
Okay.
There you
Oh,
go.
there it is.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Yeah, I've noticed just looking at the maps and the proposed zoning changes within the maps that there's some inconsistencies with the proposed zoning, right? So in High and Palm, there is RR zones or RR 40 minimum, and they are proposed to just go to rural residential, just RR, not RR 10. I'm noticing that in Junction City and Hayfork as well. Pretty much every community that I've looked at that had larger parcels, 10 acres and more, for the most part, I saw that they were rezoned to RR. So that would provide some concern from the community. And so, I mean, I know it's a draft, but I mean, how specific have you all been, how's the consultants been on those proposed zoning changes?
So the first step is to look at the general plan. So the land use designations that were called out within the general plan last year and were advanced by the Planning Commission and the board to be studied in the EIR. Our first thing is to look at those general plan land use designations and find a corresponding consistent zoning designation to align with it. So our first task was working with county staff to evaluate all parcels to where there is an inconsistency within the general plan and to try to best align a zoning district with it. Now, I will say best align. This is our first crack at trying to find a consistent zone that doesn't create any more non-conforming issues that may already be there. So this is our first crack at it. We expect public comment to come in and suggestions for modifications. So if there are items, and I've been tracking them, as was noted by the public today, there's a lot of feedback that came in, a lot of APNs, a lot of parcels. We're tracking all of that. County staff is tracking it. We're making a list to revisit that to where we can make modifications to possibly another zone that also implements the general plan. What we can't do is add a zoning district that is inconsistent with the general plan that moves forward. That's state law requirement. And when a project or an applicant or a property owner submits an application and it goes before the Planning Commission, part of the Planning Commission's role is to find consistency with the general plan. So if we're applying zoning designations that don't align, for example, if you go ag and then you have a commercial zone, those two are inconsistent. So what we're looking to do is make that consistency right off the bat. There may be lived experiences, uses on the property that us as the consultancy might not be fully aware of. There are 16,000 properties within this county. So any public feedback that comes in, we'll evaluate that and make the recommendations and changes that'll make its way back to the Planning Commission and the board. But we have done due diligence as part of that. And this is something that we've been corresponding with county staff on to make verification through this process, not only looking at land use assessor maps, but also doing visuals and drive-bys in some cases when we're up here. And if we can't, staff's been doing the same. And that's been taking place over the last 2 years.
So to recap, the proposed zones are, to the best of your knowledge and ability, what you present at this point, because there's, and so is it up to the individual property owners to make sure that the proposed zone is in alignment with the general plan? For instance, the RR and RR10, those, a 40 acre or an 80 acre RR10 being proposed to be RR is problematic.
So I can speak to the RR versus RR10 a little bit. as you know, Mentor Harnish and staff were working through, and really it was a scramble at the very tail end of releasing this, where there's been so much confusion in terms of what's a general plan, land use designation, and what will the future zoning be. And so our attempt to just bring forward more detail was to put together, you know, our draft zoning map. And so I think that one of the things that's happened specific to your question, as far as, you know, a 40-acre RR parcel that is if you look in the attribute tables on Parcel Viewer now, you see it designated as RR. That's
Proposed designated, yeah.
right. That is simply a function of that rural residential zone not having been fully refined in those attribute tables. So it's just reflected as RR, not the specific zone that would be applied based on the parcel size.
So that it will continue to be refined across all RR zones and such.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right on. And is this the time to discuss RR 2.5 and RR 5 with regards to the removal of particular zones from the general plan, or will that be later?
Part 2.
That'll be in part 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Including the removal of village designation. Okay. Let's see. Somebody else while I'm collecting my thoughts.
So what's the process for someone who sees that their zoning is wrong on the proposed map, as far as getting a hold of you, getting a hold of commissioners? How do you do that? Because for instance, the Six Rivers Lodge in Mad River is a hotel, and its proposed zone is ag forest. There's a ton of that I found in there looking through different stuff. So what's the process for people to fix this, or is it my job to look for them, or are you guys going to go over that extensively, or?
So part of it is we are going to be re-examining these again after this meeting. Public comment has already come in, and I've responded to some of the public comment that have listed particular parcels, APNs, and addresses, and we're going back to those as well. Some of the public comment today we've already started to look in because the comments have been received over the last 2 to 3 weeks. So if the public feels that there's an inconsistency, and what I would recommend is emailing the Trinity 2050 website, or doing the email. It does go to county staff. It does go to our inbox. We are tracking all of those. But what we're doing for consolidation and efficiency purposes is to collect all of that at once and then reevaluate all of that. We will also make that list transparent as it is right now online in the mapping and in the PDF. So all of that will get updated again once we go through and make another pass at those. But if there are specific parcels, email them to county staff. They do make their way to our desk.
What's the timeline? I have a large amount of them already to submit. How much more time do I have to submit a large amount of parcels that are wrong?
Talk with the CEO on a specific timeline. Part of this process, if you remember in the schedule that we had posted in the PowerPoint, is there's going to be a revised public review draft that's planned to go to Planning Commission this coming August. And so what we're going to do over the next few weeks or next month approximately is work in the edits that come out of public comment, commission feedback, board feedback into a revised draft. Now, as Michael had mentioned, the rezoning effort in the map, that's an iterative process that's going to make its way into 2027, but we're starting to make those adjustments now to reflect the code that right now is scheduled for adoption at the end of the year. So I would say with right now, continue to send them in. I can get a concrete date out, and we'll put out a notification or e-blast system, and I'll work with the CAO on that language.
Yeah,
Or can we have discussion?
questions for clarity and discussions.
Discussion or just questions?
Questions, discussion on the 2 items that we have reviewed so far, which is timeline and the introduction of the zoning map.
Okay. So a little bit of discussion is, we've heard a lot about lack of transparency and red line documents and those kinds of things. I do want to make it clear that it was very much discussed at the Planning Commission, and it was recommended by us, and I think I made the recommendation, so I'll own that a clean document was going to be provided to the public as a professional looking document. So just wanted to communicate that clearly, that it was no intent to lead astray or anything. We were trying to provide a professional looking document. Additionally, listening to the issues in the parcels, I think it would behoove another study session with the Planning Commission, specifically about the zones and what makes sense, and working with us as we know the areas, rather than just it going through the consultants again and going for a public review just once. I think that we know our communities very well and know what makes sense and doesn't make sense, and double checking some of the written comments that have already been submitted, and having those conversations. Additionally, I think that review would provide just an additional period for the public to come and comment as well when we're having those discussions. And so I would like to ask for that. And I do support us working to get this moving forward and finding something that works for the county. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you clarify when you said a review? We've talked about reviews that are already planned, built in. Were you asking for some different review that I didn't catch?
I was asking for an additional one, yeah, specifically to the map. So the Planning Commission had asked multiple times to understand geographically as to what the proposed changes we were making, what their effect and what the zones are changing. So we had made changes within our tables, within our discussions of we're going to now allow this in RR. We're going to move it from a conditional use permit to a director's use permit. We never really understood the area that was going to reflect and have impacts on. So I really would like us to have that larger conversation and opportunity, even though we asked for maps and asked for some of these things. And our answer was timeline. It couldn't get to us before we needed to get to the next marker.
Thanks for clarifying.
And so, yeah, just asking specifically associated with the maps, associated with the rezones and the community decisions that we're making, that blocks of land, blocks of neighborhoods are being rezoned one way or another, and having that conversation at a planning commission level to help advise where these zones should be going. The rezone, sorry, thank you.
To reiterate what Commissioner Flights is saying, the parcel map that is on the website has the kind of general plan overlay. And so you can kind of look at that parcel map and see, well, okay, this is ag and this is residential, but actually delving into what that map is, we haven't had time to do that. And I will also add that the Planning Commission, particularly Commissioner Harper, who comes the furthest, has offered to come as many times as we need to get all this done. So we're glad to do that.
Yeah, and with an addition to just more clarity on the maps, and also adding, I heard from the public, and I've also had challenges, as we all, of just like the changes in rural residential from the general plan that's been existing for the last 50 years, and then and what is proposed, and how large are those changes, and what is, being able to have a comparison of what it has been and what it is proposed to be, so we can have an understanding of how big of changes it is. Maybe it's not a change at all. Maybe it's a small change, but if it's a substantial change that people have been living a particular way and making assumptions to business, not just assumptions, but acts of types of business and such, we need to be able to making it as straightforward as possible to be able to decipher those changes. Because as it is right now, it's really challenging, and it feels like it's just a completely new document, but we need to take into consideration what has been for the last 50 years as well. So I'd like to see that if possible.
Any further questions or comments from the commission? You are complete?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? And you can speak to your concurrence or your agreement with what the commission has stated, or you can add new. Supervisor Bromfield?
Sure. I concur with many of the statements out here in the audience and on the commission about timeline and about getting this right. So, and there are many unclassified, many zones that were unclassified that were in very rural areas. And I think that's a very misunderstood area of Trinity County about what our uses were and what our uses should be. I think we need more time. Study session, another study session would be wonderful. We have to get this right. And everybody has to be able to do, you know, property rights are extremely important. I'd say.
One moment.
Yeah.
Do you have a question?
Clarify, when you say another study session, so the one that they're referring to?
Yes.
And are you suggesting for them or for both of us?
Well, I'm saying for the commission first, actually, both of us would be good. I would think it would be good to roundtable this thing until we get it really nailed down. The commission's good. I mean, one at a time might be good, just so that smaller groups, you guys can, you know, really converse on things. And then, you know, and then we can talk about it again. Yeah, I think that's probably better. I think separate would be better. That way there's not so much. But yeah, Amelia did a good job on.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Supervisor Cox, do you have any comments or questions?
Well, I have a concern, and that would be I felt disheartened to hear. I mean, we didn't, I maybe saw 20 folks come from Post Mountain. I didn't hear 20 people necessarily speak, but I did continually hear the phrase, I heard that. I heard that I'm not going to be able to cultivate cannabis on my property anymore. And I don't think that's anyone's intent. I would be concerned, how did they hear that and become so very worried about it? If anyone could enlighten me, that'd be great.
Well, I can start. So originally, about 2.5 years ago in the process, cannabis cultivation was going to be a prohibited use in RR. And so there was a push about 2.5 years ago to have cannabis cultivation be in an ag designation. And so there was that Post Mountain was going to be in a ag designation at that time. Through further discussions with the board and the commission, that was removed, and RR cultivation would continue as it is now. During our Post Mountain community workshops, we had 3 of them. We had shown mapping to explain the RR that as is would still be permissible, would still continue with the uses allowed on the property. And so I think that there is some lingering confusion from that time period about 2.5 years ago between the ag and the RR and the switch back and forth. So I think that's where it's arising from. The properties now, RR makes sense. There's rural residential on the properties. RR still allows forms of agriculture, which makes sense in Post Mountain, and the size of the parcels reflect the RR designation. So that's where I think, Supervisor Cox, that's where I think that confusion is coming in from. There were some changes from what would be allowed within certain land use designations throughout this project.
Okay, I appreciate that. And can you envision a way by which perhaps a table here, something to consolidate the individual who said, I don't have enough understanding of this language to make sense out of what is being presented. Can we provide something that is a consolidated, perhaps a table or a chart or something that maybe even gets translated into Hmong, that they can have and understand? I want to see tensions relieved and feel like that would really thrust us forward.
So I think similar to what we heard today, over the last few weeks, you know, various community members have come into the office with the same concern and series of questions. So I've done my best, and staff has done their best, you know, kind of one-off to address those comments and questions and concerns. Today it was proposed that it might be beneficial to have a community workshop up there where there could be a translator in attendance and we could actually go through in a consolidated fashion and, you know, just clarify that that they're concerned that they won't be able to cultivate there because it's going to be RR is not accurate. So if the supervisors, for that district, want to make that happen, I myself am very supportive of that and would be happy to attend to try and just clarify that further. But I agree that something that's translated into Hmong as a consolidated, hey, this is what's happening, and try to address those concerns would also be of benefit.
So I appreciate the offer to spend the time and do that and be there with people. I have a couple concerns, and some of that just gets maybe lost in everybody's got a different learning style. And so I learn when I see things. Not everybody is that way, but not everybody also learns just by hearing something. And so my concern is that you're going to spend a lot of time to sit in a room with maybe not everyone can be in attendance, and it won't mitigate the entirety of the unrest that exists. So I'm not saying I think you shouldn't go or you shouldn't engage or so forth. But I think if you could combine that with something that was also in print that could then be distributed and from individual to individual could continue to be communicated, I would think that'd be a good idea.
Thank you. Supervisor Gogan, comments, questions?
Yeah, so I spoke about this subject at my town hall on Thursday and then again on Saturday at the Hmong American celebration at the park in Hayfork. And there must be something lost in translation because I made it very clear that cultivation would continue as it is in Post Mountain, although I'm not the supervisor there, as it is now. And I did see many of the people that I spoke to came up and spoke today, and they were confused about that situation, and I probably could not have made it any clearer on Saturday. That things would stay the same. People that have licenses will keep licenses. Ones that look for licenses will get them if they apply correctly. I don't know how that turned into not being clear enough, but apparently it did. So I don't know how to recommend or how to change that, but Adrian was there. I don't think I could have made that any more abundantly clear that that's what's happening.
May I make?
So I don't know how to work around that obstacle. I couldn't have said it any clearer.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that?
Please.
Okay. Okay, so I think that I think we should do a comparison document for them on what ag does, what rural residential does, what they used to be able to do, what they can do now. I think that would be really good. And I don't think that the Hmong community knows what they can do on ag. Like if they're wanting to switch to ag, but what would that mean for them? Like what would that mean for them? Because they're going to, is there a minimum of 10 acres? If there is, then that's the problem right there with ag. That's the problem with ag. If they don't understand that, we need to, I would love, and I think we should do as many, meetings with the Hmong people as we can to clarify and to make sure that that's what they understand and what they know and what they want. Because, I think we're getting lost in translation here a little bit.
Thank you. Supervisor Weiler, do you have any questions or comments?
Only 18.
Okay. Are you serious?
Yes. They may not all fit this section, but I think most of them do. So the first thing is I noticed that as we've been hearing about timing and concerns is that the proposed schedule says the next draft available July 27th and the next review session August 13th. So less than 30 days. And I know we have a 30-day window for a public draft, which we just did. But now we're really kind of coming with another public draft, but we're only giving a couple weeks. But there is 2 months between tomorrow and July 27th. Is there some way that we can push this back to allow a full 30 days between the time it's issued and the scheduled time for the Planning Commission to review it?
I think that's something that we can evaluate. Not knowing the amount of requested change or modification that would come out of these 2 days, it would have been disingenuous to cut that time short. So that's the reason why we have that 2 months built in. So yes, we can evaluate the calendar, the schedule. When the revised public review draft goes out, just practice typically, there isn't an additional 30-day comment period on top of that. The next round of comment period typically comes in after Planning Commission would review it and what's known as a hearing draft. and that would go forwards towards the latter half of the project. But we can definitely evaluate trying to make that wiggle room built in. I can work with county staff to see where we can try to build maybe a longer review time in prior to the planning commission meeting.
Okay, so make sure I understood that correctly. So the plan is that this next draft, there might only, you can move it up if we don't give you too much to do, basically. But regardless, if there's a couple weeks for that, there will be still a hearing version that there would be a 30-day notice period. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes. And,
Okay.
and each of those public meetings, basically public comment, formal public comment, yes, has an end date, but public comment has been coming in on this project since day one, and it'll come in until the final board hearing. So it is typically, it is a draft until the board adopts it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think obviously we've heard over and over again in comments spoken and written about the concern about the time. And I think partially, I don't know if people are fully understanding the time that is still allowed. And that's part of what I'm trying to get at. But I think another thing that, former Supervisor Groves mentioned during the Weaverville meeting really stuck with me. And that is, even though we've had pretty light turnout, I would say, at a lot of our meetings on these things up until now. And his point was, well, yeah, when you're talking about the general plan and it's Trinity-wide and you're talking about community plans and it's like the whole community, now you're talking about my property. I care. I need to care. I need to understand that I need to care. All these kinds of things. So here, I think, is where we hear over and over again, we really need to dig in and make sure that in this last round of things, which I think there is enough time, that we just make sure that we're giving everybody the opportunity and we're really clear about that. So thank you for clarifying. There will be another 30-day period. This might be 2 weeks, could be more. We'll see, but okay. So again, this relates to stuff I heard today too, but how will public input received between now and the next PC meeting be handled? So we heard concerns that was somewhat diffused by the commissioners that their input was not reflected in the document. And then I heard, well, actually, I think I saw most of my input there. Not all, but most of it. And I'm just trying to be clear for everybody's benefit. If I am a public member of the public and I provide input between now and that next meeting, what can I expect about how that will be handled? I know it'll be distributed to everybody, but will I expect it to be part of the presentation to the commission? Like today, where we have a document that shows all the comments that were received? Is it? Just want to be really clear for everyone. How will that be handled?
Well, I think right now, I would like to hear what the board's expectations for how that information should be presented. There's a multitude of ways that we can. The documentation from public comments could be placed into a matrix like was part of today, and it could be made available to the Planning Commission then as part of a packet public, and the Planning Commission can weigh in on each of those. So I would default to what you and other board members would like to see prior to that next revised draft.
Okay. So we can perhaps talk about that as we wrap up here. Well, unless you want to just stop now. Okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
making our list of.
Okay. How will public input received between the PC meeting and the board meeting be handled? So there's a PC meeting and then so basically, however we say we'd like things to be handled, we'll be defining that. You guys will implement that. But the main point is there is still a lot of time left for public input. It'll be on a couple of different drafts as we go through this last set of processes, but I guess there gets to be less and less opportunity to make big changes to it because those have rollover effects, but there is still a lot of time and all of that comments and public input will be considered. We just have to give you direction on how would we like that to be presented and incorporated.
Correct. And there was I have it typed down. Every person that's gotten talk typed down furiously to make sure I try to capture as much of this as possible, and this is being recorded as well. There was a member from the public that said, well, all the comments that get submitted, where do they end up? Where do they go? Can we see them? If the board direction was to take the comments received on the website or in the email and post them for transparency purposes, we can do that too. So, I mean, that's where I would like to see what the board's expectations are.
just like with the matrix that Michael provided, the commission and the board of the public comments received prior to the study sessions, that can be done so too. We have all that information. We have done that on other general plans where all the public comment received is posted, names are redacted. There's ways to do that, but I would like to hear what the board's expectations are, not necessarily mine, because in the end, it's not my plan, it's the county's plan. So what would you like to see?
Okay, so I
You
will.
like my answer?
We're going to form a
right.
direction. When we're done, we'll write it out.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Okay, so this kind of came up earlier, and I think I was hearing we don't have a date yet, but when will property owners be notified of proposed changes to the zoning designation? I know we already have a list, we already have a map, but when we talk about, I'm mailing you something, when in this timeline that we've been going through tonight?
So we don't have an exact date yet. Typically, it's part of the rezoning process, which would follow the adoption of the general plan, certification of the AR, and adoption of the zoning code. Because that's the notification process comes into play with the public hearings. So you send out notifications prior to the public hearings. If a property owner disagrees or even is in support, I've seen that too with the change. That's how they would know to show up to the public hearing to discuss pro or con of that zoning change. So that's where the notifications typically come in. But if a property owner in the meantime, that's where the county released a draft map. Draft isn't just preliminary. In the meantime, if a property owner goes, I don't necessarily agree with that, they can submit that comment now and we can make those refinements before we get to that zoning stage because it's draft up until that point.
Right. So, but what I'm hearing is that in that timeline that we've already got laid out with public hearings this year, you're talking about those public hearings.
Those public hearings do not affect the zoning map. The zoning map is adopted after the general plan, zoning code, and the certification of the EIR.
So you're
As
talking
Michael
about
will discuss, the map is separate. The zoning map is a separate
Okay,
process.
so it was that spring of 2027 public hearings that I saw in the notes.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
correct. We'd be looking to the spring of most likely the spring of 2027 for those hearings. Because if you think about the number of parcels that would undergo a rezone is large. And those hearings, you typically have a lot of public input. So there's several hearings that would take place for that. And to allow proper notification lead time for all of those as well.
And you don't want to make a request to be zoned to something when you don't know the total definition of that zoning code, right?
Correct.
So I don't want to say I want to be RR10 until I know exactly what that is.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so, but from well, I'll just keep going through the list. Will property notification also be made for changes to allowable uses, even if the zoning designation doesn't change?
Typically, property owner notification goes to a wholesale change from one zone to another. Typically, it doesn't include if the definition of the zone changed or if a few uses changed. I know that I'm saying that vaguely. Some zones may not undergo a name change, but have substantial development standard change within them. Typically, notification isn't made at that level. Every zone, I can say, as part of this process, underwent some minor change. Sometimes it can be allowing non-conforming residential lists per se. So in that case, every parcel would then be notified within the county. And typically notification efforts only rely on if the zone changed a complete classification. But this is something that we can discuss with county staff further.
Okay. Does the EIR need to be tied to final decisions about parcel-specific zoning designations or just general plan designations? So I think you kind of answered this earlier, and maybe you can give an example. You said, look, the EIR doesn't have to be after everything, because otherwise you'd wait till way down the road and then you don't know if you can do it because you don't have an EIR. But major changes. So give me a major change versus 53 parcels get rezoned. That's not major to the EIR?
Well,
But what is?
So for EIR purposes, the EIR, as I mentioned, needs the public review draft. It needs to know what the land use designation, not the zoning designation, is on the property. So the zoning designation inherently has a the general plan land use designation inherently has a zoning classification that's consistent. So when you release the public review draft general plan, you can start the EIR. The EIR evaluates the impacts of your general plan, and the impacts of the zoning are consistent with the general plan. So you don't need the EIR to wait until the zoning code's done because they're consistent by state law. So that's why the EIR can move forward and doesn't have to wait on the zoning code to be completed or a zoning map to be completed.
So I guess just help me out. The last EIR that I was involved with at all,
Mhm.
and I wasn't in this seat, was the EIR for the commercial cannabis. And that obviously had to be based on, well, what is this program going to allow? And that included 530 potential permits or licenses, whatever. So, and that was a key component of the EIR. And so here we're talking about, I can't remember the number, but a lot of unclassified that somehow gets designated. And then we've heard examples of RRs going to this and this going to that and so on and so forth. So if a bunch of those are changing and we don't know what they're changing to yet, that you're saying that doesn't matter for this kind of EIR.
But we do know what the changes are, because if the underlying general plan, let's say those unclassified is, let's say it's residential, and it's unclassified, the zoning is going to be a residential zone consistent with the general plan. So we do know what it's going to be. If the density of the general plan is 10 dwelling units an acre, the zoning can't be 30 dwelling units an acre. It's inconsistent. It would have to match the general plan. So we do know what those impacts would be based on what the general plan is, because the zoning is going to have to be made consistent. That's why when I'd mentioned when we looked at the zoning map for unclassified parcels, we look back at the general plan first. What does the general plan say? That's your base layer, and the zoning has to be consistent. So if it's RR, the zoning in the general plan, the zoning is most likely going to be RR as well to match it. There may be some one-offs, but it still has to be consistent.
Okay. I think, well, no, you didn't really answer this, but I'll ask it. So will property notification, once it happens, be staggered or all at once? We had 16,000 parcels, and you might get board direction that we want every single one of them notified, because if you're saying they're all really getting some change in land use, whether they get rezoned or not, and we say we want to notify all of them and they're all going to be notified in advance of spring hearings, is that going to be staggered or all at once?
I think that's still to be determined, and that would need to be discussed with county staff and administration about how that's processed.
Okay. That then makes this question maybe hard to answer. How much time will be allowed for property owners to respond? So if have hearings in the spring, you don't have a specific date, but we normally want to allow 30 days, 3 months between when we mail it out and when those hearings take place.
Typically, there's noticing requirements prior to hearings that you have to have materials filed for, but it would be at the discretion of the board if there are extended timelines that you would want feedback to be allowed. Just like with the general plan, we went beyond what the typical general plan public comment period is. We actually went for almost 90 days, so 3 months of public comment during the first round of revisions.
And do you know the legal requirement versus what we might choose as an extended?
I would need to confirm before I speak on that.
Okay. This has come up a lot in discussions in this process. When are parcel-specific zoning designations considered final? And I'll translate that into my version of final means now, if I don't like what you've done with my parcel, I have to appeal it. Or I have to request a change or something, versus like right now there's this informal, hey, you know, at the place I want this recreation overlay, can you do that? And we'll consider that and so forth. But at some point it gets to be, no, we already decided. When is that? When is it we've decided?
The we've decided comes during the zoning map process following adoption of the code, because the code is just solidifying standard. It's not solidifying the exact zoning designation on your parcel. That's the zoning map process that follows. So right now we're just collecting more and more information to pass on to planning commission, to pass on to the board, so that when you get to the zoning map phase, you have everything at your disposal to work with the public to make some of those land use decisions from a zoning perspective.
So it's really after those public hearings.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. What rules do property owners operate under between the time we sign off on all the other components, but not the map, and the implementation of the map?
So I'll take that question, and it's a wonderful question. I think it provides a lot of insight into thinking about the administrative procedures of a code. So yeah, I'll hope to explain that a little more. So to those comments, they made an astute observation. We do have our zoning code, which is the rules, the regulations that's going to be approved before then we actually reflect those changes on the zoning map. So the question is, okay, what rules apply? So to address this, what you'll see in the next draft, the next iteration of the code, when we do this revised public review draft, is you will see what we will call a zoning district equivalency table. There will be a table up front. If you're familiar with the part 1 of the zoning code, there's a table up front that shows you the consistent zone with the general plan. Imagine a very similar table, but dedicated to showing the consistency between your old zones and then your new zones. So in cases where we've collapsed zones, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, RR 2.5, RR 5 as an example, those were collapsed into a single RR zone. In that consistency table, we would be able to see, okay, I'm RR 2.5, that now became RR. Our methodology would be that that's how county staff would then apply the standards. So if you were existing at 2.5, as again, a theoretical example, if you were an RR 2.5, we would look at that table and we would determine your new standards would be RR. It's all said and well, except we have eliminated some zones, as we'll talk about. So how do we find one consistency there? It'd be the next question. And from that, we would really rely on your general plan. So just as much as we went through that same process, we would look at what is the underlying general plan pushing forward, what is the underlying general plan then being analyzed for the EIR, and then we would use that consistency table to then apply a corresponding zone. So if we had to play out an example, you're currently zoned unclassified. The new general plan now is showing you is designated as commercial. Well, we no longer have a corresponding zone now. So we would look at the general plan. The general plan says it's commercial. We would then go and apply one of the 3 commercial zoning districts. That's how we would kind of go through that methodology. Use the general plan to inform which zones we apply. And with that, I think we need to, one of the items that I would say we would want to get some feedback on from the board and the commission is what happens then when we have general plan designations that are implemented by multiple zones. So for commercial, you have a commercial designation. There are 3 zones that implement that. You have a C1, a C2, and then a highway commercial. Well, then what's the process for determining which commercial one? Our recommendation, something that we would like for feedback on would be, our approach would be we would apply the least intense, the least dense of the zones for that interpretation. So again, if we play this example, you have a commercial designation for your general plan, you were unclassified, we're trying to find which standards would apply. Our initial process, our initial thought process is that you would look at what is the least intense of the commercial zones that implement that general plan. So if you were to play that, it may be a C1 because the density, it doesn't allow as intensive buildings. And that would just be an interim holdover until the actual rezones are adopted. And we understand that that might not benefit, at least in the interim, or may not be conducive to a property owner's development interests. Our recommendation would be it's just a holdover, it's interim until the final standards are put into place, in which case we can codify and we can accept the rezones. But in the next draft, at a minimum, what you would expect to see is that consistency table where we would apply a equivalent zoning district and showing that crosswalk between what your old zones were and what your new zones are and the standards that would apply to them.
Okay. And maybe just one more example from Keith Groves, because he was in one of the meetings, and he gave the example of there's a parcel where today he can graze, and at least when he looks at the recommendation, he would only be able to do that once he went through some administrative process. When does somebody say, now you can't graze until you get your administrative process?
Sure. So I think we're kind of getting at potentially non-conforming uses. So those would be allowed to exist in perpetuity until there's some change. I would say it's not the intent to strip away activities that are currently taking place on these properties.
Okay.
The idea is to allow them to make sure that's consistent with the general plan. But it is not direction that we have received from the Planning Commission or from the board to eliminate or somehow amortize uses that would no longer be consistent. We want those to continue. We understand that it has shaped the urban fabric of the county. But we would, in that case, we would look at the provisions of your non-conforming provisions to see how uses can exist, what sorts of triggers would then kind of maybe kick it into having to come into compliance.
Okay. And then let's just turn the tables on that. And I'll say I have the parcel and I can't currently graze, but what you're planning for me says I can. When do I get to start? The other one protects me because I can do it now, so it's a non-conforming use. I'm on the other now into that spectrum. I can't wait. When do I get to start?
When the zoning code is adopted, I think what we would have to look at would make sure that your zoning is that interim stage between your zoning map that's aligning. You may have an inconsistency there, in which case it may be beneficial for you to wait till that rezone map is officially approved. But you're right, there might be instances where now you are allowed a use, as long as it is in the effective date of that ordinance that hasn't gone through an appeal, it's been codified. You would be able to kind of start those uses directly if you were following the appropriate permit procedures and pathways established in the code.
Okay. And so the gray area, though, as you had highlighted, could be that it looks like I am going to be able to do that, but we haven't finalized the zoning map. And so I might get approval to start doing this, and then it gets rezoned on the map, and then I have to stop or something. So there is this potential of stuff that is just a gray area we'll have to deal with.
There is, and I think the trade-off there is how much time we then are allowing to receive public comment. Releasing the draft map now, knowing that it's not going to be approved until 2027, really allows us to take that time and receive that public comment earlier on. Better. This is a technical process, and we understand that. So I think a lot of the questions are going to be kind of worked out in some cases as we go through this process, as we take that time, as applicants and property owners can talk with county staff, can talk with their supervisors and their planning commissioners to explain that process. I think that's why we ended up wanting to have that such a long period between it actually being, but before the rezoning map actually takes place. Because like was said, you can understand what the actual implications are for the zones and the changes that we're making. It will allow you to better educate and express what your desires are for your property, as long as it's within the confines of the general plan. So that was kind of our trade-off. That was our thought process there.
Okay. So this was a little bit addressed earlier by comments, but basically wondering, when we hear examples of a 40-acre parcel that got put RR but not RR10, or two residential properties next to each other in the middle of Trinity Center that one somehow suddenly became commercial. How did those changes come about? And I heard you say, well, we did this kind of broad brush overlay of the general plan designations to this, but that really doesn't explain, like the example in Trinity Center that we heard, where my partner next door in the home that he lives in suddenly thinks it's commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So how did those changes happen? And then the follow-up question is, I heard you say, well, this was broad brush and we knew it was kind of like a first blush and we'll come back at it. Absent public input, how did those refinements take place? So if nobody's paying attention, but we really did a bad first blush, is there a process to go back and make sure we really did look to see? So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I can jump in here as well. So the changes, kind of think of buckets that were made to the map. I would say the biggest change I was stated earlier in my presentation has to do with how we are physically showing state and federally owned property on your zoning map. If you go to the zoning map, the parcel viewer now, and you open up the map, it looks like the county owns everything. It's all under the jurisdiction. We have zones that are applied to land that the county does not have jurisdiction on. Well, we thought that was a little bit confusing, could be disingenuous. The county doesn't have jurisdiction over those areas. So the first big bucket of changes came down to designating state and federal parcels. The next big bucket, that second bucket, would be general plan changes. So consistency with the general plan. And from that, there's actually a multitude of feedback areas that we were getting input from. We had property owner requests to redesignate their general plan. We had that open for about 2 to 3 months. There were then changes in the actual general plan designations that because we're changing your general plan needs to have a consistent zone. So there were a series of general plan related changes that necessitated zoning changes. And then there were a series of requests from county staff, planning commission, and the board. So kind of there's also that group. We went through that process, I'd say systematically, looking at consistency with your general plan. And then we paired that with changes to your zoning code. So we eliminated some zones. We eliminated the village, as was noted. 2.5, RR 2.5 and RR 5 were condensed. We had a new zone, RR 10. So then we went through actually implementing changes that were made because the zoning code was necessitating it. We understand that there are legacy approvals as part of zoning maps. There are legacy approvals, especially in a county that hasn't comprehensively updated its zoning regulations in over 2 decades. So we kind of understand through that process that there are going to be some gaps and some decisions that are recognized on the ground that may not translate from a data map perspective. And that's kind of why we go through that formal noticing process. Anyone that's going to be affected gets that formal notification. The county will do its due diligence to put in, notify for newspapers, to put out agendas and minutes. The assumption is that we didn't, I mean, to the best of our ability, but we're not assuming that we got it right the first time. And that's where we are really relying on that on the ground knowledge, what are prior decisions, what makes sense for your community, because we, at least that initial ground level, we're looking at it from that map data perspective. And now it's the ground truthing part of that, where we've kind of done our initial pass, but now we're really relying on those property owners to go, to some degree, into the public to vet that decision. Which is why, again, I think we're making so much time and trying to notice this and try to put so much emphasis on the public collection comment portion.
Okay.
Jump in here real quick,
Yeah,
Supervisor. Some of the other changes that were made were comparing your land use assessor data to what's actually on the ground or to what was designated in your prior general plan. What may be functioning as a business or a residence may have a completely different general plan designation that was put on the property 20, 30 years ago that's not reflective of what's actually there. And so there was several parcels, several conversations with county staff for just basic cleanup as part of it too. Commercial areas that weren't commercial, that were residential areas that were vice versa. So through that process, beyond the data gathering, making it consistent with the general plan, we also compared land use assessor data to make sure that that was accurate as well. That's on property tax rolls, so that there is no confusion or no errors between those. So as you can tell, there were a lot of buckets when going through to try to clean up the land use data, which hadn't been done in quite some time. So it was quite a feat. And we do expect that, as Michael noted, that the zoning map process being all the way out in 2027, there's almost a year to continue to refine and make sure that when we get to those hearing processes, that's there. And to ground truth every parcel is not possible. Just to be honest with everybody and realistic. So how do we do that? We do it to our best ability. We use your county staff to ground truth and to look back at permitting, look back at assessor. We've done the same. We've talked with individuals at community workshops, the commission, the board, and now the public's weighing in when a draft map is out to help align more of those better to reflect what's there.
And it sounds like the true ending fail-safe is that property owner notification.
And
like we've tried this way. Now, if you don't tell us something we did our best.
Well, that's why that notification is
Right,
vital, and that's why
right.
the state requires property owner notification for rezoning. Yes.
Okay. Well, and I think I want to come back to the earlier comment too, in answer to this question was, it sounds like you're addressing what I was hearing a little bit in the audience and we heard in community meetings is there will be a table that identifies consistencies, inconsistencies with prior and proposed. So that was good news. How quickly, I'm sorry, but these things they came up during meetings. I know it's a long list and the night's going, but I just want to make all these out. How quickly will the county act on property owner requests to change existing proposed zoning designations? And so there's two key points there. In some of the community meetings, I've been hearing people like, well, I requested this change, but they're requesting a change like today. I want my zoning changed today, not the proposed. I want it changed today. And the fact that we've opened up the floodgates makes people think, well, just change it now. Versus, I want to change what you are proposing so that when that comes into effect, it's changed. So two different things. My assumption is that the request for immediate changes, there's a process for that, and this isn't it. I mean, you can tell us, and we'll consider in the proposed, but we're not here to make a bunch of changes right now because you want it. And then the other part is, if you're asking for a proposed, we are taking those, digesting them as we see them. I heard you say you've already looked at some of those, and then you will work with staff and basically say, we hear that they want to do that, but there's inconsistencies, that it doesn't align with the general plan designation or some other kind of inconsistency, so we can't, or great, and here we've changed it. And then that would be part of what comes in this, if we do this mapping session, to the planning commission and so forth. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. This one I can save because it's for the other section. That can change. That can wait. Okay. Okay, I think the rest of them save for other sections. So I can summarize what I have so far if you want to hear it.
I'm not quite done.
Oh.
But Supervisor Gogan didn't have a chance.
Oh, I thought you did.
He did.
Okay. I just want to circle back if I could, and it's something that Supervisor Lutwelder did touch on, but it has been what I interpret to be a very much, I can't wrap my head around this. So forgive me. I want you to kind of talk to me like I'm 10, and I'm going to say what I think is reality, and I want you to tell me if it is. So I sit here right now with my property, and I know what my current zoning is, and I go on the map and I see what it's proposed to become. I don't like what it's proposed to become. I sent in an email to Trinity 2050 and info.planning. I didn't hear anything back. I'm wondering if it went into the atmosphere and nobody saw it. I'm feeling like, no, you saw it. I just haven't seen it printed somewhere to have that loop closed. But this whole process is going to go forward, and I hear there's going to be an adoption here, and then there's a proposed adoption at the end of 26, but we have 2 years to do this change of your designated zone process. And in that process, I'm going to get a notice that, hey, you're being proposed to change, and if you want to come to the hearing and tell us what you want, I feel like an understanding is, yeah, but that's going to be a messy, ugly 2-year process and going to cost me money. Is that the truth?
No.
Okay.
The county will be funding these rezones as part of implementation of the general plan. As was noted, there is a separate route if property owners want to go and not be kind of captured in this rezoning process that's essentially going to be county funded. There is a separate process that applicants can go to apply for a rezone, apply for a general plan amendment that would be separate from this. That would be an application that would be bared on the cost of the applicant, and that can be kind of processed separately. I think what the county is looking to do, and as part of this process that we're talking about, is a more comprehensive alignment of the zoning code. In which the county will be taking property owner requests, factoring those in to the revised draft zoning map, and then looking at that for recommendation and final adoption.
So even if the general plan and land use designations and the zoning ordinance all got adopted at the end of 26, and I still didn't see my land use turn into what I wished, in the 2 years to come, that's when I show up to a hearing, I say, hey, I really needed this, and that can happen.
Yes.
Okay,
And
Thank you.
and that's and just to clarify, the land use designation is not the zoning designation.
correct.
So yes, the adoption of the zoning code, if it was done at the end of the year, the adoption of the zoning code is the adoption of the zoning districts and the standards within them and the permitting structure. But it isn't actually changing the color on the map yet. That process takes place after the fact. So that's the separation between the two. So yes, the color on the map could still change in 2027, but the standards themselves were adopted back in 2026.
Mhm.
And that's a standard practice for codes, rezonings, and so forth.
Okay.
The general plan piece is already established. Yes, the general plan would have already been established, adopted by the board, and the EIR showing the mitigated impacts from that would have been adopted by the board as well.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarity. And hopefully that puts somebody else's mind at ease as well.
Can I just,
Apparently not, but we'll get to it. Okay, but go ahead. I have one
I
more
just
piece.
want to clarify that, so in concept, agreed, but to give a specific example where the desired outcome doesn't actually work, is that like in a scenario where the general plan designation is residential, and when we get to the rezones in 27 or 28, they say, well, I sent in a comment and I want to be industrial. That's where it's not going to be accomplished in a straightforward mechanism and may not be, their desired outcome may not be accomplished through the county subsidized rezone process.
Okay, got you. And so that's probably where, okay, I follow.
Okay.
So I got one more thing. I heard also in the opening comments from folks saying you got rid of RR 2.5 and you got rid of RR 5, and now all we see is 10 or bigger. And we have this inherent fear that there are going to then be allowed a lot of subdivisions that we didn't want to see. I'm also hearing that in that sort of larger implication, if we add back in a land use, that does have implications to the EIR. This is process. I want to know what that process is. Is that something that is still on the table for discussion, or no, the EIR is underway, what we have now is here, or is there still time and availability for that?
There's time and availability to request changes, like if the discussion was to add back in the 2.5 or 5. Whether that has any bearing on the impacts of the EIR, I'm not entirely sure. What we would have to do is ask the environmental consultant to see if that had an effect on the EIR, if that addition would actually change. It may be minor enough that it wouldn't, and the EIR would continue to move forward, but I would need to get a response.
Okay, and what is the process to even, is it coming up soon to have the conversation about whether or not we want to do that? All right.
That would take place as part of when we get to part 2 and we're talking about zoning districts and allowable uses. Yes.
Right. I'm complete. Thank you.
Do you have a final comment?
Yeah, I do. So in our rural areas, there's a lot of people without computers. We don't know if we reached everybody that needed their properties redone. And so I have a real problem of burden of responsibility to make sure, because we are making changes to their land uses, that they be notified, no matter what it takes the county to do. If they don't respond, then you need to absolutely get a hold of them somehow to make sure that what they, because, I just don't think it's right for them to, them to have the burden of proof here, of coming to you when they don't understand or they're not, maybe not have a good enough. Yeah.
maybe that's something that as individual supervisors, when we know those letters have gone out, we can.
No, but it's people that,
push.
that will not come to those meetings maybe, that are hidden in their properties that we may never know. They should never have to just accept something like this, I don't think.
What is your suggestion to reach them?
Well, I'm saying if they don't reach you, then you need to absolutely find a way to reach them. The ones that haven't somehow, you know. I just think it's the burden of having somebody, you know, yeah. I think you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. They need to, yeah.
May I pose a question there? So as part of the notification process, we're going to send out notifications. So are you suggesting that they need to respond directly?
Something, if they don't respond, yeah.
Well, but there isn't like a process for them to respond unless they want to respond, right? Like if they're saying, oh, I agree, there's no response required.
Well, no, I mean, either way, if you send out a notification to everyone, right? And you need to know that they're okay with whatever it is that, because we're changing their land use.
The process works in the inverse, where if they're not okay with
Right,
it,
but
then we
we're-
would have the expectation that they show up or communicate with us that they're not okay with it.
But it's just
And
a
then
burden.
also, we have a very high rate of mailers that go out that are returned to sender. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear on kind of, you know, the practical scope
As
of
much
how
as
this
we
will work.
can. I mean,
As best as we can.
fine,
Good faith effort.
yeah.
If I may add to that, Chair?
Yes.
All these properties pay taxes.
Right.
They get the tax bill. So there is a level of communication. Maybe it could be connected to the letter for their tax bill.
Good point.
I do believe, I think it may have been our assessor that said if you add color, people pay attention. So maybe they can be in bright pink envelopes or something. Are we complete?
One more.
So, yes, sir.
Could possibly add to, like your supervisor's contact or commissioner's contact on that letter, saying if you don't understand it or if you have questions,
Oh,
please contact these two people,
that's fair.
possibly.
That's a good possibility, yes. Okay. I believe everyone has had the opportunity to further their questions and discussion. I would like to take this time now to give our direction to staff. As I mentioned earlier, I had asked Supervisor Lutweiler to try to put some sentences together for us, but I just want to say as my turn as a comment, I'm not going to ask any questions. I think everyone has fully gone through some of the thoughts that I had, but just some of the things that stood out to me as I listened to folks. Obviously the date being posted for when the zoning maps will be changed. We've already covered that. I know that you guys will do the best that you can for that. An additional possible study session with the Planning Commission on zoning definitions. I heard that. And also if there was going to be changes within like community layouts. And then the idea of a list of what was versus what is coming. I think that seems like a very reasonable idea. However, I'm curious how do we say what is coming when we haven't fully approved what is coming? And so I don't want to create further confusion. I think that's where some of the confusion has come from because things have come out as a draft and then they changed and people got stuck on the first thing they saw. And so I worry a bit about that. And then I fully think that it would be beneficial for us to have some of a possible table translated into Hmong for the folks in Post Mountain. And then I would encourage an additional community workshop on that translated document, just kind of go over in person what can also be read on paper. As Supervisor Cox mentioned, everyone kind of learns differently. So I concur with that as an idea. I also, in terms of the public comments and can they be posted publicly, I really appreciated the public comments that were in our preparation for this meeting in that format. if that's something that we all agree to, that having that on the website so that people can see what other people are commenting. However, I do have a question for myself. It's just a ponderance. If I'm putting my parcel number on there, and even though you take my name out, you can put that parcel number in there and find out exactly who's making what comments and where they live and zoom in on their property. So I don't know if that could be touchy for some people, or you could black out the parcel number.
You would just need to provide direction of what you would want redacted out of those public comments.
Okay, so, okay, that's fair enough.
There was an ask earlier today to have all the public comments posted. For transparency, probably a fairly decent thing, but for confusion, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Just looking back on Saturday, 100 people out there I spoke with, and was very clear about what I said, and it was confused. They were confused about it. So I don't think if you put all the public comments that come into you out to the public, it'd probably be transparent, but I think there'd be a lot of confusion in there.
Then can we receive direction on how to
Yes.
approach that public comment then? Because it wouldn't necessarily be up to us or county staff to determine what to post or what's appropriate. So I would like some direction from the board on that.
Certainly. We're working on the direction right now. We're trying. Do you have another?
If I heard it right, someone from the PC said they would like all the public comments that come in to be posted somewhere. I don't think that's overly helpful. I think that it would be very confusing to some and not that beneficial. As far as making things transparent, sure, that's a great word to use. But I don't think it's very helpful.
Okay. We'll work on direction here in just a moment. Are you done?
Yep.
You complete? Okay. So we'll have a discussion on that. And then I do want to say that although it may be the shot that's heard around the world, I do appreciate the opening up of this zoning map so far in advance of when it was necessary. There's a part of me that wonders, like, did we just cause more confusion? But I do think that more time is always better. We've heard that more time's been a request from start to finish today. So do you have a readout of what you think we have? And then we can, once Supervisor Lutweiler reads out what is direction from staff from what he captured, we can adjust as we see fit. I just want to make sure that we give clear and concise direction to our staff on everything. Go ahead.
So Drew, I will edit based on what they tell me after I read through this and then send it to you, and then you won't have to listen to every, remember it or write it down. So I've got this under direction to staff on process, timeline, and map. Specific dates to be shared regarding all deadlines, such as deadline for final property owner concerns on proposed zoning designation. So we have lots of deadlines about meetings and public notices and all that. But when we asked about, well, when will mailings go out and when is the final end time they have to provide input, I think we need to provide that.
Can I just jump in?
Yeah.
We don't know when that will happen at this point. We can say it's going to happen between 27 and 28, and what has been conveyed today is it will start in the spring of 27, but related to the formal rezone hearings, that timeline, it has not yet been determined and will not be right now.
Can you do it within this time frame of completing this step? I mean,
we can give you rough dates, but I don't think we can, with full certainty, tell you exactly when the specific tranches of public hearings will happen, because they go to the Planning Commission and then they go to the board for approval. So, I mean, we can lay out a generalized timeline at this point, but we certainly can't give you hard, exact dates of when any of those specific rezones will happen.
To add to that, we also don't know what that board calendar is going to look like. We know that our meetings are set for the 1st and 3rd typically, but we bring that to you every calendar year for adoption, and there could be changes. So if Drew or community development is putting out plans now for board meetings in 2027 or 2028, we don't know what potential changes the board might make. I have always strongly advocated that we don't standard first and third Tuesday, but I don't make that decision. The 5 of you sitting up there do.
Why don't we submit then that it's not based on final dates, but trust that it will be done as soon as possible, which I believe you guys already do that anyway.
And I think we can definitely give you sort of a generalized concept of these are going to be the, grouping the tranches when we're going to sort of tentatively lay out that schedule. But obviously the specific hearing dates, if an item is continued, if we don't get through something, then that's going to push off taking it from planning commission to board. So we can give you a generalized sort of overview timeline as best as we can foresee from.
I think the bubbles that you showed us in the beginning where it says this happened and this happened and something like that, this is the steps that we're going through without necessarily having dates associated with them with the zoning map. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think to the extent that there are deadlines that we can identify, we should identify them. And then if there are more just like general timelines, I think the example we heard so many times, we need to push this. We're rushing too much. We need more time. And most of that seems to be about, we've got some of these things wrong on the map. And what we heard in this meeting is, we're not going to be finalizing that until sometime next year. Well, people need to know that, and they don't. So how can we say, look, you're going to have to do the entire rest of this year to provide input on that. Here, this thing you're going to have to do by this date. So if we can just be a little more specific about those things, because I think there's a lot of fear that we need to like let the air out of that balloon.
If I could, I think that is more of a process communicating to people than a date communicating to people. A general sort of, in this time frame, this will happen.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think they just don't understand what it is that's going to happen, and they feel like they're locked in ahead of time without any notification or enough time to absorb and sort of process what that means. I think if they, what Michael helped me to understand better today, I feel like other people need to understand. It doesn't solve everybody's problem. We got another one to get to, but it does solve some.
And just real quick, and I know the commissioner has been waving a hand and wants to jump in here. I think that there's a medium thing that we can kind of meet on with this, is we can work with county staff to determine an approximate date of when we would want final requests in. That doesn't hinge on meetings. That doesn't hinge on hearings. So if the final requests are due in the first 3 months of 27, the first 6 months of 27, we can start to put that benchmark down. And then that would probably be the only definitive date that we can give at this time, beyond scheduling meetings and hearings and notifications. But we can discuss that internally.
And I've reworded this to say more clarity regarding timeframes for public input on key components. Can we live with that?
I can.
I think that gets at the heart of it.
And
Did somebody have their hand up?
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment briefly on there's really 2 points that need to be separated here. And it's the general land use designation for a parcel and then the zoning. And so as Drew said clearly that, if it's a commercial and then they want to move it to industrial, it's not going to go well later. We do need the public to understand their general land use now and be engaged with how that's going to happen now for the ER. And that does play into the elimination of village and how that's going to go to residential or not. I heard it today with High and Palm as, hey, these are now all RR, but really, should they? Should they be ag? And so I want that to be clearly communicated, that I think we really need to see 2 outreaches to the public. Hey, this is your proposed general land use. Comment now, engage now. And then next year, when we're looking at the zoning, here is your proposed zoning. Comment now, engage now. And so I just want that to be made clear, because there has been a lot of confusion between which is which, and we want to help this move smoothly. And if we want to have a successful EIR and really have it fit what we want to see and where we're going to go, and not have more problems down the road, we need to get the general land use corrections made now. And I don't believe that the Planning Commission has had the opportunity to clearly comment on what those proposed designations
are and how to revise those and correct them to the community values. So again, asking for that opportunity with the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get that?
Yes. So
Oh,
the
I'm
next.
sorry. Do you have a comment, question? Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to add some clarification, and I appreciate the comment from the commissioner. Back before the general plan went out for public review over a year ago, the land use designations were worked out over a 2.5-year process. At the request of the board, there was a 90-day availability to do land use designation, general plan land use designation change requests that came in. There was a form that went out. We received lots of submittals. We worked with county staff to evaluate parcels, to make determinations on what land use changes were appropriate. Those changes were made in the draft 2050 land use map that went into the public review draft and now is being evaluated in the EIR. So from the general plan perspective, that process was actually completed and went through property owner requests, went through changes, went through community workshops. That happened. So I understand the commissioner saying, well, I want to separate those two and revisit them. Yes, but that process did take place and went through a property owner request at the direction of the board. So and that's being evaluated right now in the EIR. So the EIR is already evaluating that at the moment. So I want to make that clear, that process actually occurred. And I don't know if the director wants to add anything to that.
I just want to add that that is what happened leading up to the joint study sessions that we had for the general plan. So that it's been almost a year plus that process occurred as far as general plan land use designations. And that is the reason from a timeline perspective, and Brent, feel free to jump in here, as it relates to the EIR, is that all of those general plan land use designations are what are informing the analysis and what has been happening over the last handful of months building out the EIR. So I think there's some hesitation from a timeline perspective to actually revisit and the potential of reopening the, new request for general plan designations is not, from my perspective, really on the table at this point. But I do also want to add that that is something that we can address going forward with our up to 4 general plan amendments that we can engage in as the jurisdiction on an annual basis. So if we do run into inconsistencies or changes that want to happen within the scope of the EIR going forward, we can make those general plan amendments, which include changing the general plan land use designations.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
So I've got more clarity regarding timeframes for public input on key components. We covered that. What I just was hearing is perhaps we need more clarity regarding the subjects for which public input is still needed. For example, it's not really needed on the general plan designations anymore. We did that. It's done and dusted. But we still need it on these things, and here's the timeframes for when that can be done.
oh, go ahead.
You want me to complete the list, or?
I do.
Okay. Map-specific review session for Planning Commission and for board if deemed necessary. Document clearly identifying changes made within zoning designations, which I heard is already planned, and so we're just confirming that's an important thing that came out of these discussions.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
A document clearly identifying changes made within zoning designations.
Thank you.
Translation of documents for the Hmong community and a public workshop with translation services highlights specific issues raised during public comment session, like the cultivation and so forth, that we know are hot buttons. We kept hearing we don't understand for various reasons, so let's translate, let's meet, and let's focus on those areas. Sorry, go ahead.
Focus on the areas that I don't know that we need to. Are we asking to translate the entire document or just a line of sight, like a pamphlet type of?
I thought I heard.
Single sheet or something.
I thought I heard that you're planning to translate the whole thing. Is that not the case?
That was not what I had suggested. I was trying to help them to understand what these changes were meaning for them. But
You just, what do you think it should be?
Yes.
Probably should.
Based on, the feedback that I've heard at the office, we would basically be highlighting the distinctions between the RR zone and ag zone as it relates to cannabis, commercial cannabis and personal use cannabis, and then potentially any other, and that's one of the questions that I've asked is, okay, so you say you want ag, but what specifically are you concerned about? Is it chickens or hogs, or is it just cannabis? And so we can try and do just a comprehensive, sort of comparative analysis of the difference between ag and RR.
So
Yes,
I've got
that's my intent.
translation of relevant sections of the documents, example, RR versus ag for the Hmong community, and a public workshop with translation services highlight specific area issues raised during public comment session. And maybe just be a public comment because you got some online. Just do that. Public input and commissioner input should be shared. This is my interpretation, so you guys need to weigh in on this. We haven't really discussed it. Public input and commissioner input should be shared online with the public as quickly as possible and should be organized and acknowledged during planning commission and board meetings. Names and contact information should be redacted. So what I mean by that is, if you get a bunch of things in, you've had a chance to look at them, you throw them in the spreadsheet with the redactions, and they're out there. However often that can be done, so people feel like, oh, I got heard, it's there, I don't have to worry that nobody heard me. When it comes time for the planning commission meeting, those are now organized. So some use AI or something, it says, oh, we're gonna put all these in this bucket over here and these in this bucket here. And then when you present them, you say, we got all these comments about Post Mountain, or we got all these comments about RR or R 2.5. And here's what we are proposing to you as a result of that. And that's what they get. And then what we get is their input structured in a similar way. So we've got the public comment, and now around that is wrapped the planning commission input and what is now we're considering. So that was my take on when they asked, well, give us direction on what you want. That's what I came up with.
Perhaps it can be so that it doesn't just feed into any confusion and that information is just out there. It's a click a button on public comment, and now you can look at all of that so that anybody who's interested can find it, but it's not just included in the document so that it doesn't cause confusion.
It wouldn't necessarily be included in a document. It would just, reporting out the public comment would just be reporting it out verbatim, and it would be up to the public to read it and determine how they feel about it. I mean, it is everyone's opinion, technically. And we can't necessarily and shouldn't weigh which is more important or rank. I heard rank tonight. Not a good thing. I don't want to rank. I wouldn't want my opinion ranked against anything. So I think if it's at the direction of the board to include public comment, then I'd recommend we include it all. If the public comment is to redact certain pieces like property owner addresses or APNs or names, we can do that. That's very common. But we either report it all or you almost don't, because then you're selecting. I don't want to rain on a parade, but I also have to mention the big item here too. A lot of the stuff that's being brought up is great, but those items take time. Those items have a financial portion to it. Workshops, conversion of documents, additional study sessions with the Planning Commission. So I need to bring up a budget discussion. I need to bring up schedule discussion to the board. I just talk for all transparency purposes. We need to talk about that. And fitting those different pieces in have implications and ripple effects down the line. More workshops, more feedback. A typical workshop takes 30 days to notice at a minimum, 30 days to receive feedback. Depending on the workshop, for example, in Post Mountain was a great example. There's no utilities, there's no electricity. What we have to do, everything was handwritten, everything was in Hmong, everything was in English, the collecting it back. That takes more than 30 days, sometimes 60 days to receive all the information back, working with translators. If we're translating documents, where does that start and where does it begin? For instance, most codifiers can do automatic translation of hundreds of languages,
but are we updating the general plan that it's in Mong too? That's why I'm saying we need direction on that, what that means. And then whether that has any implications from a schedule and cost perspective. Though that's a real conversation that I feel we haven't really hit yet. And I know I haven't gotten the direction from the board that we're moving a timeline, that it's still the end of the year. Well, we would need to take a realistic look of how that actually all fits in.
Well, and agreed. And for clarity's sake, I think what I took from the Hmong community thing is really more like we just did a bunch of community workshops that you weren't involved in. And so it's take these key components of the plan document, translate them, work with the supervisors that support that area and host a meeting out there. Not you guys, staff and those supervisors, but do it specifically for this audience, specific to their concerns, with supported by translation services and language. So shouldn't affect you. The extra mapping thing that the commissioners have requested, I get. Another meeting, got to prepare, got to notice. How does that move other dates, or is it in line with dates? Do we? So I get that we'll have to work through that.
Yeah, and I'm not, I don't want the board to think that I'm implying that everything that's being brought up has a financial implication on the consultant team, but it does have schedule implications.
Yeah.
Noticing requirements at a bare minimum will have ripple effects through this. I mean, we're almost at the end of May next week.
Yeah. Okay.
So I do think that for myself and Julie, who have the most of the Hmong population in our district, we should bear some of that burden of getting the public comment across to them. I do a town hall once a month, which is just kind of an open agenda meeting, but we could, make it more specific than that and have people from the Hmong community and let people from the Hmong community know in advance that we're going to be talking about this. And, it takes a lot of pressure off of staff, puts, very little on us. And with guidance from staff prior to the meeting, for myself, Julia, I think we can probably clarify a lot of this without adding a lot of expense to this.
I think too would be beneficial. I know we're coming up on the 6 o'clock hour, and we actually haven't gotten into any of the parts of the code, which this is great conversation. I don't mean to snuff it out, but I think it would be good to receive some general direction on schedule, but to also withhold some of that direction until we actually get through tomorrow.
Okay, that's fair.
Because what we're going to find out through the rest of this evening and all tomorrow are all of the changes, the impacts of those changes. And we might get to the end and go, oh no, that all works. Or, oh, we may need to have a larger discussion. But without that, we don't have the context completely yet. There's been a lot of great feedback, but that's only a sliver of the picture.
Okay. Do you guys concur that we can hold direction until the end of the meeting tomorrow afternoon? And or do you?
I would prefer to read the final three things
Okay,
that came
you
out of
read
the
the-
session, because
you read
we
the
won't
final
remember
three.
this at the end of tomorrow, I
Okay.
guarantee you. We can change it, but we won't remember it. All property owners should be notified of changes to land uses, whether changes are from new zoning designation or changes to land uses within the same zoning designation. Notification should provide a non-digital means of responding. So I'm trying to address the fact, no matter what we might be doing that affects use of my property, I should be notified. And I should be, based on, not everybody has electricity or has computers or has internet or whatever, some non-digital means. So I guess a phone call could still be considered digital, but mail this back or whatever, just to acknowledge that. So that was my input from that. Do you have a question before I move on?
I just want to, I think I know the answer, but just for your sort of stated consensus, I'm assuming that we are not going to be notifying the U.S. Forest Service specifically for all of their parcels.
No, sir.
Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All non-federal and state landowners?
Yes.
Okay.
In their tax information?
No, this is for their zoning code.
Okay. Final two, printed copies of, this came up in a community meeting, but I just want to confirm it here in case, because it was only a couple supervisors involved at that time. But the suggestion was made, and we felt it was good, printed copies of all public review documents to be available at libraries, schools, and other community facilities that will support checking them out. So basically, It's a 400-page document. Not everybody can print that out. Not everybody can do anything on a computer. Can they go somewhere and check it out and look at it? And Trent to say no.
Can it be held in the library? No.
Should be in every community.
Supervisors, I don't recommend that because you can have a document, at least not in the, I don't recommend it as checkout in
Okay.
the library.
Like review in the library.
If you want to have it publicly available in the library,
Gotcha.
that is okay. But you're talking about a ream of paper for each 394-page document. And as soon as that gets reviewed, somebody's going to write on it, somebody's going to spill coffee on it, somebody's going to do stuff to it. You want us to 3-ring hole binder? You want us to put them in, almost to bind them? I mean, you're looking at a lot of effort to do that. We can make them available. They're already electronically available everywhere. And then where do we want them specifically available? Hayfork, Weaverville, Trinity Center?
Trinity?
Where do we want them specifically available? Who's taking them there? Who's responsible for maintaining them? Conceptually, it sounds great. I get it. I support trying to get it out there and get the documents available. But when we talk about a document that is to be checked out, that's where I don't
Good point.
agree with.
So, yeah, I think, and I may have inserted the checkout versus incorrectly because I think we did just say make available. But we were talking about obviously in the libraries, but there aren't libraries everywhere. And I think we were talking about somewhere between 10 and 20 binders, right? With the or not binders, but probably the easiest for a 400-page document. But those would be there that somebody could go, they could go to the library or the High and Palm Community Center or somewhere, and that document would be there that they could look at. Again, I'm just saying what came up, and if the board and or staff feel like that's not a good approach, I'm happy to take it off my list.
I think the other thing too, and Brent just made a similar comment to what I was thinking, is version control. Since in short order, we're going to have a revised version, you just need to provide us clarification in terms of, how that might work.
But I will echo, it's not uncommon to have hard copies available. But they're usually just for viewing, as the CEO had mentioned. You can view it at the library, at the planning counter. So it's not an uncommon process.
I wonder if there may be a way, instead of just making an automatic assumption that we make the expenditures to put things in all these locations that people are going to view them, that if someone needs a written or a printed out copy to be at a location, we can have it at the courthouse in the office, or we can figure out how to help that person or that specific community, rather than having the expenditure of printing out all of those and having them sit and then maybe no one ever go visit them. So maybe it could be based off of a request. What do you?
And if there's some specific locations that the board wants to hone in on, we can have that direction. But we will need, what specific location do you want this at? I've heard High and Palm. We have no location down there. We have no jurisdiction. I have no way to go get a document there.
Right.
We have property, we have availability in Weaverville, Hayfork, Trinity Center. Those are your main three that we have county property at, that we have some form of control of that county property. And if there's a fairly routine entry and exit, like Trinity Center, 4 hours a day or 4 hours a week. Hayfork, it's 4 hours for 2 times a week. Here in Weaverville, it's 8 hours for 3 times a week.
Why don't we suggest we let that sit until we get a little bit more public feedback, and then maybe we could provide a recommendation.
That's
How's that?
fair. I agree with that. Okay, so we have now reached our near 6 o'clock break hour, and we have accomplished one of our 3 planned for sections today.
Actually, we haven't even done that. We did the intro.
Oh,
We have 5, 6, and 2.
we do have 5, 6, and 2 still. Okay, so shall we adjourn until 6:30?
Or 6.
Can we agree, other than the schedule, are we comfortable with what Supervisor Leutwiler has as far as future direction to staff that we'll be able to document at the end of tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we will hold any future direction to staff as a conglomerate as we mark through those. So that we can keep track through each section. And then tomorrow, when we close the meeting, we will provide a large bulk direction to staff.
Mhm.
So that we save, no?
Can we still change it by tomorrow?
I'm just concerned that
Tomorrow.
like if we cover 2 sections tonight and I write down notes and we don't discuss them, are people at the end of tomorrow at 4:30 when you're tired, are you going to remember all of that? And I'm seeing Drew go no. So I still
Probably
think we
not.
can do it. I mean, if we just read through these, it took a little bit of time, but we can lock that down for that section and move on. And if we have to adjust, we can adjust. I don't
Is
trust
that-
our memories. but-
Okay, if you don't trust our memory, then.
Got it captured. And to Brent's point, this may change as we go through it and we get more clarity and understanding. There may be more, there may be less. So I don't see taking time to lock it down right now. I think it's captured, right? It's in your notes, it's in mine.
It's in mine.
I wrote it. That's been the problem. Gets lost in,
Nothing's locked in until we
no, it's
close
lost
tomorrow.
if we don't,
Oh, lost.
you
I'm
know what I
sorry.
mean? Yeah, we don't want to lose any.
Which one?
anything.
But I would maybe recommend then that is the board comfortable with what Supervisor Leutwiler read as the notes for this section?
Yes.
So
Yes.
we can come back and create that clear direction to staff, because we do not have that right now.
Okay, so-
Yes, clear direction to staff is from the notes that Supervisor Leutwiler just read in and we communicated with staff.
With one suggestion, that Amelia's separation of the designation and the zoning, I think making that clear is kind of important here. That's a big, I mean, it was done when nobody knows this stuff.
Move your mic.
Oh, sorry. It was done when nobody knew anything. So I'm kind of worried that separation, if we don't do that, people won't understand it. Even if we, you know what I mean?
Clarification on how, to previous examples that were proposed, rural residential, which is being proposed, so it was then designated land use residential, when it actually should be commercial. What is the process? I'm not saying we need a clear idea of what the process is going to be to correct those items if it's not, to request additional feedback now. How do we go through resolving those? So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, I sent that to Trent, Drew, and Susie.
Would you like to say something?
Chair, I would just suggest we take a 15 or 20-minute break here. We do have some food available for staff and a little bit of a break, and then we'll reconvene at your pleasure.
Okay. It's 6:30 or 6:20? Let's.
6:30.
Oh, okay. Liam says 6:30.
Okay.
We will reconvene at 6. I'm sorry.
Do we need till 6:30? I don't think so.
I need to 6:30.
We will reconvene at 6:30. Good afternoon. I hope everyone was able to have a little break there.
Somebody logged in?
Somebody
Somebody logged in somewhere. We got an echo.
This is a-
Yeah.
Somebody is.
we just turned it up a little bit. So it's warmer.
I had to take off my jacket because I was hot, so.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay. We will now reconvene the dual meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors and the Trinity County Planning Commission. We will open this and we will begin on section number 5. Mentor Harnish will be bringing forward the information on this item.
Maybe not.
We're getting there. Okay. I'll just jump into it. Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates, working with Mintier Harnish on the zoning code update. So I'm going to jump into, now we're at the part of the meeting where we're going to start talking about the actual draft zoning code and go through the various parts. We're going to start with parts 5, or we're going to start with part 5 today, which is permit processing. And the reason we're doing that is that part 5 has the processing procedures in the zoning ordinance that then will be applied to the different types of land uses and in the different zones as you go through them. So this will give you, starting with parts 5 and 6 tonight, kind of give that idea of the regulatory kind of processing structure that's available. And then as you go through the zoning code, you can apply the appropriate processes to the uses and the development. So beginning with part 5, permit processing. So that establishes the processing procedures and requirements for permit types required in the zoning code. And it includes everything from application processing procedures common to the permitting process, goes into procedures for the different individual types of permits. And then this section bookends with post-approval procedures. So it really brings you all the way through from application to the processing of permits and then post-approval actions. And I'm going to go through kind of a summary of each one of the sections. But generally, for the permit processing procedures, through the draft really maintains a bulk of the existing procedures, but are revised and reorganized for clarity and consistency. There are 2 new types of permits that I'll go through, temporary use permits and a zoning clearance. And these are kind of new permit processes that you can use as tools. But really, we're looking at consolidating common procedures, not having a lot of changes, because really how, say, a conditional use permit is processed is how a conditional use permit is processed. It goes to the Planning Commission, there's a hearing, there's public notice. Really, a lot of this is reorganization, consistency, and clarification. So part 5 starts with general provisions that are applicable, that are commonly applicable to the application process. So it really took provisions that currently are kind of distributed throughout your code, consolidating uniform procedures that, again, are common to the application process. This beginning chapter does have a matrix showing the applicable review authorities, just really as a summary of the different types of review, who's the advisory body, review body, and the appeal body. But again, this is really just summarizing what's in the subsequent chapters. The bulk of Part 5 really has the permit process for use allowance entitlements. And it has the various kind of levels of entitlements for allowed land uses. And I'll go through each one kind of starting kind of with the most simplest one. And this is a new procedure, the zoning clearance. And this is a ministerial process whereby you're really just checking for consistency with the zoning code. So this is the process that's used for buildings or uses of land that are allowed by right. So thinking about things like some of the state housing legislation that's coming that's saying, well, if it qualifies under the state housing legislation, then it needs to be processed ministerially and it's allowed by right. So this is the process that you then have in your code so that you're verifying compliance with all of the things that project needs to comply with. So it's the documentation of compliance, and it's a truly ministerial process, which again, is that capture of like we're verifying compliance with code requirements. So in general, zoning clearance is typically allowed for new land uses, new buildings, some additions. Typically, existing uses don't require zoning clearance. Existing uses are there and they may continue. Minor repairs and interior improvements are exempt from the zoning clearance, but again, otherwise a new use, a new building would go through this check for compliance. So this having a zoning clearance available in your zoning code is really an opportunity for administrative efficiency. So sometimes you have something, say a home occupation permit, that there's a number of standards within your code that home occupation needs to comply with. And unless you have a process in here that's truly ministerial, oftentimes you'll put that kind of use through a higher level of permit, maybe a director's use permit or something, because you go, oh, we want to make sure that it follows the code. Well, having the zoning clearance available to you allows you to know that it is checked for code compliance. It goes through that process, but it's ministerial. So it's really just planners are checking to make sure it complies. The second, the next two chapters go into use permits, and that's a director's use permit and a conditional use permit. And as you know, these are permits that you have, permit processes that you already have. These differ from the zoning clearance in that these are discretionary. So the county has discretion over these and can apply conditions. So right now in your current code, these are they're consolidated into one chapter. We're splitting them apart for clarity. And the director's use permit, the director is the decision maker. There is public notice. There's public notice to abutting property owners. And there's a public hearing if the director's decision is appealed or if it gets raised to the planning commission. Conditional use permit goes to the planning commission. There's public notice to property owners within 300 feet. There's published notice, and there's always a public hearing. The next type of permit is a temporary use permit. So this is also a new permit. And so in your in the standards for special uses that you'll look at under another part, they have provisions for temporary uses, some of which that are just allowed, some that require a temporary use permit. And this is the process for those that require a temporary use permit. So temporary uses, they're things that don't really permanently alter the site or neighborhood character. The temporary use permit needs to be submitted at least 90 days before the planned activity to give staff time to review it. The community development director is the review authority, but it also gets input from other county departments to make sure that the temporary uses don't have nuisance impacts or public health and safety ones. And depending on the nature of that proposed temporary use and where it is, it's really going to vary based on what's proposed. So it's the opportunity to kind of check that, make sure there's no unsafe traffic conditions, make sure if there's any conditions that need to be added for emergency access, cleanup, things like that. The next sections really are a series related to modification of standards in certain circumstances. And the first is reasonable accommodation, and this refines your current provisions that you have for reasonable accommodation, which is to make sure that there's flexibility in case there's accommodations that need to be made for persons with disabilities or access to fair housing. So one common example is the handicap ramp that needs to get built in the setback area because that's the only area for it. The next section is modifications to zoning code standards. So this is a process to consider modifications to standards, and those where a modification is kind of allowed will be identified throughout the zoning code. One example, I'm not sure if this is exactly in your code, but one example, sometimes they say, oh, you can request a modification to the parking requirements through the modification process. So this is that process to ask for modifications where those modifications are allowed. Then there's also a general allowance that you can ask for a modification up to 20% of dimensional standards. And that's just to build a little flexibility into your zoning code. If there's circumstances like, oh, well, we need to provide another parking space, but we're 6 inches short. Can we request a modification to the required dimension for the parking space in order to have it count? Request for modification gets processed concurrently with whatever other permit approval the project is required for. So if something requires a conditional use permit and you're asking for a modification, those run concurrently together. And the Planning Commission would decide on them. If there's no other permit required and it's just a straight, just modification is the only thing kind of requested, then the decision maker is the director. And then the final section is variances, and these are where, a request for variation that's beyond a modification, so to vary the standards. This does require certain findings that are required by state law that really says there's something unique about this property, physically unique about the property that really precludes that property owner from enjoying the same benefits as comparatedly zoned and located properties. So it's really an extraordinary circumstance. Obviously, you have those provisions now, and they're really guided by state law of where they can be allowed or approved. So I think kind of just summarizing the big differences of the permit processing, the addition of the zoning clearance, just wanted to highlight that. So a zoning clearance would come in if you're doing something comes in by right and you'd have to do a building permit. That building permit just gets routed to planning, and planning, checks it for setbacks, heights, those kinds of things, and signs it off in the zoning clearance. I understand the county doesn't have a business license procedure, but should the county have a business license procedure, that same thing would happen. So someone comes in for their business license that just gets routed to planning, and planning makes sure it's an allowed use. And then there's a record of that was checked for code compliance, and that use is in fact allowed. And I'm sorry that I realize my head's always going this way. So the next couple sections are post-approval provisions. So these are things that occur after approval of the permit. The first section is for deviation. So this is if someone comes in, you get an approved set of plans, and they're going through Caltrans review and they have to move their driveway or something. There's something that comes up when you actually start to, either build or develop that plan. As drafted, the director can approve minor deviations, things that are still in line with original approval. They're not contrary to any of the conditions of approval or environmental review that was done. So it allows some flexibility for that. But a major deviation would need to go back to the original review authority. So those are things that really intensify the project. You know, maybe they want to add 3 more stories or something like that, something that would affect an intensification of the project, change a condition of approval, affect the CEQA review, would need to be kind of rerun through the process and go back to the original review authority. And then a section on revocation of permits. This is really a tool that that you have, but is very kind of rarely used. And it's really reserved for typically extreme enforcement cases where compliance isn't achieved through kind of working through it, and there's a public health and safety concern. So these are the procedures that if the county were to get to that position where you needed to really revoke a permit, entitlement, or an approval, conditions are violated, laws are being broken, none of the other enforcement actions that you have available to you have worked, then you can go through revocation procedures. They can be initiated by the board, planning commission, or the director, but they do go through a public process where there's public hearing. It goes back to the original review body. There's public notice, and there's a due process portion of it. Again, that's kind of rarely used, but it's an important tool to have as part of your permit processing procedures. Oh, sorry, I talked too much on one slide, so there's the. So that's a broad overview of the part 5, the permit processing, and I'll turn it back over to the chair for discussion or questions.
Thank you. We will now hear public comment on this section that was just presented. If you have public comment in the room, please make sure that you stick to part 5, and you have 3 minutes unless you need a translator, and then you. And here is Mr. Frazier with a binder.
Okay, first off, section 5, I have some concerns that if you look at this chart, Drew has enough work. He doesn't need to approve every single thing that happens in this county going forward. The community development director is responsible for everything. Lucky Drew. The other concern I have is with the zoning clearances. I understand somewhat the idea behind it, and this is a ministerial process. Yes, that's great. What I don't like is the fact that I now have to engage in another process for any land use. Maybe under the exempt activities over on 3, I could get away with some stuff, but also given my zoning, it's going to cause me to have to travel to Weaverville or go through the process, pay a fee for every change in my use. Well, it's not spelled out enough in here for me. What is a change in use? Why is agriculture broken down into chicken, turkey, hog ranch? Down here's poultry farm. I'm doing both. If I go from poultry farm to turkey ranch, do I have to go pay another fee, go through the ministerial process, all this? I don't like it. I do not like the idea that we have a zoning clearance section added. To me, it feels like there's either one of 2 options. Either you don't think that I am smart enough to read the charts, or you don't think you wrote your charts good enough for me to interpret. So we have to make Drew look at every project that goes through Trinity County and make a determination if it's meets zoning. And if we are going through that process, and if Drew looks at that and says, oh, I'm not sure that meets zoning requirements, is it still a use by right, or did we just step into a discretionary use? So, and then the director's use permit, the conditional use permit, I'm a lucky guy that gets stuck in ag forest where everything is not allowed unless I'm building houses. That's allowed. So I have to go get a director's use permit. Well, what if I change my zoning, my idea of what I want to do? So I'm doing this one day, I get a director's use permit. Then I decide I'm going to upgrade. Now I'm a poultry farmer, conditional use permit. Now I upgrade, I want to do something else. I have to get another director's use permit. By doing requiring all these permits, are you in fact pushing me into a situation where I'm violating CEQA because every time I get a permit, I get a categorical exemption and now I'm piecemealing? So there's a lot of this stuff that needs thought out. Okay.
Thank you. Next, public comment in the room?
Excuse me, Keith Groves. I want to say that I agree everything with Mr. Frazier said. I also kind of just want to take a big picture for you guys, and you don't have the capacity. Trinity County hasn't had the capacity to do any of that since 2005 and maybe not before that. So we can't do the things that we have today, and adding this layer even slows the process down more. But my general comment to you is that as we go through these and we see these conditions that we need, think about the fact that you don't have the capacity to do them. And so maybe we can start removing some of these other conditional uses on this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment in the room?
Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center, Coffee Creek, East Fork. I agree with the previous two speakers. You know, we live here in Trinity County, and one of the reasons we love living here is because we're free. And there's not very many places left in this country like Trinity County. And, you know, Drew is constantly saying, oh, I can't do that. We don't have time. Oh, I can't do that. And, you know, the Planning Commission requests things. He says, I can't do that. I don't have time. There's no way I could get that done. I don't have time. So, yeah, permitted by right. Thanks.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what the previous speakers have said. I'm definitely concerned about the workload requirements and the ability for projects to move forward. I believe one of the policies of the general plan is to try and support like small home enterprises and stuff like that. And so I think that's not just a concept. It should be in fact in the document. But I do have questions I'd like to throw out there for discussion. I know you can't answer them right now, but I'll just get these out there. Is the zoning clearance a tool that can be used to streamline a discretionary permit? If you're applying for a director's use permit and then you do a zoning clearance, and it's like, oh, cool, you totally meet all the paradigms, you can just move right through. You know, that to me seems like a good way of using this thing. Wondering how does it materially differentiate itself from a building permit? So you submit a building permit, generally you have to meet all the setbacks and the height requirements and all of that. And will it impact by right uses that don't require a permit? Item number 5 specifically in the list where it says any development of vacant land, and then define vacant land. Is that an entire parcel that isn't being used, or is it the back half of my land I haven't done anything with yet just because I haven't got there? And all I'm wanting to do is put up a fence, lay some irrigation pipe, and have some cattle that are by right without a permit. But that line says any development of vacant land. And so that seems to me that's significantly reducing my by right uses. And then the change of use, how strict, again, using a pasture as an example, if I move from irrigated pasture, cut hay on to grazing on it, is that a change in use? And then that would be up to me to make that decision. I would have to know, oh, I'm changing the use, so I should go report this. Or I'm just, oh, I'm not changing the use and I'm doing it, then I get a code violation. So there's really no way of knowing from the layman's position how that would play out. Or the same thing with a barn that maybe is a milking shed, but you end up wanting to use it for laying hens. So can I just do that, or do I have to ask for every single thing that I want to do on my property? I would love to see this used as a tool to reduce the difficulty that we face through use permits. If that can be applied, if it can be used to like, mitigate the staff time and the cost of director's use permits. And I don't know if it can be used for a CUP or not. I literally don't know, but I sure hope so. And I think that would be a great tool, because then if you can check the boxes, by right use, like it's described in the land use requiring a CUP, can this mitigate that and make life a little bit easier and make business a little bit easier in the county? Thank you.
Catherine Sidman Lewiston. Everything everybody else already said, but then I'm really trying to understand how this would maybe apply to me. So if I want to put in a half-acre garden, vegetable garden, or I want to put in a little orchard or something like that on part of my land that's currently not being used, am I asking permission to somebody? I'd like to see maybe a list or a suggested list or examples of what activities newly require zoning approval, whereas before I just would have done it. And actually, maybe later I'm still going to maybe just do it. Full disclosure. I'd like to see some kind of matrix with current permitting requirement, proposed permitting requirement, new permitting triggers, and really explaining what are our estimated staffing impacts? What are the anticipated permit volume? How is this one person who's widely known as one of the busiest people in county governance now going to absorb all of these new things? And I'm really not clear. If I'm barking up the wrong tree, you can interrupt me and stop me right now and save everybody's time. If these are things that I would have had to have a permit for already, then fine. But just reading the actual raw code, it says any improvement of vacant land, any increase in intensity in how you're using your land. If I decide that I want half a dozen goats and I want to move them around my property and do brush clearing, am I asking Drew if I can do that? I really don't understand how invasive this is. And even if it's not as invasive as I think it's with this and all the additional DUPs and CUPs that you're burdening the general plan with, I don't see how any of this is going to work on a practical basis. I'd like to know how much time, if we do go and we need a zoning clearance, 60 days, 90 days, or am I waiting 6 months, 8 months, a year, 2 years for that? Is that an additional length of time that I'm now waiting? And we're not using the Permit Streamlining Act as it is. God help us when we integrate that, right? So what is the real burden of this on somebody like me? I don't have big plans to remodel my house or something, but I like to putter around and rent my husband a little bobcat every now and again and clear something off and do something with it. And how much of that is now no longer my by right use on my property, but something I need to go to development and get permission for? I really don't understand how far reaching this is, and it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Thank you.
Evening, Vidette Vanderweide Lewiston. Ditto to all of that. And we've also, a couple of our speakers have also touched on the fact of staffing and our staffing shortages. And I'd like to comment, I'm going to hit that one hard, because we often stay out here looking at visions and codes and all of the stuff out here, but we don't look on the internal side of what does this all mean to the people over here and over here that have to sit behind the desks and actually put all this to work. He's never at his desk. How can you put anything else on any director's desk at this point? And our staff now is overwhelmed. You may not want to see that and you may not want to look at it, but I know it. And you're asking for us to overwhelm them with a million other things. So we've got to really be clear on what we're asking when we're doing all of this stuff. We have got to be really clear what that looks like on the inside for our staff who are already worked to the bone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, I'm Colette Lucky, Trinity Center.
I just have one question, and that is, how will enforcement of all of these zoning restrictions work? And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I, before I begin public comment, ask, do you receive the public comments to Trinity 2050? Do you receive them?
We answered that question earlier, and yes, the staff.
You do
does-
receive them individually?
No.
No, I'm not talking about staff. I'm speaking to you. Do you, because I think it's important, don't defer this to staff. I'm just going to share with you my public comments. I made 15 copies. The agenda said 10, but I know you have
Don't we have those
many
already?
more people here, but it said 10.
We have those.
Earlier today. I was here in the morning and then I did it after that, so.
Just to be clear, we did receive a substantial amount of your public comments as preparation for this meeting.
For today? Today, these are new today for each of the parts. The reason they're important is because they offer a lot of questions that we're not able to in 3 minutes pose. And so I think it's something that would be helpful to you to digest because they're concerns that are coming from the public. So I want to make sure that you all, as our public officials, not staff, not consultants, have the opportunity to understand some of these concerns more deeply. So right out of the gate from part 5, I will say, get rid of the zoning clearance. Ridiculous. I mean, I'm sorry, just cut right to the chase. There's absolutely no reason when you have a by right permissible use that we have to go through staff and pay fees and wait. That's, I mean, I can't even imagine. Ridiculous. Second, it substantially expands the first instance authority for community development director and staff. You can't do that. I live in this world every day. They cannot process what they have. There are not base procedures and processes, no administrative manuals that staff or the public can follow. So everything becomes rather arbitrary and discretionary, and it slows everything down. So if you want to make sure there's no development, then implement that. I'm 100% serious. This is very serious. It's nothing, it's nothing personal. I'm just saying you don't have the baseline processes and procedures, administrative manuals for everyone to follow. And then you can build on that. What are the discretionary components? You need to state what those are. But that's not done currently. So you get policy memos, you get people saying, this is what I believe, and it becomes arbitrary because I know people who have a different answer than what another person is given. Because I deal with, 200 plus clients that run through office. It also introduces new flexibility mechanisms through deviations and modifications, including administrative authority over minor deviations and modifications up to 20% of dimensional standards. These provisions may be useful, but terms such as minor, major, detrimental effect, intensification remain highly discretionary unless clear objective standards are provided. I'm telling you, don't even have baseline processes and procedures, much less objective standards. Finally, the language governing revocation and enforcement is significantly expanded. The proposed standards include broad concepts such as nuisance concerns, inadequate mitigation, operational changes. Those standards should be tightened to ensure consistency, predictability, and procedural fairness. Stop with the arbitrariness. It's everywhere right now. I'm surprised people haven't sued. I would respectfully encourage the Board and Planning Commission to direct staff and consultants to prepare a clear matrix identifying new permit triggers, expanded director authority, changes in public hearing requirements, changes in permit burden compared to the existing code. This is really important because this part governs how zoning code will function in practice. It deserves careful policy level review before moving forward with adoption. Get down to the basics. We need base procedures, processes, documented administrative manuals. Start there. Don't add all this other stuff now. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room?
I totally agree and then with Dan Fraser. I think he brought a very good point. And I also totally agree with the rest of the presenters. It's getting kind of too much regulation or something. I just wanted to get an example. under the proposed current zoning RR, and there's a discretion that under RR, you can only raise 6 hens, no rooster. And if you're gonna raise more than 6 hens and rooster, then it doesn't apply at the post-mortem special subdivision district. Because up there, we live in a total different world where we raise a lot of dogs, pheasants, all kind of animals, I guess. And we have a lot of rooster. We have gun, people shooting at day and at night, and where's the enforcement? We don't have all those. So if you are going to create this kind of clearing zoning, then it become too complicated, too government regulations. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, is there any online?
Yes. Ben?
Good evening again. I don't know whether to laugh or cry about this whole process. I mean, we're adding layer upon layer to this process. Instead of adding more dups and cups and tups to the process, why not go the other way? Legislate less, and if there's a problem down the road, then it can be revisited we can revisit multiple times a year. Why are we ramping up and causing issues? Well, if it's something that's a problem later, we'll come back and we'll reevaluate. Why are we regulating something that isn't an issue at this point? Start small, work upward. Do we have any type of chart or document that says right now what requires a dup, cup, or tup, and what is when compared to what the new plan will require? Something small, something we all can kind of wrap our heads around and probably answer a lot of questions. I hear all the time, county morale is great because I talk to directors all the time and they say so. Well, the directors are not going to tell you the real story. Talk to the analysts, talk to the lower level employees. I mean, are we worried that Drew doesn't have enough work right now? I feel like we're turning this county into a giant homeowner landowner association, and Drew is going to be the president. We live in a rural forest. What the heck are we doing here? Thank you.
Trinity Alps Canacraft?
Hello, board and commission and staff. I very much concur with Mr. Frazier and Mr. Groves. I want to just speak to I'm forgetting what everything's called, but the approval or whatever when we have things permitted by right, but all of these things are just very overburdensome on the farmer. We're paying almost $7 a gallon for diesel, but either way, I'm gonna try to go a little off topic though, just because I've had quite a few people reach out to me with the Post Mountain thing, and the whole thing's getting lost in the wash on what the real deal is there. But you're gonna make them all RR, and that does allow cultivation. But then
We need to stick to the topic that was just presented on.
You had 20 people come up, and I've had a bunch of people reach out to me, and there's a communication barrier here. And if you make them all RR, no buffer reduction is allowed. So very few of those parcels in Post Mountain will be allowed to get cultivation. Everybody in that room is missing that. Just because you're saying, oh, you're going to make Post Mountain RR, that's not letting them all grow. Only an eighth of those properties, they're all 2.5 acre parcels. So I hope that you can recognize that. And I know it was inappropriate to say that at this time, and I apologize, but I have a bunch of Hmong workers that work for me They've been reaching out to me. There's a communication barrier. Every single person that lives in Post Mountain wants to grow cannabis, and they all agree with it. And you need to make that possible for them, please. And thank you.
Nikki?
Hi again, supervisors and members of the public. I want to address what I believe is one of the most significant policy shifts within the Trinity County 2050 zoning update process. The change of P equaling permit by right to P equaling permitted with zoning clearance, tied to the chapter 17.140. This is not a minor word clarification. It's a major structural change in how land use authority is functioning throughout the county. For years, property owners, applicants, planning commissioners, and public have generally understood permitted as meaning permitted by right, meaning that if a project met objective standards, it can proceed without discretionary interpretation and additional administration review. I'm not arguing against responsible planning, public health protection, or reasonable land use standards. I'm arguing the transparency, predictability, and objective standards that the public can clearly understand. I believe that the better approach is to restore P equaling permit to right within the zoning tables. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is supposed to be a workshop, and I'm kind of dismayed that we're taking the more like formal board meeting path of public comment before the subject is discussed, because what happens is you guys discuss a bunch of stuff that we didn't know about during our public comment time. And you know, I hope that we can get to more of a workshop sort of dialogue format here. You know, there's something came up during that discussion, and a light bulb came on for me, which is a lot of people are requesting to be zoned ag, myself included, since the beginning. And right now you're telling everybody to wait until after adoption, after the EIR, and that rezones will happen next year. But what's going to happen is when that rezone comes up, you're going to say the underlying general plan designation won't support your rezone to ag. Too bad, too late. And, you know, right now, nothing has been adopted. When this started, you told me that my general plan designation was going to be ag. You made a map. I looked at the map. I saw my zone was ag. I came to several meetings where we discussed it being ag, and I said, this is great, pretty much solves all my problems. I don't need to be involved in the rest of your process. I'll get out of your hair. Have a great day. And then somewhere along the line, there was this bait and switch to where now my general plan is back to RR. And then you said, well, the cannabis section was blank. And you said, well, don't worry, we're going to get to that in zoning. But now we're in zoning, and we're right back to where we've been for 6-7 years of that. The RR is the problem, and it sucks, and it's very restrictive, and the noose just keeps tightening at every turn. Nothing is better. Nothing is better for my life, for my simple farm that has not changed. Nothing in this is better in the RR. And I logged out to wrap up my day at work and lock up the building, and now I hear there was some talk of a 90-day window where I could have requested a general plan designation change, and that now it's too late. And me, who pays pretty close attention, I missed that there was a 90-day window. I've sent emails, I've requested ag change, and now you're telling me too late. And the hell, it's too late. Like, take my $8,000. Let's open that window back up. The Ag 1, the Ag 5 zonings, there's no law that says we can't have smaller Ag zone parcels. And that solves all of these problems, all of this heartache we're about to get into for the next several months about what's allowed in RR for cannabis. You solved the problem with the Ag zoning, and then you unsolved it with this bait and switch after you told everybody we were doing the Ag stuff. And now I don't think you're being honest with people when you tell them these rezones next year. You're going to screw them next year by saying it's too late now. And I think you need to be very clear with people. I heard several
Steve,
people mention this.
Your time is up. I apologize for that. but
Doggone, I'll
we
be
have
back
so much time.
tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay.
John?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. A lot of very thoughtful comments that I sure hope this joint session can take to heart. I think a lot of this goes right back to the original scoping and the original public comments to the scoping that were overwhelmingly in favor of more principally permitted uses, streamlined permitting and allowing of home-based businesses, greater freedom to use your property, and waving the magic wand to get rid of, I believe it's over 10,000 unclassified parcels, and just trying to shove them all into very few little boxes of both general plan designation and zoning is it's not a good fit for Trinity. Perhaps we need to add an additional zoning type that could be, ag 1 or something like that. But this is not working. You have many frustrated people. Almost everybody who has commented is very frustrated with this process and feels like their input has been undermined and disregarded. So I think we need to add another zoning type. We need to take a little more time with this. We need to really make sure this is going to work. And uh, the addition of zoning clearances might seem like a streamlined way to do this, as a paper exercise, but I agree with the highly experienced former supervisors that have commented on this, that's not really going to be feasible in Trinity County long term. In their experience, it has not been. And I think most people that have been paying attention would agree. So we need to get back to the original scoping comments of this thing, where we're to simplify, to streamline, to have greater allowable uses. And we've got to do something to fix this ag RR thing that started down one path and then switched. And there's a lot of people that feel undermined now. And so it seems like this is the time to deal with those things before we go any further. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment online?
Dan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening, supervisors, commissioners, staff. I want to focus my comments at the moment on governance and democratic accountability and the growing concentration of administrative power within the proposed zoning code. A recurring theme throughout this draft is the transfer of increasingly significant land use authority away from public deliberation and toward administrative discretion, particularly through the expanding role of the CAO's office. And that shift matters because zoning is not simply a matter of technical administration. Zoning determines what kinds of communities people are actually allowed to build, what economic opportunities exist for those communities, and how property rights function, and who ultimately gets to participate in shaping the future and the development of Trinity County. Throughout the draft, broad discretionary authority appears repeatedly throughout. Permitted by right determinations, directors' use permits, conditional use permits, interpretive authority under section 17.05.050, permit conditions under section 17.185.040, permit revocation authority under section 17.180.040, and overlay expansion authority under section 17.45.040. The practical effect is that more and more land use decisions are being routed through administrative review process rather than public standards of transparent legislative deliberations. And that raises a fundamental democratic concern, which is this: who actually is governing land use in Trinity County? Is it elected representatives, publicly accountable bodies like the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission, or is authority increasingly being centralized within administrative departments operating through discretionary permitting frameworks? Because the more uses that require directors' use permits, conditional use permits, administrative interpretations, compatibility findings, or discretionary review tied to concepts like community character or public welfare, the more power shifts away from publicly understandable law and toward individualized administrative and staff judgments. This creates several serious problems. First, it weakens democratic accountability. Residents can vote for supervisors and participate before the Planning Commission, but they have far less influence over evolving administrative interpretations that occur internally and often outside of meaningful public visibility. Second, it creates institutional bottlenecks. Trinity County also already struggles with limited departmental capacity, and a zoning framework that forces increasing numbers of uses through discretionary administrative review is likely to slow permitting timelines. I would strongly urge the county to reconsider the broader structural direction of this draft and ask whether it's creating a planning framework grounded in democratic accountability and predictable standards, or one increasingly dependent on administrative discretion and centralized institutional control. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Any more public comment online?
I have no additional raised hands.
Thank you, everyone, for participating. We will now move into the Planning Commission's opportunity to ask questions and have discussion.
Thank you all for being here and for continuing to participate. I just want to say that up front. All right, so I think there's been a misinterpretation, unless it happened at a meeting that I wasn't at, about the zoning clearance and how it was applied to the plan. So I have a couple of questions, but I just want to be upfront with what my understanding was when we discussed it at Planning Commission meetings, is that it had been proposed as to be a component of how to differentiate between the director's use permits and the conditional use permits. And I also want to add that from the draft that was presented originally, and Commissioner Fall did extensive comparisons between our existing zoning code and what was proposed to make sure that we were correcting what was differentiated, that for the majority, the Planning Commission allowed more to be permitted by right and then to be at a director's use permit rather than a conditional use permit as we went through the process. So I just want that to sit for a second, that for the most part, we move the needle to open up and allow more accessibility. And why we put more of that, or some of the reasons why we put more of that, and it seems like overburdening Drew at the director's use permit. Well, now it's not a $3,000, $5,000 permit and a conditional use permit and a bigger thing, less work for the county, less hoops to jump through, less things to move forward. So that's the majority of what the commission had been doing and what has been incorporated into this. Now, do I think we got everything perfect? No. There's room for improvements. There's room for adjustments. One of the commitments I'm going to make is that I will go back with this current draft to the previous zones and see if we missed anything and made anything harder, and draw that up and ask that question, like, is this the way we want to go? So that's my commitment. So at our next meeting, I will have that for review as well. Furthermore, director's use permits are to be reported as they're being approved to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission can look at reviewing those, ask more questions, those kinds of things. So yes, director's use permits, but still that reports to the Planning Commission as well. And I do think we want to think about how the Planning Commission is supporting the director there. And he he currently drew, but could be somebody else in the future, has the opportunity to bump things up to the planning commission that they don't feel comfortable making that decision on. So the idea that we're putting so much on that position, yes, that we associate that person with Drew right now, but it's a position, could be a changing person. There is discretion there. And when that position is absent, they are supposed to come up to the planning commission for approval. So just to add a little bit there. So my question, apologies, getting to the question part, is for the zoning clearances. So my first question is that required by state that we go this way?
No, the zoning clearance is not required by the state. I did mention state requirements when I was talking about it, so maybe that's where there's some confusion. But so the state is saying, you know, for some housing developments, you have to allow them by right through a ministerial process. And there's a number of things that you're checking for through that process. So that zoning clearance gives you that mechanism to do that. And the zoning clearance is also, and I understand well, I'll just tell you the intent. The intent of the zoning clearance is to make things easier. It is to streamline to streamline a discretionary process by having a checklist versus a discretionary permit. And give that process, in some cases, it would be, you know, very simple. It's one and of the same with the building permit. You know, it just comes through and you sign off in the computer. There might be other things that zoning clearances that take more time where you're verifying compliance with conditions of approval, or you're verifying compliance with more complex codified standards. And the idea is, with that process in place, some of these things that maybe are going through discretionary review because you want to make sure they follow all those standards, you codify the standards. Now you have a process in place where that checklist is there and there's a checklist for it. So definitely we can work on the exemptions. The intent is not to create a burden for people to, you know, plant a garden or, you know, change their agricultural operation. So we can work on that. Like I mentioned, in some cases, it's a little easier. Say if you had that business license process, you can just tie it with the business license and it's one and the same. So there's no noticeable, you know, kind of different process with that. Anyway, did that kind of clarify the intent, and then how maybe we can modify what's drafted to address some of the concerns?
Yeah. So I think, you know, and commissioners, please weigh in here, that our direction was never to remove permitted by right and go 100% to this zoning clearance process, that it was really more of differentiations on specialty cases or an optional opportunity is what we had discussed, that people could come forward and ask, does this make sense for what I'm allowed to do on my property? And so where, the other question I have associated with this is how common is the zoning clearance practice utilized, and what other districts are examples of that?
It's fairly common practice, and I would have to go through and give some specific examples. I know San Luis Obispo County uses it, Santa Barbara County, Calaveras County. Those are just the ones I know off the top of my head because I've worked with those jurisdictions. And I just want to be clear, the uses, whatever may require a zoning clearance, it's still allowed by right. So it's still allowed by right. The zoning clearance is that just check for compliance with the objective standards. So let's say you did something that's allowed by right, but you didn't come in and get a zoning clearance. Well, likely you're just going to go on and do that. Let's say you get maybe turned in like enforcement or somebody raises a question about it. The planning department just looks and says, oh yeah, you can do it, and signs off in the computer. It can be that easy. It's not intended to be a burden. It's really just intended to be like a memorialization, I would say.
I guess I'm just continuing to be concerned and understand the comments that have been made and had similar concerns as to increasing intensity. Well, if I'm not increasing intensity, but I'm changing. And we've had so many conversations about allowing people to use their land, do what they need to do on their land, and to be able to support our rural economy and to be able to let people to navigate and grow their business, change their business. We need to be able to be flexible to go where the money is, right? Like we used to be able to sell pine and timber, and now can't do that, right? So we need to look at building in flexibility. And this concerns me about that having to come forward and ask all the time so that then it's okay. I think we also need to think about a little bit how this is going to jeopardize insurance and other things like that, right? So we heard from a landowner in our community meeting about a parcel that is having issues getting insurance because of land use and zoning not matching up and accessibility. And so, do they need to come forward and show that the county approved that they can do this and that's the only way that they're going to get insured to do that? If it's permitted by right, let's let them do it. And my recommendation is let's use the zoning clearance to help differentiate on some of the harder things. So that's my piece. Thank you.
Jump in here just real quick because it's part of this conversation. I think that the commissioner is bringing up. I think right now that, for instance, when an application or a structure comes across the counter, planning is checking the boxes, kind of like what a zoning clearance is intended to do, is checking the boxes to make sure the height, the setback, as it relates to a structure. But no one is actually checking uses. And is my understanding is if there's a use that has specific standards, nothing's being checked off to make sure that that use is actually meeting objective criteria. And so I think the original intent of the zoning clearance as part of this was to also check those uses, not just if you're building a pole barn or building a house. If there is a use on the property that's permitted, it's checking to make sure that any standards are of that use is also being complied with. That's also the intent. It is truly meant to be a checklist of sorts at the counter that the planner's just going, okay, your use is meeting this. I see in the code it allows X, Y, and Z. You're doing X, Y, and Z. Sign. Thank you. Move on. It's not a full discretionary permit. Having worked behind the counter as a planner for several years, that was my job, was working through zoning clearances. And it's really just a check to make sure that you're complying with the code uses. And in the jurisdictions I've worked for counties, rural counties, you're checking also to make sure that structures on the property are actually reflecting the standards that are codified. That's the intent. You don't have to have a zoning clearance, but the intent was to try to remove the red tape and cut that from the barrier and bring it down so that staff can just go, you don't need to go before the planning commission. You don't need to do that permit. I see you've met the height. I see your apiary use works because you meet the setbacks of that use. You're good to go. Sign off and move forward. That's the intent. And I think that there's a disconnect in some of this conversation. So I just want to try to clear that up.
So if that's the intent, and I've made this comment before, that these discussions, these comments that we're making need to make it into the draft so that intent is clear and continues forward. So if that is the intent, that for buildings and structures we're getting zoning clearance, then we want it like only for buildings, only for this use or how we're going to use it. And yeah, thank you. So let's just make sure the intent makes it into the final draft.
Understood.
So we spent So we spent 30 hours going over Ps and Cs and Ds on the assumption, or actually the knowledge that P equaled permitted by right. And it got changed after the fact to permitted with a zoning clearance. So that's.
Permitted by right still requires that whatever the use is, permitted by right still has to meet standards. It still has to meet objective standards. So the purpose of but it's permitted by right is meaning it doesn't have to go through any discretionary action. The right is allowed on property. Yes, that is completely correct. But it still has to meet a standard.
No discretionary process. Okay, when zoning clearance review allows for compatibility determinations, interpretation authority, operational condition, or additional administration requirements uses no longer function as truly by right in practice. So anyway, all the other stuff aside, the fix for this is to restore P equals permitted by right and limit chapter 17-.140 authority of exclusively to objective ministerial review functions such as dimensional verification and confirmation that objective standards are met.
Standards can be met, but I would just ask
get an avenue where you can have non-compliance, and then zoning gives you the attack for that.
So just an example question would be if you had a car wash come in, a car wash is a use. How would you confirm that that car wash is meeting standards? What's the mechanism? I guess I'm as an applicant and as somebody who's been behind the counter, I'm just trying to figure out how staff would handle that. It's by right, and you're using an objective standard. How, and for a use, how would you make sure that it's actually meeting it?
There's no designation between an apiary or a car wash. So if you put in designations as far as particular things that need to have a zoning clearance, then that's fine. But right now it's just all of them. So if you want to have an apiary, you have to have a zoning clearance?
No, if there are specific standards, that apply to something, it's a checklist to make sure that whatever the standards are being met. Otherwise, there's no checks and balances on any of that. That's the purpose of the zoning clearance, is a checks and balance. That's all it is.
Okay, so permitted by right should equal P, and 17-140 authority exclusively to objective ministerial review functions such as dimensional verification and confirmation that objective standards are met. And that's how that should go.
If I may, just to kind of clarify what I understood Brent to be saying to your statement, Dan, how are we verifying that the objective standards are met?
You don't need to. It's permitted by right. So if I can have an apiary, why do you need to prove anything?
But, okay, so if you're trying to put a car wash on ag, who's going to tell you no?
Well, you have to get a building permit. You have to get a building permit, and the building permit's going to go and look at the zoning to see where that's acceptable, right? When I get a building permit, I have to show my setbacks. I have to present that. So doesn't the building permit provide that avenue? But the building permit would only look at dimensional standards of the structure on site. It would not evaluate the use. It wouldn't evaluate the use. And so the use is just that it's a car wash? Yeah, I mean, so there's the use so may just have separate verifying standards. that it is indeed a car wash? It's Or is there like a whole new form that has a lot of standards on what a car wash is, or what grazing is, or what a golf course is, or, I think tomorrow's going to be really beneficial too, because when we start to go through part 2, part 3, and part 4, especially in part 4, when we talk about standards for specific uses, I think it's going to circle back to this conversation about the checks and balances on those uses and standards, and how is staff verifying it? Yeah, and how has that been done for the last 50 years in Trinity County? And so it has not been done, and have we ran into some real big quagmires in businesses because of the lack of that?
Hi, Angel Chapel, Assistant Planner. So for a lot of, for use checks, we've been pretty much doing that for free and just through email. We look at the code, based off of what discussions with people, and then we'll just say, yeah, based off of our interpretation, this is the thresholds you can operate within. And if you go above that, then you have to get a director use permit or a conditional use permit.
Okay.
But with that process, it can take up quite a bit of time and research for some of these topics. And the zoning clearance permit process is pretty much capturing an existing process that already occurs and would give the ability to capture some of like more of the administrative staff time associated with the research we do for some of these projects. Currently for building permit reviews, there's like a planning review fee of $55. And something like that would still apply for the zoning clearance permit.
Is that what it would cost? Is $55 or something?
Something
about?
similar. And then we also do for properties that are trying to get insurance.
So that $55 would mean about
think we
20
need to be-
minutes of staff time?
Just
Yeah.
as an interjection, we need to be careful assigning a dollar amount without the fee study and understanding that.
That's our-
So we'll
that's our
leave the
existing
dollar
fee.
amounts out or the,
That's our existing fee.
oh, that's the existing fee? Okay, I just want to make sure we
But to
don't.
clarify, that does not adequately cover staff time.
Yeah.
We need to separate this though, as far as permitted by right is something you can do by right that doesn't need a permit. So if you want to separate it and do like a PZ for permitted by right with a zoning clearance for something that needs a building permit or another type of permit, that's fine. But you can't add in all the stuff that doesn't need any kind of permit and then create something where you have to make a permit on something that's permitted by right. You see what I mean? You need to separate it.
Let me jump in to kind of further give an example of what Angel's talking about. So, and I think this relates to comment you made, Commissioner Flights, about insurance. We've now, over the last handful of months, seen an uptick of requests for basically like a zoning confirmation. Because in order for insurance agencies to give insurance on properties that have businesses, they want proof that that business is allowed there by right. So this, I think as we go forward in time, that is the function of this, to ensure that these uses are allowed by right and meet those objective standards. So, 6.5 dozen, if that's required by an insurance agency to issue insurance, well, functionally, we're going to be charging staff time to accomplish that, whether before or after, if they want to get insurance. So that's just another piece of the puzzle.
So they wouldn't just look down the grid and be like, well, it is grazing. Yes, it is by right.
Based on what we've been getting, in terms of communication and requests, no, that does not suffice as formal documentation from the jurisdiction to meet the standards for those insurance agencies.
It should be voluntary though.
I think that the part that we're also not talking about yet is our parcel size complexity and how that plays into some of this and what the parcels can be utilized for, right? You can't look at the property I live on in Weaverville and say, hey, we're going to build a feedlot. We're going to do all these things. It doesn't work, right? Setbacks, I can't physically fit it on my property, right? So that's a bad example, which is why I'm putting it out there, because it's not going to work. But we have to think about some of those things as associated with larger properties. Now, I do have a question about, like, one of the standards was if there's a residence within 300 feet or if there's a neighboring property within 300 feet. I guess I'm asking, are there ways that we can get away from that? Because if you own the neighboring parcels that touch every side of that or own everything within 300 feet, do we really need to do the notification? Because you are the notification. So some of those items, can we clean up and make sure that we can really streamline this process?
You're not talking about that.
That's the zoning clearance part of it, because there was a notification component to it for the building of a new structure.
So there's a notification of neighbors for the permit, for what is permitted by right, for the neighbors to.
I'm sorry, can you clarify? Because I thought I heard that in the
No, there's
presentation.
no notification for a zoning clearance.
Okay. What was that for, the 300-foot notification?
300 foot is for a conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, so some questions. So let's see here. So the timeline associated with the clearance. Here's something, a challenge that I've seen is that with differing departments, the regulations for surveys, let's say, not the regulations, but the discretion, change from employee to employee. And so it shouldn't be. It should be, you know, very straightforward, but for some reason in certain areas, certain projects take a lot longer. And that seems to be based on the personality of the person who is the gatekeeper. And so there's like a really big concern with that of the gatekeeper. It's discretion, or it's, you know, just a zoning clearance, but adding more nuance to it. And that is heard collectively.
Question. So you talked about checklists, and I think this will get at how it could be implemented. So is it within the contract that you guys would build those checklists for us before the end of this? Or if we're adopting this, does the county then need to build the checklists?
I have a handful of amendments here I'd like to read unless you want me to. I already submitted them,
Do
so
we want
in the interest of speeding things up, would you
Yeah,
like to
one
just?
second. Were you seeking an answer to that question? Did you? I didn't hear
I
you.
got an answer. So that the county will be responsible for building the
The county is
checklists
Okay.
after
responsible
the
for building a
zone,
checklist.
the
Okay.
zoning is approved.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
I'm
zoning
sorry, I
clearance
didn't
sets
hear-
the process.
Okay.
But the
I'm
county is
sorry.
responsible for building the application itself.
Okay. I apologize. I did not hear your answer. Okay, proceed.
Okay. So I have a recommended amendment, which is a limitation of administrative and director level discretionary authority. So the issue is proposed Trinity County zoning code update substantially expands administrative review authority through director determination, zoning clearance, compatibility review, and interpretation authority in similar use classifications. This is number 18 in the packet I gave you guys if you want to follow. Okay, throughout the draft code, many operational decisions affecting rural landowners may be determined administratively through subjective standards such as compatibility, neighborhood character, appropriateness, or similar use interpretation without clearly defined objective limitations. Expanded administrative discretion may create inconsistent interpretation, reduce predictability, shifting permits standards, unequal treatment of applicants, and increased uncertainty regarding ordinary rural land use activities. These concerns are especially important in Trinity County, where agricultural operations, forestry activity, mixed-use rural properties, rural enterprise, and traditional land use practices often require practical flexibility and standards. Okay, proposed code amendment. Add the following language to the Trinity County zoning code. Administrative interpretation authority shall be limited to implementation of clear objective standards expressly contained within the zoning code and shall not be used to create additional discretionary approval requirements not specifically authorized by ordinance. Add the following additional language. The director determination, zoning clearance review, compatibility review, and similar use classifications shall be based upon objective written standards and substantial evidence contained in the administrative record, and the following additional language. Where ambiguity exists regarding interpretation of land use classifications or permit requirements, interpretation shall favor the least restrictive, reasonable interpretation consistent with the express language of this zoning code. And no use otherwise permitted by right shall become discretionary solely through administrative interpretation, occupational conditions, or undefined compatibility review. And the county shall maintain publicly available written interpretation guidelines and administrative procedures to improve consistency, transparency, and predictability in permit administration. Any questions?
So is this a document that we?
Yes, you have it.
This packet.
Yes. So if you want to follow, that was Amendment 18 in the packet. Want me to continue, or you want to wait a minute?
Are you going to another one, or are you?
I've got 4 that go in this section, yes.
Well, chair's discretion, but I think it would be helpful to understand questions and objective and so forth, because I'm hearing what the intent of doing some of these things were.
Right.
Make sure you're talking in the mic. We can't hear you.
Sorry. I'm hearing the consultant's trying to explain the intent, which seems to have been either misinterpreted or misapplied, however we want to look at it. And then I'm hearing some, pretty significant changes, but I'm not hearing discussion about, well, what are the implications of making these changes?
No, and I think I think right now this is just the commissioner providing his feedback on how we'd like the modifications to be included, and is stating that for the record for the board's consideration for future direction. So there hasn't been discussion on it yet. He's just going through the comment.
Yeah, but I'm assuming if we're trying to give you staff direction, we need to discuss it. And I'm not hearing you discuss it, so.
Do you want to do each one individually, or?
I don't know if he was finished with it yet. I think he was still going through it. I'm not
You
sure.
still,
He was through with that one,
you
he
have
said.
four more recommendation amendments. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 4 total for this section.
And maybe you could break it down into smaller bites. I'm reading it. Well, and once I found the right document, I'm reading
Right.
it with you. And I'm having trouble tracking with you, and I'm wondering if others are having trouble tracking with you.
Possibly, I'm not too good at speaking publicly.
No, you're doing great speaking publicly. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, and we've all been here a long time. And
I
so
was
just
cutting
like,
some of the extra wording out and just trying to give the basics to try and shorten it for everyone's benefit.
and so
It
what I,
sounded like basically you want to get away with discretion and have it all very clearly documented.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
So I'm just looking to consultants and staff to say, that would be nice, but we would write a Bible. I don't know what your answer is to that.
I mean, I hear what Dan's saying. I don't think I have a direct answer to kind of what his request is. I mean, I think the balance is that we're trying to balance creating standards and having a capture mechanism to verify that either, objective standards or discretionary standards are applied to land uses. And that's what we're grappling with. So I don't, other than like continuing to dialogue collectively, I don't have like a hard and fast answer.
Yeah, I'm just putting something forward for consideration by you, and then to have him possibly or to have Minter Harnish consider and staff to possibly make changes that are a little less restrictive on the population. Everything I'm putting forward is trying to limit the restrictions that seem to be just growing and growing and growing.
Okay.
That's my
What about this? In the other, you have 3 more to go, you said?
for this section, yes.
Okay, for this section. So what if are you comfortable with kind of delivering the bullet points on those? And then we can submit your document that you gave to all of us will be part of the collective comments, not direction, but comments for tonight. And then from these, when we do give direction, we will glean from this what we need to make sure that all of the commissioners feel like this reduction in restrictions is heard.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, that would be great for the timeline to.
Yeah, because we're at 8:00
Exactly.
and we still have, and then I'm gonna change up a little bit to honor the workshop opportunity and give some of the folks who I see about to burst in the audience there a 1-minute quick question turnaround again, so that they have a chance to speak to some of the things that we've brought forward. I just want to make sure that no one's getting cut off when I realize the importance of this. Okay, so you give us your quick bullet points on the next 3, and then we'll move forward from there.
Okay. Draft zoning significantly expands the use of director's use and use permits and conditional use permits for activities historically considered normal rural land uses. This includes,
Which number?
oh, sorry, number 5.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, if you could announce that. Aren't you, you should go to church. They announce the scripture before they start reading.
Okay.
Announce your scripture, bro.
Objective operational standards are met.
Okay,
Okay, this is number 6 in the packet.
okay, thank you.
It says temporary rural activity exemptions.
They are now. They weren't for a minute. They,
It flicked off and now we're back. Is everyone on Zoom able to hear us? Someone? Give us a moment.
that's just here in the room. You're good. That's just displaying here.
Okay, we can be heard, but we just need to adjust the screen.
Do I need to repeat the last one?
I think the last one was heard,
Okay.
and we'll move to the one, I'm number 6 in your packet.
Yep, number 6. Okay, so the draft zoning code expands temporary use permit requirements for activities that have historically occurred informally within rural communities. Seasonal agricultural sales, temporary processing activities, community events, and short-term rural business activities. Okay, the proposed code language is low-impact temporary rural activities shall be exempt from temporary use permit requirements when the activity lasts less than 30 days, no permanent structures are constructed, no significant traffic impacts are created, and applicable health and safety regulations are met. Okay, this is number 20 in the packet.
You're getting good.
Permit streamlining and objective standards. So the proposed Trinity County zoning update expands the administrative review, zoning clearance procedures, compatibility determinations, and discretionary permitting requirements for many ordinary rural land uses and development activities. As discretionary review and permit layering increases, applicants face greater risk of inconsistent processing, repeated requests for additional information, shifting administrative requirements, and extended permitting delays. So California Government Code 65920-65964, commonly known as the Permit Streamlining Act, was enacted to improve predictability and transparency, fairness, and accountability in public agency limiting or permit processing. The Permit Streamlining Act requires public agencies to establish timely completeness reviews, procedures, and provide applicants with clear written identification of application deficiencies rather than indefinite or repetitive requests for additional information. So the proposed code amendment would be adding the following language to Trinity County Zoning Code. All county land use permit applications, including zoning clearances, use permits, discretionary approvals, cannabis permits, and development applications shall be subject to objective written completeness review and clear written identification of all application deficiencies within 30 calendar days of submission whenever consistent with applicable California law.
Okay.
And one more. So this is number 1 in the packet. And never mind, this is just a bullet point for the whole thing. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments from the Planning Commission at this time? No? I will reopen public comment for 1 minute per person to either ask a question or seek a point of clarification.
Seeking a point of clarification or making a statement.
Sorry.
To the microphone, okay. I went to the planning commission meetings where they were discussing these things, and I heard a lot of discussion about whether this is permitted or discretionary, and we have charts that say PD. That is where your zoning clearance should come in. If it's permitted, maybe, then do a zoning clearance. If I'm permitted to do it, leave me alone, please. I've got enough problems trying to be compliant with the state, with the feds, with everybody else. I don't need another level. But if you can't decide if it's permitted or discretionary, make it a Z and throw a zoning clearance on there. Make our lives easier for once instead of adding another level of ridiculous.
Keith Groves again. I want to bless you guys. If this is the treatment that you've been getting from your consultant for this process, I'm embarrassed for our consultant. You just witnessed 3 commissioners stating their case and have an argumentative staff member, consultant, that's arguing with them, not just stating this is why we did it. He is arguing, trying to defeat their viewpoint. That's embarrassing and should not be allowed. Thank you.
You don't understand it. I don't understand it. They don't understand it. We didn't ask for it. We didn't want it. I don't care what those other ginormous counties are doing that have literally nothing in common with where we live. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork again. Yeah, I'd kind of intuited that this was going to be used more to kind of alleviate the stress of DUPs and not add layers onto more administrative things or by right things. And I still think to even approach this, we really need to understand like that item number 5 about any development of vacant land. I mean, that needs a really, really clear explanation. Like even the definition of what vacant means, like what, seriously, I know that sounds a little weird, but we need to know before this can be approved. And the change of use, that those items need to be really clearly defined. And much like what Catherine said is I think there's a concern about passing things that we don't understand. And until we understand them, I don't think that we should pass them.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any 1 minute? Oh.
I believe that you understand now that unclassified properties have a huge diversity of land uses in this county. And they really can't be all lumped into one label of rural, residential, or agricultural. And I feel that they need to be more closely examined before making a final determination on what to zone them as. And that's going to be a huge task. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Are there any 1 minute comments or questions online?
Trinity Alps Canicraft.
I do concur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rhoda.
I also concur. This is one of the biggest problems we've been having with Keith Groves or whatever. One of the biggest problems we've been having with this whole process is the acidifying, like urbanizing of our general plan. It's been an issue. We've come up against this wall over and over and over again. And I wish that the consultants could just hear it. Thanks.
John.
Agreed. I agree with everything I've heard. A lot of eloquent speakers that have been paying a lot of attention to this topic for many, many years. And I think while you're directing staff, I think there should be an additional zoning type included in the next draft that would be, ag less than 10 acres. It solves so many of these problems. We're talking about over 10,000 parcels about to be reassigned. We've just got to have more choices than the present options offered. So I would like to see something like that included in direction to staff from this meeting moving forward. So we're just not wasting more time and we have some more appropriate options. Thanks.
Ben?
I completely agree. We're trying to put a square in a circular box and it's not fitting. It doesn't fit up here. And it's nothing personal with the consultants, but there's a language barrier or there's an empowerment issue when you have consultants pushing up against planning commissioners. And that's a problem. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, we'll close the second round of public comment and bring it to the board. There's a lot to digest here. We are currently at 8 o'clock, so. Supervisor Gogan, do you have any comments that you want to make, add, or speak to?
When does a person jump out of that area of just going around her backyard with a backhoe to needing something else? Where's that level and how does the general public know that?
Okay. Do you want to speak to that?
So there's the list of exemptions in that section. And I think one of the comments we're hearing is that that list needs, at minimum, that list needs to be revised, refined, clarified. But generally, for something like a zoning clearance, it wouldn't be, here's the exact line necessarily. You go about your business and your life, and you're allowed to do things, and you know that, and so you do them. No one is watching you on that. No one is, coming around asking to see a zoning clearance for that. We brought the backhoe out, let me see your zoning clearance. But if something were to occur, maybe you're having a neighbor dispute over something, or insurance says, we're not going to insure you we're not going to give you professional liability insurance until we see that your business is allowed to be there. That is that documentation. Or somebody called Angel and said, hey, I want to do this business on this property. Can I do that? She does the research. She signs it off in the computer. This isn't allowed, use. You're cleared to do it. It's that documentation of it. It's not, and I do understand the concern and the frustration and the kind of wondering of how this will be used. So I don't say that to discount any of that. I'm just trying to explain why we put it in as a tool for the county to use to the benefit. It's not intended, and I know best intentions, but it is not intended to limit, I would say. It's, again, intended to be that kind of the record that something has been checked for compliance. That's helpful.
Thank you.
So you're saying, can I just ask a clarifying
Supervisor Cox, yes.
question? Would you say that I was rightly summing up what you just described by saying that this is a tool that the public could engage with if they needed it for their personal situation? I need that zoning clearance because I need to solve my own neighbor dispute, or I need to go get insurance that otherwise I cannot get. But if I don't need that and no neighbor is bothering me, I can do what I want.
Correct.
That's correct.
So I can ask for it if I need it. And if I don't want it and I don't feel I need it and nobody's bothering me, I can do my thing. Is there a
So
shall in there that needs to be
I
a
think
so we
may
need
or
to-
a?
it's in the tables. It got corrected from zoning to like permitted by clearance to permitted from
It used to
permitted
s-
by right.
It used to say permitted by right, now it says permitted by zoning clearance. So there is no more permitted by right on the zoning tables, period.
Establish a procedure to verify that each new or expanded use, activity, or structure complies with all of the applicable requirements of this zoning code, as well as the conditions of any previous discretionary approval
We,
granted by the county.
we can't receive public comment. Okay, we're preparing to. Thank you for the interruption. We got it. So Supervisor Cox, you were saying that it is a tool if someone needs it, but if not, it's doesn't. So in order to make that be the reality in the document, we need to give direction to staff to change some of the language so that it represents what we believe the spirit of the clearance is, rather than what it's being perceived as because of the way that it's written. Correct? Am I hearing Supervisor, or I'm sorry, Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, you could just have the permitted by right definition stay as it was prior to this draft. And then in somewhere else in this document, provide if there is a zoning clearance needed, then they can go to the Director of Community Services and receive that review.
Right. Okay. It's intended to serve the individual, not to box them in.
Correct. Okay, Supervisor Lutweiler, you had a statement?
I just want to, I have the be careful what you wish for mindset in the moment. I completely understand what we're saying about trying to minimize bureaucracy and all those sorts of things. But I heard examples that were basically saying, yes, you can do this on your property. But if you just go do it and you did it in a way that does not meet standards, guess what's going to happen? And I heard that, okay, well, let's be really clear about the standards and all those kinds of things, but I just want to make sure if our direction to staff is put it there as an optional tool, that's all it is, then I can almost guarantee that you'll be sitting in front of people that are very upset because they did what it said they could do. They just didn't happen to pay attention to how they could do it. And now they're being penalized by the county in an unfair way. So, and if I'm saying that incorrectly, consultants and commissioners who live in this, let me know, but that's my concern when we're so.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I have a clarifying question? So, two different pathways have been presented. It is triggered every time it goes through a building permit request, and then it's automatically incorporated into it and issued. Or it's going to happen because the public requests it and it behooves them to do that. And they either need it to validate insurance, they need it for other reasons. If it behooves them to do it and they already did it, but there's not actually approved on their land, that's going to be a problem. But also if we're minimizing the population that's going to be utilizing it by being an option only, and it's going to be a big project to put in. You're essentially asking for an identification key for like plants to be developed, but for the zoning code. And so I just want us to understand that it's not a small investment to build all these checklists, and it's going to be at a lift. And so if we're going to ask for it, we need it to be useful and relevant, not just for a few people need it to continue on based on the amount of money and time and effort we're going to need to invest to build it. So just wanted to put that there. Thank you.
Did you have a statement?
I was just going to say, if you do term it, codify it as purely voluntary, it is kind of buyer beware. So again, if you have things in the code, say you have objective standards to checking for compliance, say home occupation, say there's, things you have to comply with. Yeah, if people go, oh yeah, I can do a home occupation, it's permitted by right, and just kind of operate and haven't gone through, there's no one's checking to make sure they're doing that until maybe if there's a problem and there's just no record. I would say this is, it is a decision of the county of whether, having this process is, if you want to have it. I think you're hearing some fears and some potential kind of negative aspects of it. We are trying to also, we wouldn't have included it unless we heard and saw some things where this could be a helpful tool. And a lot of that had to do with providing a mechanism to have a checklist for compliance with objective standards to avoid, where possible, having extra discretionary review for it. It's a tool to make sure that we're capturing compliance with conditions of approval for something that did require conditional use permit, had significant public input, direction from the Planning Commission and the board. Staff then has a mechanism that's going to hold that use that comes in later to those conditions of approval. I understand the fears that this will be used to be invasive to people's life, and that is not the intent of how it should be used as a tool.
And
Okay. If conversations through the microphones so everyone can hear you. Okay, go ahead, Supervisor. I'm sorry, Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, just some clarity. So you were expressing how the zoning clearance could hold in this, could work with the CUP, that the CUP itself doesn't, the parameters within the CUP doesn't hold its own, that it would interface with the zoning clearance?
So a CUP gets approved by the Planning Commission. Say it's for a car wash, and it has to have certain hours of operation. I don't know, whatever. Or there's conditions of approval attached to that. Well, that CUP, gets approved, and it gets through the appeal period. The zoning clearance helps when the building permit or when the use comes in for occupation, that's checking to make sure you're consistent with the conditions of approval for your CUP. Because the CUP's already been signed off.
It's just ensuring the CUP was followed.
Yep.
So again, you need to separate this. So something that requires a CUP, a DUP, or a permit, you can add this to, but you can't add it to something like an apiary. I mean, you need to separate them or make some kind of designation between them, like a PZ for anything that's permitted with a zoning clearance, and P for permitted by right. Give us another designation to put in the column so we don't add undue regulations to something that doesn't need it.
Can I just offer, and I don't mean to put anything in anyone's mouth, but I'm wondering if something that we could do just to kind of to move on from this is look at the tables, like you're saying, how things are designated in the tables, but then along with that, revise and refine the kind of applicability of the zoning clearance. Because I'm hearing a lot about the apiary is the normal everyday way of living kind of things. If we can take a stab at that, and then maybe you'll be more comfortable with zoning clearance, or maybe you'll still want to toss it out. But
Clearance, as long as it's in compliance with a permit of some type. If you need a permit for it, then the zoning clearance is fine. I mean, I would still throw it out. If it was up to me, I would just discard the whole thing.
Okay, hold. We're gonna, CO Tadil, did you have a comment?
Please. Part of what we haven't really touched on too much on this topic is, or associated with this topic, is business licenses. In the slides that were presented, there was a statement about business licenses there, and the county doesn't have them, which is a true statement. We're one of the few counties in the state that don't have them. Part of the rationale and the discussion for this zoning clearance, just conceptually, is to capture some of those areas that would traditionally be captured with a business license. And if we don't have business licenses, and there should be another capture mechanism for some of these criteria that we've been discussing. Now, if we had business licenses, and if the board would want us to go and pursue that option, that would then reduce or eliminate some of the need for some of these administrative checks. And it's a yes or no. It's not discretionary. It's a yes or no. You have it or you don't have it. So that is why there's been a fair amount of discussion on this, and this topic was brought forward because we don't have the business license concept. It's been discussed. There's been previous discussion on it. It's just never made its way to actual implementation.
Okay.
So that's for board consideration if we would want to go down that path of administering and implementing a business license concept, then we could pull some of these administrative items away from this zoning clearance concept.
That's a interesting thought.
Can I follow up on?
Sure. And then Drew is next. Or
Can I go first? I wanted to follow up on a couple of comments. One, I want to just offer my own perspective about some of the comments that were offered about our consultants. They and staff know that I have been free with my concerns about things over time. I will also say that what I am experiencing here is we're here because we respect what the planning commissioners have to say. We're here because we have to make formal decisions. And we also respect what the staff and consultant have to say. And what I'm experiencing is passionate explanations to make sure that what has been put forward is understood. And if we were paying millions of dollars for consultants that sat across the table and said, okay, 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 and didn't help us understand critical thinking, why we might need to look at it differently and push back a little bit, then I would think we're wasting a lot of money. So I respect.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Apparently not.
It's a little better. And just a lot closer to the microphone would be helpful.
I would be eating it, but I'll try. But I just want to clarify. I respect and want you to help educate us. And yet at the end, just as we hear from county council often, it's the board's pleasure. But you're still going to advise us if we're about to step on our toes. So I appreciate the back and forth and respect that. And I just want to, CO Tuttle, I'm glad you brought in the business license here because I was thinking of an example, whether it's zoning clearance or business license, that I thought might help support what I was saying earlier. There was a restaurant in Lewiston. They spent a bunch of money to buy a property. They spent a bunch of money fixing it up. And then through process and maybe not great communication back and forth two-way, found out they needed to spend another $10,000 to $20,000 to meet state level environmental requirements to operate the kind of restaurant they wanted to, and they had to walk away. So they walked away. They had a right to use the property, commercial property, for a restaurant. But because they didn't know all the rules that they had to follow, they lost everything they put into that property and that business. And if we had business licenses, when they filed that, it would have said, I want to do this, I want to do that. It would have been sent to environmental health and to planning and to whoever else, and they would have known. Or in the zoning clearance, again, here's your checklist. If that's what you're going to do, here's the things. So it was not fun to be involved in that process and see somebody that probably spent their life savings and had to walk away. I have notes about what I've taken as direction if we ever get to that point.
Okay. Do we have any other comments or questions?
Yeah.
Supervisor Brownfield?
I do. I think we ought to get rid of the zoning clearance. I think we ought to get rid of the zoning clearance. It's not a state mandated thing. It makes things more complicated. Permitted by right should be permitted by right. That means you should be able to do it. I don't care about the rest of it. We've got so many layers of regulation right now, and we're just about to go down the road of more. And Kathy had a great
I mean, she proved it. Zoning clearances do have, I mean, they have the power to hurt somebody's life. They have the power to tell someone they can't do what they want to do on their own property. The power is in the hands of the county. It should be in the hands of the property owner, period. That's my, that's my opinion. Should be going down the wrong road.
Supervisor Cox, do you have anything further to say?
Yeah. So as Drew can attest, he and I have been around and around a lot of times about this whole thing. And I was very much in the camp of don't you dare throw one more like law at me. And yet I come back to, I feel like this can work for both. And I feel like, as Martha described initially, if you're living your life and you want to do your thing and you want to get your backhoe out and you want to dig your garden and carry on. Because you know that when you dig your garden, your neighbor isn't going to come over and squawk at you for having 10 tomato plants or whatever it is that you're doing. And you're being a respectful neighbor. She's not running her backhoe at midnight, right? And so she is living her life and enjoying her property. However, if the situation came down because we live in an increasingly sue-happy environment, that suddenly my neighbor was upset because too many students show up on my property every week to have their little piano lesson, I would feel more secure knowing that I had passed my zoning clearance. I can do what I'm doing. The people that come and go are within a framework that is allowable to not create an impact in my neighborhood, that I can have a defensible statement to someone who crosses me. Then I choose to engage with that because I want that layer of protection, or if I need insurance, as we have described, could be a possibility in some respect. And so I think I concur with the statement that I appreciate the education. And yes, I did feel when listed off the other jurisdictions, I'm like, they're not us, that's bigger. But I also think that there's a piece of my thinking in the past that has been not up to speed on the world I actually live in, and that I need to engage with that and sort of live in it in a way that says code compliance is not coming after me tomorrow. But there's just also that level of oversight. I mean, in the extreme case would be the restaurant, had they known, right? The other piece that I have come to realize is that if we paired this with the business licenses, there are some great advantages and opportunities that are out there to take advantage of if we had data about the businesses that actually exist. We have lots of businesses inside of Trinity County. And if we had documentation to prove that, there are grant opportunities and funding things that Drew can describe them in detail, that we could participate with if we just had the data. And so I kind of am the opinion that if we look at this from the standpoint of a tool, not a governmental constriction, and a safety net where needed, where appropriate, then I see the value in it.
Equals more regulation. It has in the past. When you give somebody the power to do that, you're putting fear in somebody else that might happen to them. So to me, it comes down to rights. If I
Sure.
push the red button, if I put it any closer.
All you have to do is just push.
You don't have to.
Just one moment.
I don't know how much simpler I can say it, that we have to protect our rights. And that means fighting for every single right we can have. Our properties are our constitutional right. If we don't fight for those, for every right to be able to do what we want on our own ground, every little bit of ground, every little bit of softening, right? Softening. It's called softening. You put these little things in place. Well, we're never going to use them, right? We're never going to use them. They always do. Have they always done it? Okay, so we want to protect our property rights, our property owners who pay taxes, who pay the brunt of production in our county for revenue, right? We got to stop thinking, okay, we're going to put a license on a business and charge them for that. We're trying to get more businesses in Trinity County. So the Business 101 is not to do that. It's not to regulate. It's not to restrict. Yes, there's places for it, but we've gone beyond that. And now it's control. And I don't like it. We've stepped over that line.
Okay. Director Lubani, I'm starting to not be able to make what's in my brain come out.
So I think, it's clear to me at least that there's strong support for personal property rights, right? I think that we're hearing that from the public. We're hearing that from Supervisor Brownfield. Hopefully we've learned from our experiences and continue to do so. And so I think where that rhetoric makes sense, where we run into problems is when neighbors have a different perception of what their rights are. And so, it's my right to do what I want. Well, if that's negatively impacting, the neighbor, then that's where we have conflict. And clearly, I don't think I have to mention specific examples of that in our county. So from my perspective, that is the intended function of objective standards, right? Is to find that balance between land uses and what one might consider on a rural residential parcel to be something they want to enjoy the peace and solitude of Trinity County. And the neighbor wants to be able to run a heavy equipment repair shop as a home enterprise. And that's where objective standards come into play to try and find that balance. So there's that. So the question I will pose is, going forward, do we want to continue moving forward in a reactive paradigm, or do we want to try to proactively address trying to find this balance and facilitate this balance through the use of objective standards, which zoning clearance and use permits are a tool to attempt to accomplish that. So.
Ready when you are.
So I think we've heard from everyone so far. Okay. I'll just say, yes, sir. Proceed.
There's also a legal aspect too, as far as defining what we're talking about. And you're saying, or Jill was saying, to be able to just ignore it, and you're not worried about zoning or code enforcement coming after you, but you're basically creating micro non-compliance, and you're putting that out. I mean, it's out there, so you can't really advocate for people to break the rules. See, I mean, you have to define this as far as defining what is permitted by right and what is permitted by a zoning variance. I mean, you have to define that. You can't just leave it in limbo and say, go ahead and break the rules because it's a small thing. I don't know. I mean, county council might want to weigh in on that. I'm not quite sure, but it sounded like you're advocating for micro non-compliance. Is kind of what I heard. So.
Okay. So I would just like to say a couple things. I am a property owner just like the rest of you. And so I am reading this and studying it as how it's going to impact my unclassified piece of property that when I looked is rezoned. And I'm curious to know what I had and what I'm not going to have and what I'm going to have, and maybe I don't want it or vice versa. So I just want you to all to know that I'm in this process with you. And I do appreciate the passion in which everyone is coming forward as we work through this draft process to get to a better version, a better version, and a better version until we come to that place where we say this works for us. I understand completely that in Trinity County, you have to be nimble and quick in order to move from making money one way to making money a different way. We have fires that turn our TBC land into wastelands. We have fires that turn our rangelands into wastelands. We have acres that have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars in oak woodland restoration that get turned into wastelands. We have cattle properties that lose hundreds of head of cattle in a single fire. We have houses whose roads fall into the river and they have to figure out how to get to their house. We have big land crazy issues in our county, and we have people who are running small businesses out of their half acre and beating necklaces and earrings like crazy and selling them at the merchants mall and at all of the festivals. And then we have folks who are doing custom beef production. We have folks that are making soap. We have everything you can think of, because everyone who lives here has a primary job, and then you got a side hustle. And if you don't have a side hustle, you haven't lived in Trinity County long enough, because you have to sell wood. You have to figure out how to do some of those extra things off of your property that we all need to do in order to have any longevity here. So I appreciate all of that. And I think Rick's worked through some of our directions to staff, but I just want to take time to remind everybody again that this is a draft and we're working on this together. It's important that we take the time to hear each other. And I will just kind of tell you a little bit of, I guess, an anecdotal piece of information in terms of what we see as a prescriptive right that a neighbor might not, or they see as a prescriptive right that you might not. I have someone who's very close to me who has, I think, 10 hound dogs. And they moved into a little kind of subdivision up just outside of Reading a little bit. And he has a license for everyone. And they all have their house and they have their run and they have everything that they're supposed to have. But his neighbors sure are not happy with his prescriptive licensed right to have 10 hound dogs. So there's a lot of noise coming off of that property. They have the collars that, you're supposed to stop barking and those things. And then he also has a large piece of equipment, and he has to bring that home sometimes to work on it. And I don't know if any of you have had to pound bushings out of the middle of a excavator or whatever. That makes a lot of noise. And when you got to get that done before you go back to work on Monday morning at 5 a.m., you do that under truck lights and headlights and every other light you can get going. And so again, it's his prescriptive right to do that, but I'm not so sure that his neighbors are super excited about that. So yes, I agree with you, Julia. It's our land, we pay for it, it's our right. And for a lot of us, it's our blood, sweat, and tears. And for me, it's legacy land that I've had in my family for generations. And I get a little bit cranky if someone tells me what I can and can't do on that property, because it's been in my family for generations. And so I hear you and I see you, and I really want us to work through these things so that everybody can find a way forward. And I think we can do that. I have faith in us. I believe that we can, and we're going to get through it. This is a draft, and we're going to keep working on it until it's better, better, and better. So that's going to be our effort and our try. So we have some directions to staff captured here, and we'll work through those that Supervisor Weiler has captured. And thank you for giving me your ears while I spoke.
Okay, I will walk through this. There may be some overlap to some of these things. And again, it's up for discussion to make sure that this accurately reflects what I'm hearing. A lot of this I took during the Planning Commission comments, so I didn't hear the board object to what I was hearing from them, so I incorporated some of it. And then some I took from our conversation. So
just one moment.
Yes.
I do want to say that as we make these directions to staff after each item, we will bring these back at the end of the meeting tomorrow to go back through the directions, because as we hear different components brought forward, we may change some of these as more information is provided. So these are current directions for now. They're placeholders, if you will. And then at the end of the meeting tomorrow, we will reevaluate some of those as we have gained more knowledge and information through this process. Is that sufficient with the Planning Commission? Everyone's shaking their head, and with the board, that these are placeholders? These are placeholders for now, and then they will be confirmed at the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay, this is under direction to staff regarding permit processing, section 5. First of all, ensure that we are minimizing the bureaucracy associated with use by right. Just a kind of open statement that can be interpreted different ways. Present a business license versus zoning clearance comparison. And this is me just putting that forward because we talked about zoning clearances, we talked about business licenses. I think it would be helpful if there's agreement from the board to hear about that so that we could understand, well, okay, if we did decide to pursue the business license, how would that affect zoning clearance? Or if we do the zoning clearance, do we really need business license and what are the pros and cons? So is that, people want that from staff? It's an ask, so I want to make sure that it's an ask you want to make.
I don't think that it's the right combo. I like your ask. But Drew, in our conversation, my understanding was it takes the zoning clearance to have the business license, and it was that combo versus something else.
I mean, I suppose they could each operate independently, but in terms of the conversations that we've had about it, they work well in tandem.
Okay.
And what was the versus for Supervisor Lutweller's point? Because he is making a point to have the comparison of the two. What was our discussion?
You're saying business licenses versus zoning clearance?
No, we said that if we had the zoning clearance, that would work in tandem with the business license. And if we did that, then we got to get rid of this.
Oh, we could get rid of a number of DUPs potentially and just move them over to business licenses, and a component of the business licensing process is the zoning clearance to verify that where that business intends to go is allowed by zoning.
Thank you.
That's interesting.
Okay, so if I'll reword and see if this fits with people's desire for this. Present information on how business license and zoning clearance could reduce a conditional use permit. The requirement for conditional use permits.
Discretionary permits.
Oh, okay. Reduce the need for discretionary permits. And again, this is not to say that we're saying, yes, go do this. It's just saying we would like that information so we can better understand. I heard from the commission, I think it was Commissioner Flights, eliminate notifications to parcels owned by the same person requesting the permit. And I think at that time there was some confusion about which kind of thing we were talking about. But if we need to do, if that needs to be done, we should do that. It's like if I own both parcels, you don't need to notify me. I already know. That was present checklists that will provide clarity for these processes via objective standards, and a note that this is staff responsibility as I heard it described here. So that's not an ask of consultants, but an ask of staff. Consider possible changes proposed by Planning Commission. So I don't know exactly how to phrase this, but these were the 4 things that were presented, or 5. Yeah, I've got 4. Minimize the discretionary component of approvals with more specific documented criteria. Item 18. Establish list of low-impact rural uses permitted by right. See item 5. Establish list of low-impact temporary rural activities that will be exempt from temporary use permit requirements. See item 6. Streamline land use permit applications and limit additional requirements after issuance of a completeness determination. See item 20. So we didn't have enough discussion to say it's board direction to go do those, but we're at least putting on the list. We want those considered. And ensure that zoning clearance language reflects the appropriate balance between protecting the landowner's land use rights and the importance of using the land in ways that meet standards with that planned use. So it was trying to find a way, and again, I don't know if I have agreement on this. I know from Supervisor Brownfield, it's like, no, we don't even want zoning clearances. And then, you know, I was providing the example of, we had that example of the Lewiston restaurant. So to me, it was, how can we refine the language around it and apply it in a way that does strike a balance between, hey, it's my land, let me use it where I have a right to use it, and that kind of protection of whether it's the landowner's protection from hurting themselves by doing something in the wrong way and having to redo it, or that they did something in a way that affects neighbors because, again, they didn't do it by the standards, even though it was a use by right. So that was the ask, was just rework to try to find that balance in the way the language is reflected in the document. So I don't know if there's consensus or majority support for those.
I think that's sufficient for the placeholder.
Okay.
We have a question.
I think I would just like some clarification from from the board member. Does that still leave the door open to what Supervisor Brownfield was requesting if that option for no zoning clearance is still on the table? It sounds like part of the action that you've laid out is a few different approaches. Should that be one of the approaches to consider as part of that, or not one of the approaches to consider?
I will.
I just want to make
facilitate
sure
that.
that we have clear direction to evaluate all options possible, and I just want to make sure that that's covered.
Yes, having it completely removed is another option. We have.
Okay.
Dan?
But I realize that there's this and this and this and this and this and this with each one of them. So removal could mean this. So I just want to make sure that we're.
Correct. There's implications for all the different
Yes.
facets of it, but I just want to make sure as we're documenting direction that we as county staff and the consultant team can have that clear direction. What I'd hate to do is walk away and have it be slightly ambiguous. And we
Right.
go, well,
Thank
did
you.
we actually, what's the scope of options to consider? That's what I'm
Okay.
just looking for.
Thank you.
And
Go ahead, one more.
I don't think you guys are giving clear direction right now. You're just giving a basis on what the direction might be at the end of tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, these are placeholder directions and then we'll
Alright.
completely firm them up tomorrow. Thank you. Are we complete on this item? We have one more that we have to complete tonight and it's 10 to 9. Yes, we have now completed.
All of the extensive DUP, CUP, all of that, and I have notes for all of those items. We only get one.
She's right. I apologize. You're correct.
Good night.
So
I think what ended up happening is we got the first permit out the door and then got on that permit, and that's what drove the discussion. As Martha had pointed out, there are several other permits that are listed under Part 5. Temporary use, Martha, I believe, being one of the newer ones, if I'm correct. And then there's other discretionary actions through the DUP, CUP. But I don't think we ever got fully into those discussions, is what's getting pointed out right now. We just, at least public comment and way on it, but those are other permits that are in that part.
So correct, those are the other permit processes in there. What's not in this is what requires a DUP versus a CUP. I believe those are in your district use tables. But the process of whether, that the director's use permit goes to the director, there's notice to abutting owners, there's a hearing if one's requested. The process is in here, but not the identify of like what requires a DUP versus a CUP.
Was there additional information you were going to cover in your presentation, or you covered it, we just didn't dig into it?
I covered it, you just didn't dig into it.
That's what I thought.
Correct.
So
But I believe in part 2, we're going to talk about the specific land uses that require the proposed DUP, CUP, or temporary permit, or the zoning clearance concept. That's where we'll dive into the specific land uses designation, which I think you want to have comment on and concerned about. So that's in part 2. Part 5 is what we were talking about, is just the administrative process of those proposed permits, not the actual land uses associated with them. That's going to be in part 2.
okay, so part 2 is covered
That's tomorrow.
tomorrow.
The temporary use permit is a new permit that
Okay.
probably should be discussed.
Okay.
And the types of uses that require that temporary use permit are in part, it's in standards for specific uses, part 4. So the things that say this requires a temporary use permit, that's in part 4. This
Okay.
is just the process for something that requires the temporary use permit. It's the process.
Okay, so my question then is, do we have those discussions in part 2 and part 4, or do we need to have them? Or move to, I know we have to complete 6 tonight.
Correct, and I think to frame this is if the public comment has to do with the use that's requiring the permit, or if the question is of the permit process itself and not a use. If we're talking about the use and whether it requires a permit, that's gonna take place in part 2, which will happen tomorrow, starting first thing tomorrow morning. If the public has questions regarding the permit process itself, the review authority, who reviews it, what are the notification requirements, that's covered in this section, part 5.
Okay.
Expanded deviation and modification authority, expanded revocation and enforcement authority is all in portion 5. Revised notice and appeal procedures. There's a lot of information in
Okay.
this section.
So let's continue the presentation on part 5 until it's you've gone all the way through to the end of part 5, and then we will open public comment on the procedural portion of it.
Well, I think the
presentation
is complete.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we just didn't choose to ask
We didn't
questions
comment
Yeah.
on
and
it
make
or ask
comments
questions.
about everything that was covered. So,
Okay.
and I think we have to be careful about how we go about that.
And there was some public comment that dealt with some of the other sections, but the zoning clearance just kind of took the cake, essentially.
So we can, your call if you want to go back and
No.
reopen it. Or just, what I'm hearing is it will be a subject that comes up in the next sections,
2 and 4.
because we'll be talking about the instances in which that process would be employed. And then we could just make sure that the people that are commenting know at that point, okay, now you can talk about process and how it's applied. Is that fair rather than
I'm comfortable with that.
regrouping?
Everybody? Okay, so we'll move on to part 6. No, yes, 6.
I can't remember half my phone stuff. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Is that what the deal?
Okay, jumping into part 6, this is zoning code administration. So it has provisions for administrative responsibilities under the code. So things for amendments to the zoning code, map, the general plan, procedures for public hearings, public notices, and enforcement. I'll go through each of the sections. But again, generally administrative procedures, maintaining a bulk of the existing procedures. And again, how a general plan is amended or a zoning code is amended is largely set by state law. So there's not a lot of variety or options with how that's processed. But the intention is to organize for clarity and consistency. This part, similar to part 5, begins with just a zoning code administration summary table, summarizing the review authorities. And then the first big chunk has to do with amendments. So the procedures for amendments to the general plan, zoning code, zoning map. The amendments may be initiated by the board, the planning commission director, or by a property owner through an application. As we've talked about before, the general plan and zoning map need to remain consistent with each other. The zoning has to be consistent with the general plan, as well as, and then the zoning code and zoning map amendments are adopted by ordinance. following public hearings, but general plan amendments are also following public hearings as well. So for both general plan and zoning map and code amendments, the Planning Commission is the advisory body to the Board of Supervisors. So there's a minimum of one hearing before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the board whether to approve, modify, or deny. If the Planning Commission recommends denial of a proposed amendment, then the board doesn't have to hear it. They're not required to. Oftentimes they will, but if it's something that's like so off base, the board's like, we're not even going to waste our time. The board does not have to hear that denial unless that denial is appealed. Say the applicant wants something, the Planning Commission says, no, this is way off base. The applicant can appeal that decision to the board. But generally, Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the board, and then the board is the final, they're the legislative body, so they make the decision. Board actions require findings really related to general plan consistency and public health, safety, and welfare, which is always what is your kind of driving parameters. Rezoning approvals, this is something fairly unique to Trinity County, may require development plan review and site plan approval. And that's really where kind of you have the ability to, zoning gets more, more concise. You know, you can also ask for more details on how that area under rezone would be developed. So you can require development plan review and site plan approval. You can also look at conditions for site design, circulation, parking, consistency with planning documents, or so on, typically more associated with an applicant proposed rezoning. Rezoning may also require land dedication for road purposes, really for that comprehensive development of an area. General plan amendments take effect immediately. Zoning code and map amendments take effect after 30 days. Specific plans, so this is a new kind of chapter in the zoning code that's proposed to include. This is specific plans are state regulated planning tool. The state does have requirements that have to be included in a specific plan if somebody is going to do a specific plan. They're not common here in Trinity County, but if someone were to propose one or the county was to do one, this is really kind of that implementing ordinance for it to allow that ability. But basically with specific plans, you're required to have certain kind of implementation and financing plans within them. Those are also legislative actions, so they go to the Planning Commission, which makes a recommendation to the board, who's the decision maker. There's provisions in for public notices and hearings. So public hearing, when a public hearing is required, notice is required for owners within 300 feet, abutting property owners within 500 feet, just in recognition of some of the very large parcel sizes you have here. There's published newspaper notice as well as posted notice required. Where there is a requirement for notice, but there is no hearing, that notice just goes to abutting property owners. And so that's the case with development director's use permits, where there's notice required, but no hearing required. Then there's the procedures for the public notices and hearings, what the notices must include, the information. This is a fairly recent addition to state law where that notices for zoning amendments affecting permitted uses on properties must be mailed 20 days in advance of the hearing, whereas typically the standard noticing time is 10 days in advance. So this is something added in specifically pursuant to state law. Hearings are scheduled after completeness of the CEQA review. Planning Commission must have a majority of the vote. And decisions can either be announced, continued, deferred for additional findings and conditions. And then the decisions can be appealed within 10 business days. And then there's procedures for appeal procedures. Essentially, decisions of the director may be appealed to the Planning Commission, and decisions of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. The nonconformities chapter has provisions for how legally established parcels, uses, and structures may continue, and under what circumstances they can be replaced or added to or expanded. Generally, the general rule is that legally established, again, parcels, uses, structures can continue. Typically, and one thing that's been talked about today is nonconformities can be created by adoption of a new code or later amendments. So this is setting those parameters for how those nonconforming uses and things can continue. Those nonconforming rights continue with the land unless the use is abandoned or, in a more extreme kind of cases, deemed a public nuisance. A legal non-conforming parcel can still qualify as a buildable lot, provided that that parcel was legally created. It just can develop in accordance with the rules and regulations in place. But they cannot be subdivided further to increase the nonconformity. So if you're a nonconforming parcel due to minimum parcel size, you can build and develop that parcel. You just couldn't subdivide it further. So increase the nonconformity. Maintenance and limited alterations are allowed, really provided that the nonconformities aren't intensified. And if a nonconforming structure is damaged, it can be rebuilt. There's certain parameters around the replacement value thresholds and timing requirements. And that's really to recognize that if there's, a fire or damage or something, that that nonconformity can be rebuilt, reestablished, but you can't let 10, 20, 30 years pass by without, reestablishing it. Generally, nonconforming uses can expand, relocate, or intensify without other approval. For nonconforming or for non-residential nonconforming uses, expansion would require approval from the Planning Commission. And there's certain findings that need to be made that even though it's a nonconforming use, it's appropriate with the area. But changes in ownership, changes in tenants, those aren't considered a change in use, so those can occur. Those are allowed. But if nonconforming uses are abandoned for more than 12 months, they lose that protected status and can't be resumed. Finally, the enforcement provisions are revised to really rely on the general enforcement provisions in your county code rather than having, in some cases, duplicacy and redundancy, and in some cases, conflict with the generally applicable enforcement provisions. So that chapter has really been kind of streamlined, again, to rely on the general enforcement provisions that you have in your code. So in chapters 8.90, 8.64, and I think also chapter 1.20 has some nuisance-related provisions. There is just also a clarification that no permit can be issued on a property with an existing code violation unless certain findings can be made. So it's not a blanket prohibition, but there has to be certain findings that can be made that in order to allow a permit on something that a property that has an active violation. So that's the broad overall summary of part 6, and we can pass it back to the board for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We'll now open public comment on part 6 for anyone in the room. I thought you
So-
were going to shake his hand.
No.
We were all watching to see what was about to happen.
I swore I wasn't going to come up here, that I was done for the evening, but one quick question. I just want to clarify. I think I understand it, but it said planning commission actions require quorum and a majority vote of the commission. So I assume that means if you had 3 people, a 2-person vote. Okay. And then damaged non-conforming structures may be rebuilt due to timing requirements. And then we go down here lower and it says non-conforming use abandoned for 12 months loses their protection status. I would just caution us, and as Ms. Carpenter Harris talked about wildfires, and like in Coffee Creek, we lost a lot of places that 5 years later still haven't been rebuilt. And if you could put some sort of emergency situation, because 12 months, you can't build a house in Trinity County, or you can't build a business in Trinity County in 12 or 24, maybe even 36 months. So if there was some sort of wording where work was in progress or permits have been pulled or something that they're moving forward, I think that would be beneficial to people. Thank you.
Right. Adrian Keys again. In the reading through the non-conforming section, there was a code section left out that I find to be possibly one of the most meaningful code sections in this entire document, 17-210-040, where it says if a person owns more than one parcel and one of them is non-conforming, they will be involuntarily merged. That just needs to be stricken. I don't see how that is even on the table at all. And the fact it didn't get read through does not like lend any like gravity to it. I would like to cite a number of causes for my feelings here, and I will. I'm certain that I'll run out of time. What if the property is in contract for sale when this happens, and you end up being in violation of a contract because you can no longer sell that parcel? What if you bought that parcel to resell and you've been holding it? It's like a bank account. It's an investment. And it's my investment. I bought it with a certain number of entitlements. Those entitlements would be stricken from that property if it were to then be merged. If that property, and this is my personal case, I've paid off my home. I own a vacant parcel adjacent to that parcel. If this were to happen, you're putting debt on my house. I can't allow that. That's completely unacceptable.
Can you repeat? It was 17 point, say that one for me.
17.210.040. It's beyond the pale. It does not resolve nonconformities if the parcels don't add up to the proper amount of acreage. And in my case, they wouldn't. So it wouldn't resolve a nonconformity. It'd still be nonconforming. What if both the parcels had been developed to their maximum land carrying and then they're merged? Now they're nonconforming. The fact that, I mean, would I then be forced to sit down and sign a deed of title? You know, that's forced government speech. I'm sorry. That's a very, very serious constitutional violation, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I would hire one to find out if this happens to go through. Of course, you could say, oh, well, why don't you just put it in somebody else's name or whatever? Because that's not my plan.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't be able to sell this property. The economy is kind of in a tank. If I would rather sell this property or lose it to the bank than lose my home. You know, I saw that and I was like, this is why everybody in here needs to understand this right here. This is one of the worst things I've encountered in my 12 years of dealing with public policy. And I'm certain that I'll get an answer. And I will, I guess we'll just go from there. But yeah, that just needs to be stricken, just outright.
Question. Catherine Sidman Lewiston, I had the same notes as Adrian had about that portion of it, which is
Okay.
why, which I think is really significant. I think merging people's properties is just not the right thing to do. I would strike that entirely. And then I have some concerns about non-conforming use. I think that there will be a lot of people who are thrown into non-conformance because of their rezoning. And it's all good and fine to say that they're grandfathered in, but they then lose the ability to grow or expand their business that they've been investing in and thinking they could keep going because their zoning was whatever it was before it got changed. And they deserve the right to be able to take a year off if they want to take a year off of their business and get back to it, which they'll lose with being non-conforming. So I'm wondering if for specific people who are thrown into non-conformance because of a forced rezoning, if there couldn't be more flexibility than there would be for a regular non-conformance when people go and apply for that. Do you see what I mean? So I'm concerned about the people that are going to be thrown into nonconformity with their businesses and with plans that they already have because of the rezoning that's going to happen. And if there couldn't be like a separate class of nonconformance for those people. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to turn.
I'm back again. I do have some questions with non-conforming use. The first one, I can understand why, but I do take an issue with the fact that you are going to change the zoning of my land, and I have the burden of proof. Actually, in this document, I have the burden of proof to prove that I'm a non-conforming use. So I don't agree with that. You are changing my land. I think you should have to prove that I have to come get a permit. And then that's the other question I have is in the section where it says absence of a permit, any use that is non-conforming solely for the reason of the absence of a permit or approval may be changed to conforming by obtaining the appropriate permit. Okay, that's obvious, but are you saying that I may do that if I so choose, or that I can just be existing non-conforming forever? Because it does make a difference, especially where my zoning is proposed to be ag forest, where it seems like the entire idea is to make everything a conditional use or a very best to director's use, unless it's housing. So am I allowed to go get a conditional use permit to be a chicken farmer? Or am I going to be expected to go get a conditional use permit to be a chicken farmer? Because I can guarantee you, you cannot afford to go get a conditional use permit in Trinity County to be a chicken farmer.
Dan, what's your code number that you were referencing?
Oh, I just closed my book. It's
Yeah, point what?
172164.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I wasn't clear last time on the public comment thing. I gave it to you.
The first email you sent, they have copies of.
Okay, I don't.
Second email you sent came in after copies of.
Okay. I don't remember when and what I sent. So, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. For part 6, focusing on zoning code administration is important because the code determines, how it will be interpreted, amended, enforced, appealed, and applied over time. My primary concern with part 6 is that several provisions appear to materially affect governance and property rights, which has kind of been a theme tonight, particularly in 3 areas. We've touched on nonconformities, enforcement linkages, and public access to administrative decisions. We haven't touched on. I'll skip over the nonconforming. It is needs very careful review, most certainly. And just a point on that, the county should be very clear about what evidence will be accepted to establish legal nonconforming status and how disputes will be resolved. So second, the proposed enforcement language appears to connect zoning administration more directly to nuisance abatement and code enforcement chapters. The draft also suggests that permits may be restricted where code violations exist. That is a significant policy issue. The board and commission should understand exactly what qualifies as a blocking violation, whether unrelated violations can delay otherwise valid permits, and what cure opportunities exist, and what safeguards prevent inconsistent or selective application. This came up last year. I brought it to the board. There are people being held up with not being able to apply for cannabis licenses because of an outstanding outdated NOV, and they were not allowed to make payment plans. That never came before the board. Those kind of things need to come before the board and policies set. Third, the appeal and notice structure should be evaluated from the perspective of public usability. It is not enough for appeal rights to exist on paper. Director-level decisions, notices of decision, appeal deadlines, and supporting records should be easy for the public to locate, search, and understand. If more decisions are handled administratively, which you're proposing here, then transparency around those decisions becomes even more important, as does non-arbitrariness and actually valid type of discretionary decisions that are applied equally across different communities. Finally, Part 6 also governs amendments to the general plan zoning code and the zoning map. Given that the county is also preparing future parcel level rezoning, the amendment and noticing procedures need to be especially clear before adoption. We talked about that a little bit earlier. I would respectfully encourage the board and planning commission to direct staff to clarify the evidence required for legal nonconforming status, the standards for abandonment, expansion, intensification, the meaning and effect of existing code violations on permit issuance, and how administrative decisions and appeal deadlines will be publicly posted. Part 6 is the governance backbone of the zoning code. It should be reviewed for fairness, transparency, consistency, and long-term administrative accountability. Thank you. Rick, do you want any of that for your notes? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the board and commission. Tom Blanco, Douglas City. I'm going to super narrowly focus on only the appeals procedures because I brought this up a couple of times before, and I'll bring it up now. Since we have the books open and we're talking about procedures for appeals, the actual how does an appeal work, being involved in those a lot, I have some opinions on those. I would like to see a formal, hey, the appellant submits their grounds, the appellee responds, the appellant can file a reply to that. Something that right now we have a tendency to kind of try and ambush each other because there's no protocol. Okay, I put my comments in at 10 a.m. They made it online. All right, well, the appeal's not till 6. Let's get some comments in by 4. And it drives everybody mad, most especially the decision maker. So I want the decision makers, whether it's the commission or the board, to have in front of them with time to consider it, at least the written materials, the record of the appeal. Yes, the hearing is important, but really what's most important is what's important or what's in front of you that you can check. And as regards the way we typically run appeals is the appellant goes first, and then the appellee, and then we open it to public comment. And we kind of get public comment mixed in, and the appellant and the appellee have spoken usually before public comment. Maybe they get a wrap up. And that kind of distorts the decision based on the record in front of you. So what I suggest is we do public comment on the issue before the actual appeal. This is coming up, let a public comment happen. That way, if something triggers the appellant or the appellee, they can address it in their remarks, and the decision before you is really on the record. I just feel like that's cleaner, and we're writing about it anyway, so it's a simple addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, any online?
Rhoda?
Rhoda Kane, Coffee Creek, Trinity Center, East Fork. It was very very good point Tom just made. But I'm agreeing 100% with every speaker that's come before, and I think it's important to like, well, I'm going to point out like Keith has lived here his entire life. He knows how long it takes things to happen in Trinity County. We're a long ways away from services and contractors, and getting something done in a year is kind of a joke in Trinity County. So yeah, but I agree 100% with every speaker so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments online?
John?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with each of those issues that were brought up. I think a simple changing of the 12-month abandonment period to more like 36 months, something like that, might make a lot of sense after both the Helena fire, Monument fire, and other fires too. We've watched businesses and homes just disappear. The 70 some odd homes, permitted homes lost in Junction City during the Helena fire. Only 20 something got rebuilt. I think the purpose of that 12 months in other places is to free up that land for another permitted use, and get away from holding it for the non-conforming. But here we don't see other people clamoring for those parcels for other current conforming uses. They just get abandoned and become an eyesore, and the community loses those businesses forever. So something more akin to 36 months, make it feasible for Trinity County. And the clause that Adrian described is a real misstep. I don't know where it came from. Perhaps there's some explanation, but doesn't seem to really fit Trinity County. So perhaps without a really good reason, it just gets struck entirely. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will now close public comment on part 6 and bring it to the Planning Commission, or if you have a response to any of those public comments real quickly.
I did first just want to, apologize and correct. So the involuntary merger of parcels is admittedly poorly written. So it refers to compliance with Government Code Section 66451. It's really talking about undevelopable parcels. So what that Government Code section has is a list of criteria that could qualify for that. And it basically is like if there's no access, if it can't meet water and septic. So it's really if it's unbuildable. You know how you'll have like old parcels that were created, but they're really not buildable. That's the situation that it's addressing. So I understand it reads just as if you're under the minimum parcel size, you get merged, and that is not true. So this definitely needs to be at minimum rewritten. I would recommend still having that provisions in there. So when you do have these undevelopable, like kind of legacy in holdings, that they do get merged with buildable parcels, but that would be up to your board. But please wait till we can rewrite this in order for you to make a decision on it.
And would the implication be upside down? Because it seems now that it made the whole thing non-conforming, but it seems to me like you might meaning to pull it in and merge it to make the whole thing conforming. Okay.
But again, I do apologize that, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Planning Commission?
Sorry, we'll just on that topic, tell somebody in Trinity County they can't do something. We'll find a way to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think
It's part of our resiliency plan.
Woo! So the involuntary merger, I think we do need to be careful about how we're going to look at that. Like if it can't meet water and can't meet septic, but we have variances, things come to the planning commission specifically to approve some of this nonconformity and allow people to use their land and make it happen. So looking forward to a revision to see what that would look like. Thank you. And I guess going back to my questions, just trying to find like, I think we've gone through this a little bit at the planning commission, like what is required, what is not. And so is this nonconformity something coming down through state direction, or are we choosing to put this in? Thank you.
So it is largely up to the county. There are some protections for non-conforming residential uses per the state, but for the most part, you can tailor it. Yeah.
So I have a problem with the involuntary part, no matter what. If you want to merge them, that's fine. You get a hold of the landowners and you talk about it. Because the other option is maybe that landowner and the landowner next to him actually, he wants to sell it to the other one. It wants to go a different direction and get merged. You can't just involuntarily merge. This is something you could definitely notify the landowners and say, yes, you have an issue with this parcel and you can't do anything with it. And at least that way the landowner can have options. You can't involuntarily do it. So you have to either completely rewrite it in that sense or strike it.
Any other planning commission comments on this section?
You got more to do?
I was just gonna say the public articulated it eloquently, and I hear and echo their concerns, and I hope it is heard by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, and I have number 13 in the packet.
Okay.
And it's to do with non-conforming uses and burden of proof. So 17.210 governing non-conforming uses appears to place significant evidentiary burden upon the landowner or landowner. So the property owners have to provide historical legality, continuous operation, or continuation of lawful non-conforming status. This is completely wrong. The proposed code amendment is where lawful use, structure, or activity existed prior to adoption, amendment of this zoning code, the burden of proof regarding abandonment, discontinuance, or loss of legal nonconforming status or unlawful expansion shall rest on the county. And I don't need to read the rest because you've got the thing. So
Thank you. Is that your only?
yeah, I just want it also, number 18, which we've already read, is kind of in line with this chapter also.
Okay. Did you say 18, 13 and 18?
Yes, 18.
Okay. Is the planning commission complete in their comments on this item? Okay. I would like to stay with our mindset of a workshop. Is there anyone in the audience who would like 1 minute to ask a question based off of anything the commissioners have brought forward? Seeing none, is there anyone online who has a 1 minute question or comment based off of what the commissioners have brought forward?
Rhoda?
Yeah, just and it was a decade ago, but when Matt and I were when I was looking for a property to buy 13 years ago, there were a lot of properties, the northern part of the county, and I'm pretty sure probably most of the county, is a literal actual checkerboard of Forest Service land and timber production land and private property. Well, that timber production land would be private property, but there were many properties for sale that, yeah, you had to walk through Forest Service to access them. And that's a unique feature of Trinity County. It's one of the really neat little things about Trinity County. So I feel like this argument of like, oh, but you can't access it. Oh, but that's silly. Trinity County is unique, and that's one of the special things about our county.
Okay, thank you. Further 1 minute comments on anything brought forward by the commission?
Dan?
Yes, thank you, board and chair and commissioners. I just wanted to thank Commissioner Harper for speaking for the people. His attention to detail is extremely helpful, and I just wanted to put that on the record that we are appreciative of his commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay, we'll close the 1-minute comment period. I'll bring it back to the board. Does the board have anything they would like to add or comment based on the presentation on section 6 or on what the public or the planning commission has brought forward?
So we will wait for the rewrite and go from there.
Sorry, did you have your hand?
Off what Rhoda was saying, I think that really highlights in holdings in the wilderness areas as well, and how to address those. They're not going to be driving to them. So, they're not necessarily building on them, but they're their own properties. It's under the zoning code. So I think we should think about that a little bit harder.
Okay. Does the board have any comment?
Just that the 36 months is better than 12 for abandonment. I think we need to stretch that time out a little bit.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, to that point, I wonder if you almost want to not put a time limit on it, like choosing 36 months instead of 12, but perhaps categorize it under like an emergency situation if it was because of fire or flood or what have you.
And just for clarification there, or recommendation, so there probably should be a time limit, like a straight time limit, like a default, because otherwise if a non-conforming use can always come back, then
In perpetuity.
in perpetuity. But I think you can carve out emergency situations. What would I call it? Like, sorry, I'm losing my articulation.
okay.
As carve out allowances for when something is damaged or destroyed due to, the act of God or emergency situation. I think we can definitely extend that.
Okay.
I mean, we can extend the other two, but I would put a default cap on that, whether it's 12 or 36 months, whatever you
Or
want.
perhaps you have something in process. You have filed something for insurance purposes, or
Yeah.
FEMA's in process or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as was mentioned, we have homes that still have not been rebuilt that were lost in fires, and some that have taken 5 to 6 years to move through the process. So it's a very real thing for us.
And maybe some of those, I might want to recall what I just said, because maybe some of those individuals don't have something verifiable in process. That doesn't mean they're not working on it. Okay, you get it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
I have a question that comes back to the abandoned use thing. I just wanted to understand some examples. So one that came to mind is a house that is non-conforming but allowed to continue. And does abandoned mean if I moved away but I still own the property and someday I want to resell it, and it's 12 months or 24 months or 36 months later, is that abandoned because I'm not living in it?
So as it's drafted, if the site were vacated for 12 months, as drafted, yes, that would be considered abandoned. What the county can do is say, well, that kind of abandonment applies to non-residential uses, and we want to treat residential uses differently. So you could treat residential uses differently than non-residential.
Okay.
But as drafted, your scenario is correct.
Okay. And then another question, and Drew, you can help me out with this to make sure, but I started to wonder when I looked at this. So we have grandfathered commercial cannabis operations within opt-outs. And we've had conversation about the desire to fallow. And so if I am cultivating in an opt-out, as that non-conforming use? And if I fallow, does that mean I abandoned it? Or let's just say right now I have the right to sell that to somebody. Well, I guess you can only sell it if you kept the license active. So I guess that wouldn't matter. But I'm just trying to make sure that we're not going to create some problem that we didn't intend to with this. So how would that work with that? Or is that not considered a non-conforming use, a grandfathered operation?
Because as it stands currently, the specific provisions related to cannabis licensure are detailed as it relates to the opt-outs and the specific opt-out ordinances. This non-conforming code section, I don't believe would apply to licenses. So if that helps to answer the
Okay.
question.
So it would, that part we don't have to worry about here. But the home thing, yeah, I think there's a lot of homes that probably are non-conforming in Trinity County, and people move away, but they still have an asset that they want to be able to sell, and they can't sell it if after a certain amount of time, oh no, you can't, nobody can live in that now because you lost your non-conforming use right. So it does seem like we need to look at that, and I don't know what the requirements would be where it makes sense to not allow it anymore versus we're taking away somebody's asset with not a good reason.
Well, and to some of the comments that Commissioner Harper made, how would the county or an individual verify that someone did or didn't occupy a structure?
So currently in our code is the nonconformity use section, and not a lot of it has changed in the new version. Some of the language has been modified to make it more clear. But in the times that it's come up is primarily when a building permit has been pulled and they're expanding onto the building. And then some discussions we've had in the past for how we would capture whether or not a use has been abandoned was like, for like, let's say someone had a salvage yard in their yard and they've left the property, power's been turned off. We know that in general, that's not the character of that people in that neighborhood want. We could look at utility records to say, hey, the use stopped on this date based off of no power going to the parcel. This is how we could verify that that use has been abandoned and that it cannot continue. Just for an example.
Okay. Another one that comes to mind, just again, I'm trying to get clarity about what's included and not there. We had a situation in which a cannabis distribution center was being proposed in an area that for various reasons was determined was not appropriate, but one of the parties fighting against it was operating a business in a zone they shouldn't have been in. So if that business was abandoned, is that an example of, well, that same kind of business couldn't come back because it shouldn't have been there in the first place? So that would fall under here and maybe is a good example of where it does work. But the fact that I have a quirky cabin that was built in a way that's non-conforming, but I still like it, somebody else might spend a lot of money to buy it from me, that's something we would have to accommodate if we want to.
Correct.
Okay. I think I have my answers. And I have notes if you're ready.
I have to jump in and say that that example you brought up, which I haven't thought of in a long time, is another example of why business license would
Yes.
maybe be in the for box and not in the against.
Indeed.
Yeah, the business license would be a much more clear capture mechanism to say you didn't renew your business license for X period of time and therefore the use has been discontinued.
They need to have standing.
But is this person paying their taxes as a non-conforming?
Well, in the particular example
Matter?
of the business, that this was the idea of if that business went out of business.
I'm just talking about the house, like a house.
Oh, the house, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if you're paying your taxes, should we still kick you off of your own piece?
Want me to read what I've got?
Yes.
Okay. So here's what I have so far. And again, commissioners, board, weigh in if I've misrepresented your feelings. Direction to staff, section 6 zoning code administration, incorporate suggestion for public comments before a matter is presented to the decision-making body. This allows appellant to address comments during presentation. Is Tom here? Did I get that right? He was not listening. Sounds like we got it right. Rewrite section focused on mandated, parentheses, involuntary merging of parcels to reflect intent and unique circumstances that warrant such action. That clear enough to the people that have to rewrite? Consider planning commission recommendation for changes to chapter 17210 regarding nonconformities, burden of proof on county and criteria for rebuttal, item 13. Just very briefly trying to capture that. Incorporate emergency triggered extension of rules regarding rebuilding of non-conforming structures. So trying to get at Keith's example of, yeah, we have homes that you can't get rebuilt for a long, long time and we want them to be rebuilt. Extend time frame for abandonment beyond 12 months. And I didn't say remove because I heard at least some guidance that you probably don't want to completely remove it. And then I have address concerns regarding residential property that could lose the right to sell a non-conforming home after being vacant beyond the allotted time. So it might just come down to what are the unique circumstances that we extend it, we keep it tight, but it seems like it needs a rewrite. Does that capture people's intent for this section?
Yes, and I would just add one more thing that like with the residences, and abandonment and their associated uses or accessory, permitted uses. I'm thinking about our large shops that many of us have and love and utilize. And if any one of us were to fall ill and have to leave our property and our family is dealing with us and not the property, if it's abandoned and then those shops are assets and small businesses are run out of them and those kinds of things. So I want to make sure that we're not devaluing the property through the abandonment such that the next person comes, they buy the property, they want to build their house, they're going to add a couple more rooms, they've got more kids, whatever they want to do, and then they come to find, by that way, you're not allowed to use that shop for its previous permitted use because it was abandoned. Those kinds of things. So I've just asked that we expand our consideration for abandonment slightly past just residential uses. Thank you.
I added and or other structures just for now, for hopefully that's clear enough for staff.
Also, my amendment number 18 applies to this section also.
Oh, did I
Yeah.
miss?
Yeah, so 13 and 18.
Sorry. I'll capture that.
Okay. And again, these are placeholder recommendations. We will formalize these at the end of the day tomorrow. I have some concerns about the abandonment stuff. I need to think about it for a little bit. Because there's a lot of properties that don't even have power that are old mountain cabins that are way up in the woods, and the family's had them for many, many, many years. And there was a uncle that died or something who was always the one who rounded up everybody, and takes a couple generations maybe for that to jump back into business again. But that cabin still has tremendous value to those people and the next generation. So I'm thinking as I'm listening to everybody.
Can you clarify? I have 18 under the other one.
It's and.
And.
I'm just saying it applies to both.
Okay, thank you.
Are we complete on part 6? And so you're complete in your presentations to us. Okay. I know that was important to make sure we did that tonight.
I appreciate that.
Okay. So tomorrow, we will pick up with item 2. I'm sorry, part 2. And we will have to hustle tomorrow because
so
we have,
just to give a little insight to tomorrow, we'll start with part 2 in the morning. Part 2 is the zoning district provisions, allowable uses development standards. So that's the allowable use tables and the different permit requirements applied to each of those. Then we'll move into what's known as part 3. That's general standards that are applicable countywide, signs, parking, landscaping, fencing. How do you measure height? How do you measure a setback? That's folded into that. Part 4 is standards for specific uses. So any use that requires additional standards, one of the best examples would be like an ADU or a wireless tower. How do you permit and handle that? And what are the different development standards? And then we'll wrap it up with what's known as part 7, and that is the definitions chapter. So there's a lot to get through tomorrow. So start bright and early.
yes. We will see all of you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you all so much for your time and effort.